Hey there, guys. This is Flamzeron, aka YouTube's Tasuke, and over a year later, I'm finally going to talk about and review Tales of Arise. Yep. I'm probably best known as being a Tales guy on this channel, at least as far as my audience is concerned. And I've made it pretty vocal that the Tales of series is my favorite video game series, so as such, I like to give this series a lot of attention. And so, I'm here to review the game. It's the latest Tales game, and it's a pretty big one, both in terms of just how large the game is, like literally all you can do, but also, just in what this game is trying to do, because this is the first Tales game since we got the new producer, Yusuke Tomizawa, coming in from the God Eater franchise. And it's the first new Tales game in quite some time, and it's looking to make a fair amount of changes, as I'm sure those of you who've played the game have seen. And you also probably noticed I didn't say final thought video like I used to say. This is kind of much like how the Tales series is maybe trying to evolve. I'm trying to maybe evolve a little bit myself and kind of treat this game probably how it needs to be treated, in that, like, well, I'm here to review a game, I would like to eventually maybe go back and do like a big video series talking about all the Tales game, but that's going to be more of a personal experience kind of thing and less about an actual review of the game. So this may very well be the last Tales overview I do, at least for a long while. But that being said, that doesn't mean I'm not going to give this game the proper attention as I normally do. So I guess I probably should note that this game is available for PS4, which is what I played it on, PlayStation 5 as well, Xbox One, as well as Xbox Series S and X, even though I'm pretty sure it's just like the Xbox version, like, depending on what you played on, it'll upscale or downscale or whatever, and also on PC through Steam. And this game came out September 10th, 2021. I'm recording this particular portion because, spoiler alert, I've actually had to spend a few days recording this on the 20th of September 2022. So yes, literally more than a year. My schedule's kind of changed a bit, and I know my reviews are also like little mini podcasts or vlogs in a way, so probably giving you too much information, so I won't delve too much into that. But what I will say, a couple of things I want to note in particular. For one thing, this is a long one. When I was playing this game, I wrote a bunch of notes as I played, like I do for most of my games these days that I want to like talk about, unless it's something like Dragon Ball, where I feel like I can just kind of take it in. Like I did that with East, I did that with Dynasty Warriors, and so I'm doing it with Tales of Arise now. Because of that, and because I had to end up focusing primarily on my notes, instead of going off of the cuff like I normally do and what I'm doing right now, this video is going to be pretty dang long. Like, I haven't actually edited this part yet, but I'm going to take a wild guess and say that it's going to be maybe 3 or 4 hours. Maybe. It depends. I'll try my best to kind of clean it up as best as I can. But this game, a lot's going on with it. It seems like everyone's playing it. And it's actually gotten a lot of attention and a lot of good press. Like, hell, Penny Arcade made a strip on it, on the demo at least. So this game has made the rounds, you could say. Another thing I also want to note is that you'll have to kind of bear with the audio quality of this review, kind of like the Dragon Ball Super Superhero review, and a few other voiceover projects I've had to do recently. I was in the middle of a big basement renovation, which is where I usually record my stuff, and the renovations are done, but unfortunately that's caused the room to have a lot of echo in it, even with all the furniture and stuff that we have. So I'm having to record all this in the garage. In fact, I'm pretty sure the first part of this review was recorded like right before we started the renovation, so that's going to be the only recording with the last of that old room tone. I'm going to try and clean it up as best as I can to make it sound, as normal as possible, but there's only so much I can do in post, so I hope you guys understand that. Obviously the superhero review is up, so you can kind of hear sort of how it sounds now, but it is what it is. Hopefully the next review will be a little more audio sexy, or whatever the right word is. But yeah, so why don't we just get right into the review. Normally I tend to start with a story synopsis, which then also goes into sort of like my thoughts on the game. So I guess why don't we just start there? So the game starts off with some narration and some exposition and lore. So 300 years ago, this planet called Rena invaded the planet that we're currently on, Dana. With their advanced technology, they took over and they started setting up territories and different elemental cores and stuff that controlled the elements and whatnot that were being held by different rulers. And we're currently in the world of Calaglia that's led by Lord Balsef, who holds the Fire Core. And he runs basically like a slave area where they do hard labor and they're worked beyond belief, and they are killed if they don't, do what they're told and they disobey. And it's basically like a deserty, sort of like hot, sort of rough area. When the game starts up, and you come in and they show the all the different slaves and whatnot working, and the soldiers being like, "Get to work!" Like it looks kind of dusty and sort of like it almost looks kind of like there's like always a fire kind of off in the corner, if you know what I mean. One of those things. And the opening scene shows, it goes into a part where this kid is like struggling, and one of the Ren soldiers is like, "Get to work!" But then Iron Mask, because he's not actually Alphen right now. Yeah, I guess that's one thing. Kind of. When you kind of follow a game and you already know what the main character's name is, but then like when he's introduced as someone else, it's like it kind of makes things kind of awkward. But then I guess it kind of brings in the whole like, well, why does he have a mask on? But yeah, Alphen is introduced with a mask on, and his name is Iron Mask, and it looks like he can't really see that well, but he apparently can. He apparently can eat, with it just fine. Like in a skit, he's like, I just got kind of used to it, but he helps the kid who's getting bullied by the Renan soldier Knight guy. Or as you might know him as "You got spirit," guys, and different little things they said. But Iron Mask here, he's well known amongst everyone. He helps out people, and he's nice and cool and stuff. And everyone likes him, and he has a big dick. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, he probably does. You can probably ask a certain character, and they'll probably tell you. But anyway, that's sort of how Alphen is introduced. We learn a little bit more about the slaves. They're called embedded because they have sort of like these jewels on the back of their hands, kind of like the X-Spheres in a way. And Alphen, or Iron Mask, you're going to have to bear with me. I'm going to call him probably by his name, especially once he actually remembers his name because, good segue, he doesn't have any memories. And he keeps having a strange dream. And he also can't feel any pain. And they keep talking about him like not having a face. I think that's more just him literally not having a face people can see. I think when I first played the game, I was thinking like, are they going to do a thing to where it's like he's actually like just some hollow shell and stuff? Like I kept trying to figure out what this Alphen guy was all about. I think everyone could probably guess with the whole mask thing that there was a little bit something more to him than the game was letting on. But unlike the other embedded, Alphen doesn't have a spirit core jewel thing on his hand. But yeah, this first thing is kind of just sort of like almost like a day in the life of Iron Mask, where you get a little bit of some lore piece, and they show him where his house is, or they being the developers and you being the player. But yeah, and you talk to the different people. You learn a little bit more about the world around you. The Renans are at this point in the story, they make it sound like the Renans are currently located in a giant castle thing called the Lenegus that flies over the sky and almost like it's watching everything. There's a little bit more to it, but we'll get to that later on. And that's pretty much it. So like literally Alphen goes to sleep and he wakes up and it's like time to go to work. And on today's specific day, he has to do some stuff with trains. They make it sound like they have to physically push the train, which I don't know how that's going to work. But yeah, that's kind of how it starts. And there's a nice little anime cutscene for this particular scene. But they show a freight that gets attacked by some resistant group of sort. And they find what seems to be the character Shion, but she's sleeping because her a tired girl, or that's not the reason why she's. Or that might be the. I don't know. Like, know what I know about the game now is like I'm like, well, was she actually like sleeping, or was she in a coma, or was she whatever? But she's rescued, quote unquote. But the person trying to save her tries to touch her, and it shocks him. He's like, "Oh my god!" And she wakes up, and then she gets all scared and runs off. And the Renin soldiers, they try to chase after her. And then we go back to the Animu cutscenes and stuff, where Alvin shows off some pretty cool moves and like some dodges and stuff. And keep in mind, like, this is before he has like an actual weapon. So it's actually pretty cool. And I guess you could say this is kind of foreshadowing to who he actually is. But yeah, he escapes. She escapes, she being Shion. And this group called the Crimson Crows, they are actually the ones who were attacking the freight and trying to get Shion. I don't really exactly remember why. I think it might have just been why they specifically, it seemed like they were specifically looking for Shion. I think it might have been just one of those things where like, hey, let's attack this thing. Hey, look, girl! And then they, grab her or whatever. Let's get her and help her and let her join our cause. We're going to let her use a gun and shoot things and heal people. And she probably has thorns that might be a cataclysmic thing. But, yeah, so more exposition here. We learn about this thing called the Crown Contest, where the lords are all competing so that they can become this thing called the Sovereign. Which that kind of goes into things later on. But also, I'm reading just off my notes verbatim here, but like I note here that Alvin can't take off his mask, and he doesn't know why he's wearing it. But also the Renins, they have last names, and their eyes glow when they use their astral arts, which that comes from the astral energy. The astral arts are sort of like, I guess, what would be, like mana or the phonons and stuff. That's basically what that is, and there's more to it that gets revealed later on, but... And I guess Air, maybe, or Blastia, I was trying to think of other comparisons, but I feel like Blastia probably isn't the best comparison because that's more of an artificial energy source. Where this is more in line with stuff like chi and whatnot. For those of you who like your energy stuff, but here we're introduced to the Crimson Crow characters and their leader Zephyr, and they're a group of Danins who are trying to resist the Renins and are trying to change things and, overthrow their Renin rulers. They actually tore out the spirit cores from their hands because they don't like those hand thingies. Because it turns out those things are actually sapping the Danins of their astral energy and sending it to the I think it's called a spirit core, or no, the master core. I think it's the master core. Because what the lords are trying to do in regards to the Crown Contest is that they're trying to amass a large amount of astral energy, and that's going to somehow put them higher up in the ranks to like let them become sovereign or something. It's at this point they don't really say a lot of what actually partakes in the Crown Contest, but at this point what we're trying to do, or what the plan at the moment is to really currently defeat Lord Balsef and start, defeating all the lords and overthrowing, the Renin rulers and starting, a new world of freedom and trying to liberate all the Danins and whatnot. Alphen in particular, or Iron Mask, whatever, at this point in the story has he's real sort of like, he seems to have sort of a distaste for the Renins. It's not really clear why, besides just the whole oppression thing. And Ray Chase, his voice actor, does a great job of sort of selling that. He's really, really passionate. I feel like they did a really good job. There was one point when he goes back to like his main area, because at this point he and Shion and Zephyr go to this place called Ulzebek, which is sort of like, I think it's it might be the capital of Calaglia. And that's where sort of like their main base of operations is. And this is where they're trying to kind of plan sort of like their big attack on Balsef and whatnot. And here's where we kind of learn some stuff. But in between that, and I'll get back to the stuff we learn, Again, my notes are kind of scattered all over the place. I wrote these as I played, and I say wrote, but I typed them on my phone. Apparently, when I put it into Word, it was 38 pages. But yeah, and there's the part where he has to go back to where Alphen has to go back to the starting area, his quote unquote home, which is a place called Malsgol, where his buddy Doc, who's a doctor, and I assume the little kid is there, and because the Renans attack there, and Alphen kind of goes back and like beats him up and stuff. And at that point, it did seem a little forced. His sort of like, what do you call it? Sort of sense of justice or whatever. That's where things got a little kind of. It seemed like kind of forced. It's almost like he didn't really have a real reason to dislike the Renans. No, that's going to come into play later on, especially with another character. But I feel like the Tales series, especially some of the later ones, have been really, really good about kind of pointing you in a certain direction and sort of like, well, wait a minute, this character's acting. It's almost more like they're acting weird, because it's almost like their emotions don't really have much weight to them. But then like later on in the story, it's like, oh, okay, that's the reason why. And that's going to come into play later on. But I guess you could say both with, you know, the release of this game as well as in the story, there are a lot of, you know, preconceived notions that got, you know, what's the word? Overturned, gotten, I want to say rectified, but basically, you know, this game has a lot of like, you know, you don't really know someone kind of thing. And I feel like, you know, me admittedly in particular going into this game thinking, oh, I don't know about this, but then, you know, after playing it, you know, well, you'll find what I like about it. But yeah, so here, that's where we kind of learn more about the astral energy, what Lord Balseph is trying to do with slaves. Also the fact that Xion doesn't really serve any lord. She came from Lenegis. I don't remember if it's stated here or later, but she came from Lenegis. She has a fire master core. She also is trying to overthrow all of the lords because of reasons that she has not told us yet. But yeah, everyone's kind of plan with Alphen wanting to kind of free the Danans, Zephyr and the Crimson Crows wanting to free the Danans, and then Xion wanting to kill all the Renans or kill all the lords. You know, everything kind of goes together. Speaking of exposition and stuff, like the script is kind of top notch, particularly at this point, the banter between Alphen and Xion and the skits. Like, it's kind of funny how like they very clearly don't like each other, and even later on in this particular section, it kind of seems like they're doing sort of like a whole, I like you, but I kind of don't like you. Like, I remember there's this one part where Alphen, like, I think Xion's all like, you know, yeah, babe, I don't like you. And then Alphen's like, yeah, well, that makes two of us. I'm not necessarily going to I'm not saying we should, you know, hang out and go to get drinks after. And of course, you know, he sort of does the whole, like, I don't get you at all. Like, I haven't had life choices, you bitch. You know, he doesn't actually really call her a bitch. But yeah, the sass and the banter, top notch. The dialogue is very well written. I can't speak for the translation, but I can say definitely like the way it's written here, localization is pretty good. There are a couple instances where the voiceover doesn't match the script, the text that is. And there's one instance in it with the arts that is a little confusing, but I'm going to get into that maybe later on. But when I talk about like the actual gameplay or whatever. But yeah, the script is pretty good. It does also kind of seem like it seemed like they were maybe trying to do the whole thing of where like the voiceover is working off of a dub script that you don't read, and that the actual text of the game is working off of just like a more quote unquote sub-accurate skip, because the game has script, because the game does have dual audio. That when you load up the game, you choose your audio from there, but then you can also choose your audio from the menu as well. It's like most games to where like you can't choose it or switch between the audio like mid game or whatever, which I feel like makes sense. Of course, at the same time, I almost kind of wish we would get to a point where, you know, depending on what language you picked, you would have two separate scripts. I'm guessing they probably took whatever liberties they had to. One thing that you know, is a bit of a misconception with anime video games is that because you're not necessarily dubbing anime cutscenes most of the time is that you don't have to worry about lip slaps. You still kind of have to worry about the timing with stuff. They still have to kind of match the timing. So sometimes they do have to change some things, and that's sort of like an unfortunate thing. And of course, there are anime cutscenes in this game, which I already pointed out. So even though they are definitely using a nicer, more, not realistic, but like definitely a much like more, high res, game engine and graphics and whatnot. They still got, the classic, anime cutscenes, and they're done by Ufotable, which they're pretty decent. Admittedly, they don't look as good as previous Tales games. I think part of that is due to one, Ufotable's general style, because they definitely have very, very strong and really pretty sort of I don't want to say key art because I'm not well versed in animation enough to really know why it looks as good as it does. But there's definitely a lot of high quality art out there up in their repertoire. But I think also just because currently Ufotable is doing a lot of stuff. They're doing Demon Slayer. That's a Shonen Jump series. That's probably taking a fair amount of their manpower because it's one thing to do a weekly anime like Fate Stay Night or whatnot, or some other stuff. It's another thing entirely to do a weekly Shonen Jump anime, where the action has to be sort of pretty intensified. And they were already doing pretty intense stuff with Fate Stay Night, and Tales of Zestiria the Cross had some pretty cool moments as well. But I think mainly just they were probably just sort of low on manpower or something. It doesn't necessarily look that bad, but it definitely does kind of look sort of almost bleeded over. The regular cutscene, the in-game cutscenes rather, are also very pretty. Even on my PS4, they looked really nice. There were definitely some parts, particularly in the environment as well as in the costumes, where stuff would either get loaded in after I'd already shown up and the assets hadn't completely loaded in yet, but then it would load in, or what I noticed with the costumes is that it would load in sort of at a low poly and a low texture, and then it would come in with the the full texture, which I found kind of strange. This game being available on PS5 and Xbox Series X, next gen consoles, it's even with that in mind, and like I said before, I got the PS4 version deliberately because one, I've kind of spilled the beans already that I have a PS5 now, but at the time I didn't know I would get one that soon. And also, I feel even with the it being on PS5 and whatnot in mind, this game was still very clearly developed for PS4, in my opinion. That being said, it does kind of seem because I feel like I'm not a game designer, so I guess I don't really have much of a right to have this opinion, but I feel there's no way they shouldn't have been able to make it to where the costumes would load in like that without too much issue. Dynasty Warriors 9 kind of did the same thing with the area, but that's a more realistic looking game. This is anime. I think they're using probably a similar graphics engine, but this one's not necessarily supposed to be that realistic, and so I don't know, that's just my opinion. From what I understand on the next gen versions, I think they have more PC savvy graphic settings that you can do. I don't know for sure. That's what I heard at least. So that's kind of cool for those who want to kind of play around with stuff. And I don't know, maybe that's also a PS4 Pro and a Xbox One X kind of thing, and obviously the Steam version and whatnot. So I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of that's the graphics overall were decent. I think they do have sort of this weird sort of paint over sort of cell shading thing. Someone made a mod to remove that. I haven't really looked too deep into it, but at first I wasn't really too keen on it because it definitely kind of looked like the game hadn't properly loaded the assets or something. But then it grew on me over time, and I learned to like it, so not really too big a deal. But back to the story. That's basically the plan. There's also a point in one of the dungeons beforehand, or it might have been because I think there are a couple of parts that happen before they do the whole big attack on Lord Balsef's castle thing. One of them being a part where Alphen, a part of his eye, or the eye hole in his mask, starts to glow. and he pulls out a flaming sword out of Shion's chest from the fire core that she has inside her. So, a little sus there, Alphen. I don't know, you might be running. No, that's what I thought. I mean, again, this is a spoiler review. You've been warned. But yeah, I have in my notes. He's totally not a Renin and a Lord, guys. Well, I was half right, but you know, I guess it kind of depends on how you look at things. Once, well, see, I'm getting ahead of myself, and I've got a lot of notes. So at this point, we get to the part where they decide, hey, we're going to actually attack Balsuf now, and they give Alphen some nice cool clothes that you saw in the in that first trailer or that second trailer where he's got like sort of like the white sort of like shirt with like the blue sort of like belt buckle vest thing and the gloves and whatnot, and they try to give Shion a costume, but she's all like, yeah, no, I don't want to wear your stupid Danon shit. I want some official, authentic Renin clothing. And I'm like, bro, really? And so that's one of the first dungeons you go to. You go to these old, I think it's called the Fargon Ruins, off into like the section of Ulzebek, and you go there, go into this old Renin, area. This looks all, technologically like robotic and stuff, and words are kind of failing me right now. I'm recording this at 4 a.m, and I have a sneaking suspicion I may have to take a pause and then come back to this on another day. So hopefully everything sounds okay. This isn't Abyssal Chronicles. This is my realm. I can do things how I want to do them now. But yes, and they literally go on a little trip so that Shion can get some clothes, which it was both kind of like really, but also kind of funny. Because I kind of have a soft spot for characters kind of doing sort of petty things like that. At this point in the story, Shion does kind of have a distaste for Danons as well. She doesn't really like Renins either. She's kind of weird like that. But yeah, she's trying to take down all the lords and stuff. I also want to note she also is having a strange recurring dream. But yeah, like I said, my notes are kind of scattered, so bear with me, please. Yeah, so that's like one of the first sort of the Fogon Ruins, apparently. There was one point when I was going through, because it's sort of like a, what do you call it, a ascending dungeon. There was one part where like I accidentally like fell and I went down like a floor. Because this game is definitely, as you'll see in the gameplay footage, as well as you probably saw in the demo footage, this game is definitely a bit more, there's a lot more, not really platforming. I don't even think there's really any platforming in the game at all. Not besides the platforming that I made, where you're like jumping over the pigs and Menancia. But I don't know if I really need that realism in my Tales game to where like if I fall, I'll like fall down the floor or whatever. I mean, the game may want to be kind of like Dark Souls, let's be real, but I don't. They do kind of give you a little bit. There are definitely a couple of parts where it's like you probably could jump off and die if you really wanted to, but you're more than likely not going to. Like, definitely speaking of Menancia, there's a part, where they open in the demo where, like, you walk across and, like, there's, like, that big hill that, like, overlooks things. And in a Dark Souls game, you could actually probably jump off of that thing, but here you can't. Yeah, so you get her the clothes. She looks cool. She's like, oh, it's all old-fashioned, but it'll do. And it's like, it's her classic, like, red sort of almost flowery sort of outfit. And they show that in the status menu too, which is kind of cool. The status menu in this game, it's a bit more dynamic to where, like, depending on who's in your party, what's going on in the story, and what they're wearing, that changes. Like at this point in the story, it showed like I think like Alphen, and like when you first started the game, it showed Alphen sitting in the center, looking away with his mask on and in his like rags. But then when he gets his new clothes. He's wearing his new clothes. When Shion joins, it shows her looking on the other way. And then when she gets her new clothes, it shows that. And then, stuff. Or there's a stretch in the game to where it doesn't really change after a while. Which is interesting. I guess just because there's not really too much to really add. It's mainly party member driven. Like when you get Rinwell and Law, it shows them. When you get Dohalim and Kisara, it shows them. When you get Alphen's cool new armor. It shows that when you get his other armor, it shows that it was around. I was kind of getting more into combat at this point. The game kind of jumps you in the action pretty quickly story wise, because there's not really a lot of downtime. Because usually because I remember, I'm trying to think of a good example of it. I guess in Symphonia they do kind of jump you in the action, but it's a slow progress. Whereas here, I almost felt like a war just immediately broke out. I know I've stabbed 3 times, but it seemed like a war just immediately broke out. Even though there's technically a war currently going on in every territory, but yeah, it was the game definitely jumps you into the action pretty quickly, and I think that's probably a good thing, especially for people who want to get into combat right away, like I kind of did. I remember when I played the demo, I'm pretty sure I said something both in the Abyssal Chronicles weigh-in that we did, and in my actual video. I felt like I was kind of just switching between just doing my arts or doing my regular attacks. Here, I kind of got into a groove, and you'll see that in the gameplay too. I'm kind of playing more like I know what I'm doing. I'm pretty sure I fucked up the Blazing Pillar Mystic Art 5 times. Yes, I was kind of getting more into combat as I played, and it kind of, as I got more into it, I started to see, and I saw the similarities from the previous Tales games anyway. I still think that, it's definitely still going towards a more actiony sort of hack and slashy kind of gameplay. It's definitely going in that direction, but this is still kind of a technical sort of combat system. I guess it's kind of it actually kind of reminded me a little bit of Ys, like modern Ys, and where you've got your aerial combos, you've got your skills that you can do, you've got your uses for the skills, and you're also expected to dodge. And you get rewarded for doing perfect dodges and perfect guards. I think it's actually a lot like Ys in that, for characters like Alphen, there's no guard. I think I saw at one point where an enemy hit me and he put up his sword to guard against it. So I think there's one of the things where it's an assumed guard or something, but most of the time with Alphen, you're expected to dodge. With Kisara, you do guard, I believe, and she doesn't dodge. I mean, that makes sense. She's got a big-ass shield. She doesn't really need to dodge. But, of course, there's also, being able to move with your shield. That's a skill, which, the way this game does titles and whatnot and skills, like in previous Tales games, it kind of reminded me of Graces a little bit, where it's seemingly tied to your titles. It seemed like the titles thing is almost more of just a formality or sort of just a quality, what's the word I'm looking for? Cosmetic. It was almost more cosmetic in a way. You do get arts from these titles, but you also get them from playing the game and leveling up. A bit of a controversy that seems to have been going on with this game is that the DLC costumes also grant you titles that give you skills. I bought all the DLC costumes when I got the game, so I got some freebies. I actually really like those arts. You will see me spam Azure Storm like a mofo. That's probably my favorite art. That kind of was sort of my ranged art that I was using. I guess you could kind of say I was sort of playing a little bit like a Star Ocean game, to where your arts were dependent on sort of your distance from your opponent, which I know the game's not really set up that way, but I was almost kind of playing it like that, to where I had my close range arts, and then I had my far away arts. And I say that, but it's really just they gave you 3 slots, technically 6 when you unlock the ability to do your second slot. Another pair of 6 for your aerial combos as well. And later on, Alphen gets these fire things, which this is kind of cool too. That's another sort of loose callback to the previous Tales game, because I remember in Tempest they kind of did this with your arts, where you hold down the art button and then Alphen will charge up and do another attack. For example, his base main art is Swallow Blade or whatever. You hold it down, he does Infernal Torrent. And then as you unlock more stuff, that goes into Incineration Wave and whatnot. And that was kind of like how in Tales of the Tempest with Caius, you did Demon Fang, and then I think you had to double tap it, and he would do double Demon Fang, then you did it another time, and he would do Demonic Chaos. That was kind of cool. I actually sort of liked that. It took away your health as well, which kind of went along with the whole thing of how Alphen can't feel pain, but the Blazing Sword, as it's called, is causing a lot of friggin' damage to people, and you can see it's burning his fucking hands, but he can't feel pain. And of course, well, when he actually can feel pain later on, It doesn't really bother him that much, but of course they do sort of like some story stuff, like, it doesn't hurt as much. But lots of flaming emotions going on here, as I try really hard to segue into the fact that I just want to remind everyone that I think Alphen is really fucking cool. Like I said before, Ray Chase is killing it. I first thought it was going to be Ben Diskin from the trailers, but like, no, it's Ray Chase. And after looking up some clips, I'm like, yeah, that's definitely Ray Chase. He's killing it. He's putting a lot of passion into it and a lot of energy into it. And every time he goes into like one of his spiels about like those damn Renans and like how he's all like, that strong sense of justice, I thought was really... Alphen is just really cool. Like, I really liked how he kind of held the party together with a lot of the stuff he was saying. Like I said before, when he goes back to Mosgol and talks to Doc and talking about, wanting to fight and like his way to live and whatnot, which Zephyr kind of dips into that as well a bit. Like, it did seem a little forced. And of course, like I said before, Alphen, really at this point in the story, besides wanting to stop the oppression of 300 years, stop the crown contest that happens every like decade or so, and all that shit, besides all that, he doesn't really have much of a reason to go against the Renans. And I know that's kind of weird to think like, well, his people are being oppressed. What more reason do you need? But it's like, that comes into play later on, with the theming of this game, I think, especially once you start learning kind of more about the world around you, as well as the world around the Renans. Yeah, a lot of like little world building pieces, like in particular in that scene, that kind of just shows how disconnected these notes are. Doc talks about how like, the Danans would rather just, lay their heads down, just kind of take all the beatings and just like not cause any troubles because they don't want to get killed. And Alphen's like, fuck that shit. But and yeah, here exactly. Here, I'll just read this verbatim. Although they showed early on, Alphen's whole will to fight things seems forced. At this point, it did seem a little forced. I think mainly the reason why is because just how, like, he was kind of repeating himself a little bit, like, those damn Renans, they're causing all this cars, they're oppressing us, they're mean to us, they're dumb, And I'll go ahead and say, again, spoilers, he does kind of changes, everyone kind of changes their tune of each other, like, later on. But I'd say overall, Alphen was probably my favorite character, just because I just thought he was really cool. He was it's kind of funny how, like, they kind of played around with the idea in the skit of Zephyr being like, if something happens to me, you need to be the leader of the Crimson Crows. Like, oh, I can't do that, when he's definitely the most leadery out of the entire party. Even then, like, even though I did feel like it was kind of forced, I do like sort of like his sense of justice, and I do like how he rushed back to Moscow, like I said, to fight the soldiers and all that stuff. But yeah, basically, at this point, the gang's all like, okay, let's go attack Balsev's castle. And this is something where I was seeing a lot of people post about this, be like, oh, I'm stuck at Balsev, and I'm all like, yeah, interesting. Because I got to him, and yeah, he was kind of tough. I also died at like this rolling armadillo boss. Some of you who watched the stream I did with my friend Kiki, also from Abyssal Chronicles, we were talking about this one boar guy we were calling Big Red. There was a rolling armadillo sort of boss. It's sort of like how Exilia and like Berseria and all of them were doing. They would have your regular enemies, but then you have like your sort of like low-key mini bosses, like your 30 to 40 levels above the party that all the other enemies would be in this particular level, sort of like giant monsters. And like when you kill them, you get like a bonus thing. I think you get like these things called like the astral flowers, which like give you more healing points, which let's talk about CP. I know I'm jumping all over the place, but once I get into one thing, I gotta talk about another. But the way for your mage characters, it's like, in other Tales games, to where like you've got your, I think it's called your AC, or your points for like how many skills you can use and how many attacks you can use and whatnot. The characters who use magic and astral arts, it goes into that as well. For the characters that heal, it dips into another point meter called CP, where all of your healing arts take from that pool of CP, and not only just your healing arts, but also if you get a game over, or if you lose from a regular enemy and you don't like get a game over from like a boss or whatever, like just like a regular enemy, you don't get like a game over. You get like you sort of like lose the fight, and then like I think it like when you lose, it like takes away points from your CP or whatever. It's kind of interesting, but also outside of battle, you can use the CP meter to like heal your entire party, or heal like 80% of your party or whatever. Basically, like it's I just put it together. It's kind of like the Estus Flask from Dark Souls, where you've got like this pool of healing energy that you can use, and then like when you like your healing spells, it depletes from there, and it can get depleted pretty fast. Or particularly with me, it did. You'll see when I'm doing one of like the bonus dungeons to where like I'm kind of struggling a little bit because I made the brilliant decision to not stock up on needing items, even though I was doing a buttload of side quests that I was specifically saving for this footage of this review, because I really liked how in Zestiria and Berseria I was showing a lot of story content in the footage. That's what I like about reviewing Tales games. I like that I can do that, where instead of having to like make my own like text content, you know, in a way. So it was kind of a pain. I kind of got used to it, you know, after a while, but I don't really like that all my healers are taking from the same pool, especially considering I'm the kind of player that uses 2 healers, because Dohalim also can heal. So I use both of them just to kind of, you know, have extra healing. Plus I like having a main healer, but then I also like having a character who's sort of like a healer but also a melee person or a mage or whatever. I like having sort of like a utility character, if you will. But CP was kind of a pain because like I found that like I would always be running out of juice and whatnot. Whenever I would grind for levels or grind for things that I could use to sell to make gall, because in this game, another thing that I think is kind of a pain, you don't get galled from killing enemies. You have to do side quests, and that's how you mainly get your gall. They have treasure chests lying around dungeons that have gall in them, and that was actually pretty helpful. And when you get to the arena, they introduce like I think they call it like quick money, then like medium money, then like, you know, big money, where you fight monsters and stuff, and you can get money that way. But yeah, that's another thing. I feel like for the CP, I'd like for them to maybe go back to, and I'm talking like if they're already playing the next Tales game, which, you know, I think it'd be nice if they went back to the old way, to where like, you know, you don't have just like one giant pool of energy that you have to use all your healing in, because that was kind of a pain, because I was always like looking at it and like in fear that I was running out. And then that goes into the whole money thing, because like, you know, you get your money from side quests and also from killing the Renin soldiers and selling their dog tags and other miscellaneous shit, which I used a lot going into the Volron's castle, fighting the soldiers there, getting the gold dog tags. Then when I'm on Lenegus, going into the friggin' Forbidden Zone and killing the Renin soldier in there, getting the platinum one, grinding them, getting like friggin' 40 of them, and get like 200,000 worth of money, which I would then proceed to spend, because the orange gels and the pineapple, like the orange gels are like 3,000 gold, which I'm pretty sure like back in the day it was like 300. Or like even 30. Like the pricing on these things, they brought it up, and I think that's definitely them trying to be all like, hey, we're making it harder for you. And there are even some points in the games where like one of the things that I kept hearing from Alvin was being like, why'd you heal me? And Shion would be like, to stop you dying. He's like, oh yeah. And then with Dohalim be like, did you heal me? He's like, yes, I can't ignore your pain. It's like, oh, come on. Like I almost feel like the game was making fun of me for, you know, losing health and like getting hit and stuff. And I'm like, y'all, this is Tales of Arise. This isn't Dark Souls 4. Are you guys trying to tell me, hey, we want to make this game more like Dark Souls? So, which I think, sure, there's some stuff you can take from Dark Souls. I don't know if I necessarily need every game that I play to be like Dark Souls. You know, like, for example, there's a slight tangent. There's a rumor going around that, you know, Legacy of Kain, Blood Omen is going to get a remake for PS5, and apparently it's going to play like Dark Souls. And, like, you know, I don't know if I really need it to play like Dark Souls. It can take some cues from Dark Souls. Technical combat is fine, sort of like more timing-based action combat, and more like, you know, combat that you have to kind of commit to, and you have to kind of plan your attacks a bit better. That's fine. But I don't need every game to be like Dark Souls, to where if you die, you lose all your experience, and the game is just super really fucking hard. If anything, when I was fighting Balsef, to get back on track, I was getting Exilia 2 and Zestiria flashbacks, to where it's like, I was expecting him to kind of be a later boss. Like, again, the game really jumps you into the action. And a lot of people are saying that the game is short. My entire playthrough took me about 60 hours. Some of that might have been because I was falling asleep while playing the game, and I would leave the game on for a few hours while I was slumming. But wait, because I was comfy and stuff. Because Tales games are kind of like a comfort food for me. I also think that I think it's less that the game is short and more that the plot is short. Because when you think about it, and when we go through it, you'll kind of see that for yourself. The game, doink 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 doink, the different beats. It's okay, we do this, then this, then this, then this, and it leads us to this. Truth be told, the game doesn't really have a secondary antagonist like most Tales games do. It kind of does, but it's more like an old school JRPG to where you've got your sort of character antagonist, but then you've got sort of your environment antagonist, this big calamity or whatever. It's almost kind of like one of those games, which is strange. Even though a character kind of tries to force himself into the way of being a bigger antagonist, as he has his monsters and whatever. By the way, the monsters in these games are called Zoogles. I don't know why. It is later revealed later on that they're actually scientifically engineered monsters. So that just goes to show more of the shit that those damn Reddits have been causing, But yeah, with Balsef, to get back on track, I was having flashbacks from Exilia 2 and Zestiria to where it's this guy was really friggin' hard. And I was already, like I said, I was already kind of surprised that he was, we were fighting this, from my perspective, a pretty major character this early on. After going through his castle and doing the skits and doing this little puzzle thing, which the puzzles never take too long for me in the Tales games. I tend to run through them pretty easily. But we get to him and that's where it's revealed that Xion took his core, which is interesting, or it's implied that she took his core. But when you fight him, and there's a skip beforehand when you're walking to his throne room that kind of hint that you're maybe going to be into something more than what you would normally think. She's we need to be prepared. He's really heavy with his weapons and stuff, and he can kill Zoogles with his bare hands and shit, so he's a real buff guy. And when I was fighting him, it's just I'm thinking this guy almost seems like a boss that you're supposed to lose against. And so I lost against him. Game over. Oh, okay, I actually have to beat him. Thankfully, the game was actually kind of nice. And once it's okay, he's in the air, and I'll shoot him down with my gunny gun, because this game has little character actions that you can do. Where with Alphen, he does this move that he can do, or he brings out his blazing sword. From what I could tell with his, after playing the game for as long as I had, that I almost consider that more of it does everything. It breaks the character's guard. It activates the boost or whatever. It flinches the enemy. Law has his where he punches the guy really hard and it breaks their armor or their shield. Rinwell has her thing to where she does a magic spell and stops other spellcasters from doing theirs. Dohalim has his to where he makes roots come around and bind enemies and make them walk slower. Kisara has her to where she stops a charging enemy with her shield. And Xion has hers to where she shoots her gun in the air and brings down flying enemies. Hence here with Balsef. So I basically I did a fair amount of grinding in this game when I got to certain parts. So I just basically grinded to I think level 10. Overall, I feel I was actually generally under leveled. I beat the game at 52, which for me is kind of low because I'm usually at 62. I remember when I first played through Tales of Destiny 2 on the PS2, I beat it 40 something, and I think now I'm 58. But I always try to make it a goal to get to at least 60. And if I get to 70 or 80, that's sort of a sign that okay, yeah, I'll bend this game over my knee. And there were definitely some parts in the game to where I felt I needed to grind, but then I would actually get to the part and I would actually do okay. Particularly the final boss in some instances. But yeah, after I grinded some levels or ground some levels, I don't know or grinding. Well, I don't know what the proper term is, but you know what I mean. Got to level 10. Also went ahead and decided to use the DLC weapons that I got. The proto arm or whatever it's called, that green sword, and then Xion did hers. And I gave everyone their little specialty weapon because again, I got the DLC that came with those specialty costumes that also gave everyone their weapons like extra weapons and stuff. I did that. I was kind of hoping to just use the regular weapons, though. Thankfully, one thing that's kind of cool that I kind of hope more Tales games do this in the future is that along with your like costumes and stuff, you also have weapon skins. So like if you like the look of a certain sword, you can put it on there and roleplay that you're playing an old RPG to whereas like even though you have new equipment, it doesn't actually change how your character looks in the actual game. Because like these days in these kind of games, you know, like when you have a new weapon, it shows up on your character. Especially in games where you make your own character, having your equipment show up on your character is kind of important to give your character personality. Whereas here, they don't really need to because it's more about telling a narrative story rather than role playing or even world building in a way. Even though this game does both of those things very well. If you want to like role play, like Alphen is only using the dull sword for some reason, but I want to make it seem like even though he's using that dull sword, I'm still like doing high level damage as if I'm using like this titanium sword that I just equipped and I equipped it, but hey, it looks like I still have the dull sword, you know, that kind of thing. And the game kind of spoils a little bit of some stuff too with Alphen too, because when you get his other costumes and they give you the different hairstyles, his mask is gone. Like his mask is straight up gone. And the way the skits work now, which is another bit of a slight controversial change, is that it's comic book style or manga style, but it's done in the game engine. It's not anime. It's not an anime cutscene anymore. And your costume actually shows up in these cutscenes. So if you wanted to, you could have a maskless Alphen like that early in the game, so you can see his facial expressions. And thankfully, they actually kind of kept that in mind. When I do his mystic art, when it shows up and they show that close up on his face, it does kind of look like they didn't really account for the fact that you might not have his mask, because one of his eyes kind of looks like kind of dead. But then, like when they actually show other stuff, he gets more animated. And so I'd be kind of curious to see sort of like how his mask or how his face looks in older skits. I might have to maybe take a look and see and kind of see how that goes. But yeah, so I did finally beat him. And then Phase 2 starts. We just wanted to make sure you understand that we publish Dark Souls. Not that Dark Souls is the only game that... If anything, Dark Souls actually doesn't even have that many Phase 2 bosses. But yeah, Balsif has a second phase to where, like, he does something with the Master Core and it summons this giant, like, Ifrit-looking monster. And you end up fighting both of them. But this is done at, like, the halfway point, so it's not like you have to fight Balsif at full health again, because that would suck. But you fight both of them, and you only really have to fight Balsif. I didn't even check to see if you could actually attack the giant fire monster behind him. But you fight Balsif again, you kill him. Or I say kill, but you know, you beat him up. And during this fight, Alphen's mask breaks, or half of it breaks, and you actually get to see some of his pretty face. Alphen uses his blazing sword to absorb the astral energy, and he uses that astral energy to like destroy like the core thing in the wall and whatnot. And then there's this, you know, pretty intense scene where like he's all like, "I remember my name. My name is Alphen!" And then it plays the anime opening again. And I say again because you've likely watched it the first time when you loaded up the game. Which, that's still pretty cool. I almost do kind of wish that maybe it wouldn't load the anime cutscene until you got to that part, and then you see it for the first time, and then every other time afterwards it plays. I'm pretty sure the Destiny remake did that. I'm like 75% sure it did that. I'm pretty sure there's one Tales game to where like it wouldn't load, or there was some game that I played, Tales or not, to where like it didn't load like the anime cutscene until I actually got that anime opening cutscene. That's another one of the anime openings, and that's one of the nicer looking ones for sure. Truth be told, I feel like the only anime cutscenes that look kind of poor, quote unquote, are the ones that are just like regular anime cutscenes for the story. There's one that shows a pretty heavy moment with Alphen that actually looked pretty good that I almost got spoiled because I saw it on YouTube because I just got too curious. I'm like, Alphen mask, and like I saw like a cutscene where, you know, he gets his mask because it was given to him. Yeah, so that one I think is one of the better looking ones. And the this first anime opening, because spoiler alert, there's a second, I think probably looked the best. But speaking of the opening, this is another instance of sort of Tales history, I guess, because this song is actually sung in English by the band. I'm not actually too familiar with this band. Like I said before in the what do you call it? Demo review, I did have not really insider info. I knew the things I really knew about the game when it was being released. I knew about Dohalim, I knew about Kisara, and I knew that and I say I knew, but like I was told these things by Abby from Bristol Chronicles, who told everybody. I'm not special in that regard, but so I knew about Dohalim, Kisara, and then I also was told that the game was going to feature an anime opening with a male band. My first thought was Spire, but it's actually not. It's actually by a band called Kankaku Piero, which is the name of the song is Hibana, and the song was sung in both English and Japanese. And this is interesting too because like this is more like Tales of Vesperia with Ring a Bell by Bonnie Pink, to where like it seemed like this English version was made specifically for the game or something. It's hard to really say, because Vesperia got an English sung theme song that came out around the same time and was used around the same time. I'm really only saying this because like with Graces, since we got that localized version kind of a fair amount after the game had already came out, but like when the Boa album came out with White Wishes, she had sung an English version that was on like that single. So I guess technically you can make the argument that like, well, it was produced at the same time, but and of course they use that English version. But I'm of the opinion that as far as Grace is concerned, they probably only used it just because they had access to it. And funnily enough, even though like there's the Japanese version, even in the Japanese version of the song, Hibana, there's English thrown into the song, which is kind of funny because I've heard both versions. It's a decent song. Again, I'm not too familiar with this band. Like I said, I was expecting something more along the lines of Spire or something, but I will go ahead and say at one point later on they do introduce a couple other songs, particularly a second opening and then sort of like they call it an insert song, I guess, if you will. I've got it pulled up on Wikipedia because I can't remember the name, but both songs are performed by a singer called Ayaka, and they're sung in Japanese. So like Hibana is the only song that actually has an English version, and I don't even know if the entire song, like the full like 4 or 5 minute version of the song or whatever, is sung in English. Maybe it's just one of those things where we're like, yeah, we did an English version, but we only did it for like the opening cut of the song. But yeah, I guess it's here where you could say we're out of the prologue and into the main meat of the game. Kind of, not really, because the game's actually been kind of already started. Yeah, so we defeated Balsef, and now the next thing is to start planning for the next trip, which Alphen and Shion go to like check on the wall to see kind of like how things are going. Like they see that like it's open up, and here they kind of argue. Alphen, like Shion is kind of a bitch, especially here. I say especially here. Like she softens up a bit. She definitely softens up a bit, but like for like a good chunk of the game, she's kind of cold. She has a reason to, and she does lighten up. But right now, she's like a mega bitch. And I kind of like how Alphen kind of gives her shit for it. And he kind of does sort of like, it's one of those things where it's like, stop being such a bitch because I like you. One of those things where like he gets mad at her, but like he gets mad at her kind of because he likes her. And she kind of liked the compliment. But while they're arguing, we see a hooded girl with a little owl thing kind of stumbling around, and they pass out. And she passes out. And we get introduced to Rinwell. And it turns out she is from another resistance group. I think they're called the Silver Swords. And she's from the realm of Cislodia. That's what they call their territories. They call them realms. And Cislodia is like a sort of like a blizzardy place where stuff happens and people like to eat hamburgers or something. I don't know if they eat. I'm joking. But she crossed over to Calaglia because she was trying to get help from the Crimson Crows to help her with her realm. And she was the only one of her team to survive. And she also doesn't like run-ins. Now, I was expecting Rinwell to kind of be my favorite of the females. And by favorite, I mean the one that I was going to give the school costume to. And again, and this is typical for Tales games, where like they start off if you don't like them at first, there's a chance you may like them later on because they soften up. But here it's like she's kind of a bitch as well. She doesn't like Renans, and like Alphen, at least in this instance, like at this point, I feel like even this early on, Alphen's sort of like sense of justice kind of grew on me, mainly because of, again, Ray Chase is killing it. He's putting a lot of power into it. He's doing great. All the voice casted really well in this game. They all sound great. I believe Xion is voiced by Erica Lindbeck, who is of course Magilu in Berseria, and of course I also know her as Cassie Cage from Mortal Kombat, specifically 11. Zephyr's voiced by Patrick Seitz, so I guess you could say that's sort of his current tales. I feel like he's almost kind of like Kyle Hebert, and that he's in a lot of stuff. And I think I actually heard Kyle Hebert at one point. I think I actually heard Yuri Lowenthal, which is kind of interesting. Rinwell, I think, is voiced by Christine Marie Cabanos, who I'm not too familiar with. She sounded alright. She kind of sounded sort of young. Like, she sounds sort of like that naive, sort of like youthful girl who thinks she knows everything about the world, but it turns out she really doesn't. And I think that definitely kind of comes into play with her distaste for the Rens, because she definitely felt forced, in my opinion. Like, it felt like she hated Rens because she felt like she had to. Even though, like, truthfully, like, and she does have a reason to dislike Renans, but her backstory gets a little sort of strange, and especially in terms of how she acts once that gets revealed about what happened with her, and of course other stuff that kind of she's a strange character. Yeah. So word got around that Alphen and Xion defeated Ball 7, so Cyslodia was all like, "Hey, Rinwell, go find Alphen and Xion and then bring them to us so that we can kill our lord and stuff and overthrow our world and shit." So that's why she's here. And so basically, Xion, Alphen, and then Rinwell and Zephyr, which that's one thing that I remember they were talking about in the game, or like when they were talking about like the promotional stuff. I didn't read too much into it, but I remember they did show Zephyr, and he was going to be sort of like a quote-unquote guest party member. Like, even though he's not an actual member of the party, and he more than likely won't... He might be in Tesla Race, I don't know, but he shows up as part of your party, and he actually kind of plays like Law, which that... yeah, we're getting to it. That's one thing about the Tales series. They really hand you a lot of stuff and kind of set things up really well, and this game did that actually really well. I actually kind of like it in stories when when things seem obvious and they kind of keep setting up stuff and like it pays off. I actually really like that. I really like that about Gilmore Girls. Some people might call that cliche and lazy writing, but I actually kind of like that a lot. But yeah, so even though he's not like an actual official member of the party, he does help out. I don't think he has sort of like a special ability like the other characters do, but he does like punch stuff, and I think he gets like some dialogue here and there. And while they're camping and stuff and during skits, Zephyr keeps asking Alphen about like why he's here and what it means to be a slave versus free, and all that stuff, and like what he's doing. Like, kind of, he's sort of kind of serving as sort of a mentor to Alphen, which is interesting. And I think this is also kind of like a good thing that they're doing for Alphen, because again, like, kind of like Rinwell, besides just the oppression and stuff, he doesn't really have much of a reason to dislike Renans. Like, not a personal reason. I mean, like, you can have a good reason to. I mean, I think not wanting to be oppressed. But what I'm trying to get at is that like he's kind of a lost soul at this point in the story. And I feel like this effort trying to kind of like get him to sort of like make a reason for himself is sort of helping him sort of find himself. They make it to Cyslodia. I'm pretty sure there's a dungeon beforehand. I don't remember specifically what kind of dungeon it is. There's a lot of like transitional like dungeon areas which don't really seem to add too much story and lore unless there's actually like a skit or something. But when they get attacked by some people, Rinwell ends up using a magic spell because it turns out she's a mage. Wait a minute. I thought Danans couldn't use astral energy. Well, it turns out she can because she's part of a mage tribe, a long-deceased mage tribe where she may be the last of her kind, to where it turns out, hey, I can actually use magic spells. Like, damn, girl. It's pretty epic. And she was hiding it. She was told to hide it from the Renans, and she was told to not... she was basically told to hide and not show off her powers. And she, after some prodding from Xion and a little bit from Alphen, she ultimately decides to lend her magic skills to use in battle, and that's when she joins the party. And she's your mage in the group. And they make it to the front, and that's where, again, they get attacked from some soldier people guys, including a character who looks kind of familiar, the character Law. And so you're fighting them, but Zephyr's not doing anything. He's just taking it. He's not fighting. Like, Zephyr, what's going on? It's like he's not fighting at all. And he ends up getting captured. And it turns out that Law is actually Zephyr's son. And he allows... because he's trying to reconcile with his son, because he kind of abandoned him. And so he allows himself to get captured and stuff. And so the gang, they escape, and they're trying to figure out how do you rescue Zephyr. And so they find some way to get inside, and they make it to the Silver Swords, where they report everything. And just to kind of talk about sort of just the kind of control that the Renans have. One thing that comes up is the fact that Cyslodia never gets daylight, and it's always in like some weird sort of like night, sort of like dusk, sort of like snow place. Obviously that changed after you liberate the place. But what makes Cyslodia different from Calaglia is that the Lord of Cyslodia has these lackeys called the Snake Eyes that are basically, they're mean, they arrest people like for whatever reasons, and both the Danans and the Renans work for them. So like you can't trust anybody. And because also the Danans will rat each other out so that they don't get caught. And I think also like so they can get rewarded and stuff. But the Silver Swords have double agents working for both sides anyway, so it's like they get intel and stuff. But like basically Cyslodia is kind of like where no one can trust each other, even the Danans. And this is sort of like, this game is doing a very interesting job of showing like the different perspectives of the different realms. Because here with Calaglia, they show you like the basic, like, you know, Renans are oppressing the Danans. Here in Cyslodia, they're still being oppressed, but they're kind of still working against each other. That kind of comes into play later on when you start to realize that, well, wait a minute, maybe it's not necessarily the Renans that are the problem, per se. But yeah, at this point, apparently also in my notes, I note that after a battle, I sometimes get turned around and go the wrong way. I don't recall this happening later in the game, so again, this is sort of like, I guess it's me just kind of getting used to things. Because they do the old school Tales thing. It's still sort of like, it's still like a Berserker to where free run is quote unquote activated all the time. But here, instead of like just doing like a seamless battle thing to where you just fight in like a general, in like a screenshot of your area, it goes into like an actual like transition, and you go to like an actual fighting area. So it's kind of old school in that way. And sometimes I would get confused, and even it would happen sometimes, especially when I was like grinding and fighting the Renan soldiers, and I would be going like back and forth trying to like reload the area and get the soldiers to come back. And so as the gang go along, they figure out that the slaves in Cyslodia, they're forced to work at the floodgates, kind of like how the slaves in Calaglia are forced to do like, you know, the freight pulling and all the heavy labor and the intense heat and whatnot. And they're sent there kind of as punishment in case they're caught doing something bad. And the people in Cyslodia, like the regular people, the Danans even, kind of going back to what I was saying before, they save their skin by reporting any sort of like suspicious activity. And of course, those people end up getting sent to the floodgates anyway. So there's a lot of like, what do you call it? Trust issues, distrust going on with both the Renans and the Danans, like I was saying before. There's a scene that I really liked with Alphen, and where he's yelling at this guy who turns in this old one who I think I remember that he was tearing in his mother or something, or there's some sort of relation. You know, Alphen's all like, what? So then, of course, that sets him off, you know, with his sense of justice and whatnot. And we get some more sort of lore pieces about the world around us. This game does a lot of world building during these trips. They sprinkle it in along with the world, or rather, what I mean to say is, I kind of misspoke there. There's sort of location building about the world around them, in this case, Slodia, but then also further world building, if I can talk properly, of Dana as a whole. Like here we learn, and Rena too, to an extent. Of course, with Rena, there's, that's a whole different ball game. Lots of stuff going on here. But anyway, we learned that on Dana, there's because we got the different kind of versions of astral energy with the different elements like wind, fire, earth, and all that shit. It turns out there's also light astral energy and dark astral energy. And according to Shion, there's no dark astral energy on Dana, and there's no light energy in Rena. But there's like a plentiful amount of both types on either world. So like Dana has like a bunch of light, and of course Rena supposedly has a lot of dark. Once we actually get to Rena, that kind of becomes a bit more. Well, I was about to say true, but I'm getting ahead of I'm getting ahead of myself. So that's something to kind of that comes into play a little bit later on. That's one of the sections where it's a little unclear about just what we know about astral energy. Which, again, like I've said a million times, is going to come into play later. Like I said, there's a lot of sort of lore and world building, a lot of setting up, too, I noticed. It's around this time, also, where Rinwell drops the whole thing about the mages being persecuted, which is why they were in hiding, and, of course, she makes it sound like, and it's later revealed, I'll go ahead and say, that, like, it was, the Renans were persecuting them, and in her case, pretty intensely, and we'll get into that when we get to a couple realms down the line. But also, Danans were kind of persecuting them for their abilities, and so they had to go into hiding. So Rinwell's kind of an interesting character, in that from what we know so far, she's had to kind of deal with persecution and borderline racism, I guess, especially from both parties, which kind of makes things sort of interesting for the dynamic. She already doesn't really like Shion that much because she's a Renin. Rinwell has this, in my opinion, almost very childish distaste for Renins. Almost like she only hates them because the adults hate them. And it's here with her sort of going into hiding that's made a little bit more apparent. I mean, the mages being in hiding, because like, from that perspective, she hasn't really experienced the persecutions of Renins, like the actual Denins, like Alphen and Law and Zephyr and all of them have experienced actually living life. Because if she is in hiding, she doesn't really have much of a right to at least complain from a personal standpoint, in my opinion. Rinwell, at this point in the story, I wasn't really too keen on. She grew on me later on, and that's one thing that the Tales series has always been really good about. The characters kind of grow on you over time because they grow and they improve as you come to learn more about them. And she definitely has a reason to dislike Renins a little bit, but, well, again, we'll get to that later. So we finally figured out what's going on with Zephyr. It turns out he's actually going to be executed by the Lord of Cyslodia, personally, it seems like, for his crimes and whatnot. And they even ring the bells, because they make a public announcement while the gang are hanging out at the Silver Swords place, talking to the people there and kind of figuring out their plans. But then it turns out that, like, oh no, we sped it up a lot quicker, which is interesting that they would go ahead and speed it up. But, So the gang, they get over there, and of course, that's where we learn more about what happened with Zephyr. And we also learned this from Law as well, because there's like a little bit of an exchange with him where Alphen kind of has sort of like a, what do you call it? I don't want to say a talk with him, because it's not like he's like, hey man, come here. And like they kind of go off in the corner, like, what are you doing, man? Like he does kind of have like a certain talking to him and is able to sort of reason with them. But, he basically, Zephyr abandoned Law and his family to go fight the Renins, and he ended up missing his wife's funeral, who died. And of course that, pissed off Law, because he felt like he was being abandoned for something like this. So here we are kind of seeing, and that's the reason why he joined, the Snake Eyes and whatnot. It's later revealed, I'm pretty sure, that he's actually from Calaglia, which is interesting, even though, we see him as kind of like the Cyslodia character. But yeah, so we see sort of what this whole Dan and Renan war is doing to people as well, who aren't really interested in fighting. Not even just like a sort of like with the slaves in Calaglia who would rather just obey and not get killed. Like people who seemingly aren't really doing much. I can't really speak for what Law would have done in a perfect world where there wasn't any sort of war like this, or like what he would have done. I imagine he probably would have picked up the fight either way. But what I'm trying, I know that doesn't really make hardly any sense, but you know what I mean? What I'm trying to get at here is that we sort of see kind of what's happening to the, I guess you can kind of chalk it up to like in war stories where like they show kind of what happens when a soldier goes off to war. And you see what happens with their family. You've probably seen the videos on YouTube of the soldiers coming home and surprising their kids while they're at school, and it's all emotional and stuff, because it's a real scary thing where you don't know if they're going to come back, so you kind of see sort of that side too, to an extent. I feel like as I'm saying that, I feel like I can't really, that might be a little bit of a misspeak. I don't know what the present tense version of misspoke is. But so, and Zephyr, he actually does regret this. Like, he regrets that he wasn't there for Law, and Law hears all this and he's like, any last words? The Lord says. And so Zephyr uses that chance to sort of talk about his regrets and whatnot, and what he would do better. And of course that touches Law. I don't remember if Law was actually in that scene at the time. And of course, this is like when you actually get to like the final area. Of course, there's like a dungeon, section. Or I say dungeon, but it's a castle. And there's this scene where you get to the armory, and Alphen notes this suit of armor. He's like, oh man, that looks cool. And I think Rinmo's like, that's ancient Danon armor from the old hero back in the day. I don't think she name drops it, but they end up calling it's called the Sin Cleaver armor. There's like even a skill where like, I think I might recognize it. That's like knowing what I know about Alphen's backstory now and the twist with him. The thing with the armor and him recognizing the armor is most certainly a red herring. But it's definitely one of those moments. There are several moments where, especially when Alphen is doing something, she's like, okay, dude, come on, let's go. But it's the armor that, you see an Alphen wear on like the cover art and like the promotional material. It's like that black armor that it almost kind of like matches, that his mask a little bit. And of course he puts the blue scarf on it because he's like, oh, well, Xion said that like blue's a good color for me. So I decided to accessorize it and make it look cool. So that's sort of how we first see this armor. Honestly, like, I'll go ahead and say, I know that's one of my favorite things to say in these reviews, but like, because I'll also go ahead and say, after the big fight where they get ready to move on to the next area, he's just shown putting it on. It's like, oh yeah, it was a thanks from the Silver Swords and stuff, and so they just gave me this armor, and I'm all like, that's the most anticlimactic way of receiving armor I've ever seen. Like, I don't know, I was expecting that to be sort of like a, halfway point of the like second act of the game to where like he's like the king of the universe and that's his armor or something. Quite frankly, and I hate to be that guy, the armor looks cool. I think Alphen looks better without it. I actually kind of liked his sort of like Crimson Crow's outfit that he wore. I actually kind of like that one probably the best. His third outfit's pretty cool, but I think I like his quote unquote Crimson Crow uniform better. There's actually sort of like a palette swap of it to where it's like more like the darker sort of colors of the Sin Cleaver armor, so it kind of matches sort of like the look a little better, which I think is kind of cool. But yeah, that's sort of, it's a little jumping ahead section. Like, they show the armor as you're going through the dungeon. Again, dungeon, I mean castle. Because I'm pretty sure it's a castle. Or it is a castle. I don't freaking remember. But also one thing that I think is pretty cool that other Tales games haven't really done. Because I want to go ahead and use this time to sort of like do a quick thing on the music. In this section, there's the main battle music that they play. That violin, song that they've played in regular fights, and of course when you get to the second half of the game they play sort of like a more rock version of it. But when you're in sort of like the castles and dungeons of the lords, they have sort of like the dungeon music, but then the battle music is sort of like an amped up version of the dungeon music, and I actually thought that was really cool. It kind of reminded me a little bit of this was unintentional obviously, but in Tales of Zestiria, to where like it's Soray and Alicia, and they're hunting in the area, and they're playing Soray's theme, like dee 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 dee, like the happy version. But then of course the battle theme is sort of like that amped up version. It's like dun 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 dun. That was terrible, but you know what I mean. It was, and the way it kind of flows in like that is just really cool. And this game does that as well. The sewer music from the sewer dungeon I liked a lot. The music in general, it's still Motoi Sakuraba doing the music, and there are definitely a lot of instances where it sounds like his typical Tales music. Of course, at this point, he's done Dark Souls as well, and he even did a little bit of Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, which is interesting to me. And he's done other things as well. I don't remember if he did Scarlet Nexus. I know that's sort of like the other big Namco RPG that came out around the same time, or a little bit before Arise, but the music, it definitely has like that Tales sound to it, but it sounds like either it was rearranged by someone else to make it sound more grandiose, or they had like higher quality sort of orchestra audio samples or something, because I'm pretty sure it's processed music. I don't think they actually recorded it live or anything like that to keep it kind of flowing and whatnot. But it sounds kind of like a more evolved, grander version of a typical Tales music. Some music just straight up sounds like it's from a different game, in a good way. A lot of the early stuff in Calaglia sounded that way, and sounds cool. There aren't really too many songs that particularly stood out besides the sewer music, and I like the battle theme and more what the music is doing. I did also like the Calaglia field music, if you will. So like this like little slow horn song. It's kind of funny. I was actually I remember I had that song stuck in my head like one of the days I was working after playing the game for the first time. Like, oh dang, music's sticking with me. But decent track. And they get to where the Lord is. I was about to say the leader. He's a bit more than a leader. He's a Lord. His name's Ganabelt. They get to him, and Zephyr, he's about to get killed, and they actually are able to free him by, I think there's like a little. It's technically like a two fight thing. In fact, I might actually have gotten the castle and thing kind of switched around a little bit. So you'll have to kind of forgive me for kind of talking about things out of order, because it's one thing to jump ahead. It's another thing entirely to kind of go out of order. You know what I mean? But basically, because I remember they go back to like one of the ends after this big thing happens. But talking about mistrust and people being, on both sides, it turns out that the Ganabelt we see is not actually the real Ganabelt, and that the real Ganabelt is actually the leader of the Silver Swords. So he's been with us the entire time while we were here, and he's been the one who's kind of been like leaking information and whatnot, and he takes a dagger that's poisoned and stabs Zephyr with it and poisons him. And Alphen gets friggin' pissed. Gets really, really angry. And he's now able to do his mystic art, Scarlet Inferno! Which is really cool. Where he gets all fiery and stuff. Of course, it's called... He says Scarlet Inferno, but the name of the actual art is apparently Scarlet Outburst. Of course, Law... Yeah, I'm looking at mine as like, I kind of talked a little bit ahead. But yeah, the scene I was talking about before where Alphen talks to Law, has a little pep talk. And of course he hears about Zephyr talking about his regress, and of course they retreat. Zephyr, he ends up dying. Alphen's pissed about it. Law's pissed about it. And then they storm the castle. But yeah, to sum up a section that I kind of butchered with explaining, because I went out of order. I'm kind of hard on myself, like another character we're about to meet. But no, yeah, they get to Ganabelt, they defeat him. This it's kind of funny. Like he's a mage, and I think he's the first boss that you fight that actually has a mystic art. Oh yeah. Because he does indignation, and it's one of those things to where like it's almost like it's one of those games. I think Dragon Ball Z Kakarot even did this as well with like I think Golden Frieza and some other characters. But it's one of those sections to where it's like, oh no, the bad guy is charging his attack. Be sure to attack him to and bring up this gauge so that he stops his attack. And of course, it didn't do shit. But like, yeah, he does indignation. It's kind of actually sort of cool how like while you're attacking him, he's charging the spell. He says the incantation. So obviously, if you're a longtime Tales fan, you know how much time you have based on where he's at in the speech. I think he did it like 2 or 3 times. I remember him trying to spam it. But, and it was getting to a point to where, honestly, at this point, I don't remember the game being that particularly difficult in this instance, but what would happen is that his indignation would hit me and it would hit pretty hard. And so it got to a point where he was like constantly trying to spam it. I think another boss down the line did the same thing. Like he tried to do it like 3 times in a row, and I just kept... I'm just like, okay, no, dude, I just need to bum rush you until you die. And he finally did. I may have mentioned this before, but one of my favorite strategies, thanks to the DLC with the arts, was dodging twice and then doing an Azure Storm. Dodging twice, I was like, huh, huh, Azure Storm! Huh, huh, Azure Storm! I was using Azure Storm as my ranged attack, like I said before, and that actually... It actually kind of helped a little bit when I wanted a turtle. I would have to remember to actually aim the attack, though. And you might be thinking, why don't you just use one that actually goes farther, like Double Demon Fang? Double Demon Fang takes a little longer to activate! Whereas Azure Storm was like a lot quicker. Come to think of it, does Alphen learn regular Azure Edge? So you mean to tell me he has Demon Fang, Double Demon Fang, even, but he just gets Azure Storm? I know Azure Storm is a DLC art, but like, unless it's one of those things to where it's like you would have learned it later on, but the game just gives it to you, that doesn't really make a lot of sense, because that would mean that like the title pool that you would be learning it from is accessible in the regular game, which I know the game could be one of those games to where like the DLC is built into the game already, but like when you buy the DLC on the store, it kind of what it's doing to your system is sending like an activation code, like, yes, you can use this now because you bought it, kind of thing. Because some games are like that, to where they'll have the DLC on the actual disc. That's why some games, like Saint Seiya Sanctuary Battle, you can actually, even though the store listing for the game has shut down, unfortunately. So if you're like me and you lost your save data and your European DLC that you had to buy using PlayAsia money, you can still find like some guide or something that like made like sort of like an installer for like the emulator to like get your DLC characters that way. I'm still trying to figure that out because like, for some reason it won't work on my save file. But anyway, just a little bit of food for thought. Has Demon Fang, has Double Demon Fang, might even have Demonic Chaos. I don't know. I haven't gotten that far in the skill tree yet. I have a bunch of skills, just not Demonic Chaos or Demonic Circle for that matter, which I would prefer. But he only has Azure Storm. Howling Azure Storm. Because for some reason, a lot of the moves in this game, particularly with the melee characters, have extended lines. Like, I think Law's Mystic Art, Tenebrous Claw, I think it's called, like, Gnashing, or it's a G word, Tenebrous Claw, but he doesn't say, like, the full thing. Of course, Howling Azure Storm and all that. But, yeah, so we beat Ganabelt. We spend like the night in an inn or something, and the next day everyone kind of gets up, and of course Alvin's wearing the armor that he just like, hey, I just decided to get it because it looked cool, which again, really kind of anticlimactic. I was kind of hoping there'd be a bit more weight to the armor. Kind of remind me a little bit of Final Fantasy Tactics in a way. I mean, even though I haven't finished that game yet, but I know Ramza has his different armors, and of course, what is his second armor, or what is his second outfit? Purple armor. It's kind of funny. And what's his primary colors for his first outfit? Blue and orange and yellow, kind of. And what's Alphen's? Blue, white, and yellow. Or the sort of like pelt that he has around his waist is sort of like orange or whatever, or tan or what. I'm putting too much thought in stuff that like they were all like, yeah, we didn't even plan that. We just were trying to make it look cool. But no. Yeah, so one thing also in one of the battles, and this is kind of sort of where the Dark Souls sort of influences kind of come in. In the Revel Prison Tower dungeon, apparently I did a cool thing where I dodged and did an air attack and that went into Stardust, which is sort of like my aerial sort of like stabbing move. I vaguely remember that, and by vaguely I mean not at all, but I wrote it down in my notes, so I apparently did it. There are a lot of moments, though, that I do remember, where, like, I felt like, okay, I did this cool dodge, and I went to, like, this cool attack. That's one thing, like, there's definitely a little bit more strategy being put into this combat. So that stuff like that normally wouldn't be rewarding in games. Like, or wouldn't be rewarding in previous Tales games were rewarding here. Like, so, yeah, that's cool. And, of course, not getting any money and gold from fighting enemies at this point didn't seem to affect my progress. That's going to kind of come into play later on because I found myself having to grind. Because, thankfully, though, like, the dog tags that you would get from fighting the ranged soldiers, that kind of became my main way of grinding for money. As you're leaving, you run into Law, and he's all like, hey, man, you want to come with it? And it's like, yeah, hell yeah, dude. And so he ends up coming with us, and he's sort of our Zephyr replacement. From what I can tell, he played pretty similar. I'd have to go back and play the beginning parts of the game to really take note. But, yeah, I'm definitely glad to have... I definitely sort of felt like a gameplay sort of like... I don't want to say weight was lifted off my shoulders or whatnot, but it was very... Law is Zephyr's son. It was cool to have someone who was like Zephyr in the fucking party, okay? I don't know how to talk, apparently. Maybe I'll know how to talk on the next day when I record this. Anyway, so... And speaking of recording and whatnot, I don't remember if I mentioned this or not, but there have been a couple of times, and this happened in Zestiria in particular, I remember, when you first meet Zavid, and Mikleo has a line that just does not match the subtitles. But there have been a couple of times where the voiceover and the subtitles don't really match. Usually the voiceover would have an extra line, or they would have like an extra word or something. That seems to be the case with a lot of these games lately, where the voiceover is working off of a quote-unquote dub script. I'm only calling it a dub script just because, you know, it's translated and localized and whatnot. Even though, with these games and some anime now, depending on the recording situation, especially now with COVID, not to date this recording and review for people who are going to be watching it years later after COVID's over, but they don't dub to lip flaps, they dub to timing, unless they're doing an anime cutscene. And even then, I'd wager for the anime cutscenes, they may also be dubbing to timing as well. So a lot of times, they kind of have to change up things here and there, because it doesn't really match the timing, because they're trying to plug in the audio file into the same slot that the Japanese one is in, and they're trying not to kind of do too much work with it. That may sound cheap, but at the same time, they're also doing it that way to kind of get things done, fast, because, they got to ship this game out. I'm playing the English dub, if you couldn't already tell by the mention of Ray Chase and some of these other English voice actors. Erica Lindbeck. Interestingly to note, Law is voiced by Bryce Papenbrook, who, was Asbel in Tales of Graces, and kind of like Sam Riegel with the whole... Flynn and Jude situation. I almost feel like when I think of Bryce Papenbrook, my first instinct goes to Law over Asbel. Their voices are pretty similar. It's not... I feel like, but even, kind of, again, like Sam Riegel, the cadence is a little different. Like, you can hear different nuances in the voices. And of course, the last big JRPG I played was East 9, where Bryce Papenbrook voiced Adol, so... Similar kind of... Law is definitely a bit more upbeat. I would maybe argue that Adol has a little bit more in common with Asbel, slightly, than At least the adult that I roleplayed as, because I usually kept him pretty straight, with the rare instances that I didn't, typically. Because I remember in East and well, wait a minute, I actually kind of played around a little bit. But, yeah, so it was kind of interesting for me to kind of hear him return to the Tale series. And, of course, Erica Lindbeck, she was Magilo as well. And, of course, the two characters sound completely different. Same with Ray Chase, who did Artorias and is now doing Alphen. They sound different. And there are a couple other recurring characters. I think I mentioned in the Japanese version based on the credits, which gets to that later on, but Fumihiko Tachiki voices Balsef, and of course Tachiki is Kratos. So, and Hayami Sho voices another character who we see early on. Who is like this hooded swordsman who's shown, and he just slaughters a bunch of Zeugles. They showed him in the trailers, and they made him look all mysterious and stuff, and they also showed him the anime opening fighting Alphen. So it's pretty clear he's going to be a pretty important antagonist. My first thought, like, okay, this is the Duke, or the Mythos, or the Hugo, even, of this game. I was both right and wrong. But he shows up, like, pretty early on in the section. I don't really know why I have it this late in the notes. A lot of time when I'm writing my notes, especially with East 9, to where I wrote the notes after I was playing for the day, whereas here with Arise, I would try to write as I play, because I wrote it on my phone, using the Notes app on my iPhone, and I had to move it into WordPad and sort of change up the font and everything to make sure everything, looked properly. I'm putting stuff that happened earlier, like, later in here, because, like, this happens pretty, early on when you get into Cislodia, or at least, like, before you get to the actual Cisloden, area, the town. I keep calling it, it's like a city, it's a snowy city, which, But also, there's a scene going back to the guy who ratted out that woman. Alphen talks to him, and he actually regrets his decision. And of course, Alphen, being the cool guy, is all like, "Hey, bro, it's not too late. You can turn your life around and do better." Which, Alphen is just so friggin' cool. He's got the friggin'... He is wise beyond his years, and that's both a hint and also a comment and compliment on his personality. Because there's a reason why he seems like a wise old grandpa. We'll just say that much. Which is, again, one like the big reason why I like him. I just loved how, like, his strong sense of justice, how, like, encouraging he was, how his leadership skills, which of course made me, excited to see, like, okay, once we know about him, and I predicted this as well, and this ended up being kind of, it didn't last as long as I thought it would, but it did end up being true. We're going to learn something about him, and he's going to have a point where he falls. He falls, and the team is going to have to bring him back up. Yeah, before I left to the next area, which, by the way, like, I kind of got used to it after a while, but particularly after battles, I would get turned around. And in this section, I just couldn't figure out where to go. Thankfully, the next section, after you beat it, like, Dohalim... Spoiler, Dohalim's in the next section, if you couldn't already freaking tell. He points you in the right direction, whereas here, I didn't know where to go. And I finally figured out where to go, and I kind of just went like, okay, well, there's a dungeon this way, so I guess this is where I'm supposed to friggin' go. Which I'm not a real big fan of that in my JRPGs, to where, especially my story-driven ones, to where it's like they don't really give you a sense of direction. Another franchise that I kind of have a love-hate relationship with kind of does this a lot in their early games, so, I was kind of hoping you were better than that, Tails. I'm sorry to see that you suck so low! No, I'm just kidding. And once I figured out where I was supposed to go, I found it. But before I went off to the next place, there's this recurring side quest with a hungry guy. I think it actually starts here. I might be just horribly confused, and I just happened to miss his Calaglia questline. So far, I'm pretty sure I've done his one in Cislodia, and then I did his one in the next world, or realm. But there's this hungry guy's like, I want to taste great cuisine that you must get the ingredients for, because I have a recipe and I want you to make the food for me. And this first one is like, ugh. It's kind of funny. because Xion can heal, and of course, I don't think I've mentioned like the field stuff that you can like. Alphen does a thing to where like he can like destroy things with his blazing sword, and Xion, she heals, and she heals people, and of course La, he punches things, and Rinwell, she does like, I'm pretty sure her perk comes in like late to where she does like magical stuff with her book or whatever. But it's kind of funny, like, he's like, ugh, and then Alphen's like, hey man, are you hurt? Xion, quick, heal him! And he's like, no, I'm hungry, and he's like, oh, Xion, quick, give him a potato! It was kind of funny. He's like, hey, that's mine! And they kind of kept it going, too, because they're like, I don't know, Xion, he could really use that potato. It's like, that was really freaking funny. Again, the script in this game is really fucking funny. I got kind of used to it after a while, so, because I'm thinking about, like, the later parts. Honestly, I'll go ahead and say, I should put that on a t-shirt. I'll go ahead and say that, like, later on in the game, that's sort of what I started to notice, sort of like my issues with the script later on, particularly after this next realm. But there's also a part where Alphen and Xion get mad at each other and they yell at each other, and she slaps them because they're arguing over Zephyr's death. I think it's mainly that. I don't remember the exact details, but I think what I remember, because like Alphen and La are both pretty shaken up about Zephyr's death. To Xion's credit, I feel like they both kind of lingered on, particularly La lingered. I know that's kind of cruel of me to say, like, dude, it's his dad, but like, you know, he did seem to kind of bring it up a lot, which I mean I get, but like it kind of got to a point where it's like, okay, well, can you like maybe reconcile off screen? But no, Alphen, he gets kind of mad at Xion because Xion makes it kind of sound like that, like it's just a death or something, or like, and they get to kind of an argument about it. And this is very much sort of like one of their early lover spats. It's pretty clear they're kind of a thing. They slowly kind of interesting how, like, you know, a lot of the time they argue about sort of their issues with each other. It's like, man, I just wish you would be like this. I wish you would be like this. Stop it. Oh my god. I'm going to shit you with my gun. I'm going to stab you with my sword. They don't actually say either of those things, but it'd be funny if they did. But they do kind of argue with each other a lot. So this is definitely one of the more, I don't want to say realistic, because I feel like I shouldn't say this is how real relationships are like, but it definitely, you could kind of definitely see sort of like the progression pretty early on, and sort of how the relationship kind of progressed. Definitely one of those things to where it fosters over time, which is kind of definitely a more, I guess that's more realistic in a sense, because, you know, you can't really force a lot of things like that. But yeah, I kind of struggled finding out how to get to the next place, and it ended up being in a sea cave dungeon, which I noticed some slowdown as well. Which I'm playing on a base PS4 or an altered base PS4, because I switched out the 500 gigabyte hard drive for several times actually, but the one I ended up using was a 4 terabyte solid state drive, a Samsung one, which I may have to switch out because I looked after installing the new games that I bought after beating Arise, and I noticed I only have 1 terabyte left. Well, we'll see. But I found out there are a lot of sort of like, and I noticed this as well in Zestiria. I don't think Berseria had this as much, but it definitely seemed like there were a lot of like, I don't know, to me, like there seemed to, the way the dungeons have been going in the Tales series lately, I almost felt like the dungeons were just sort of like a, what do you call it? Sort of like just a quiz or something, or like a challenge to get to the next part of the story. Like to me, it almost feels like the dungeons of the story are like really disconnected, even though obviously there's like story bits in the dungeon. I guess what I'm trying to say is like I feel like some of these dungeons are kind of mindless. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, because that actually can be kind of useful to kind of give you some room to breathe a little bit in the story. Because if you have like a big major, you know, tough scene with a lot of emotions with it. You kind of want to give your reader a chance to kind of catch their breath a little bit. And in this sense, with a video game, having sort of like a point A to point B dungeon with a boss, kind of helps with that, because especially from a standpoint of like, since you're physically playing the game, it's almost like going to the gym to get your mind off of a difficult day at the office or something, or kind of, if I can be a little more real with my Tales game review. But and I also noticed there was a typo in a skit. I don't remember what skit it was, and people have pointed this out on like social media as well. That's happened. That's happened in plenty of games before. It wasn't a big deal. It's more like, oh, that's kind of funny. But we get to the next realm, which is called Elda Menancia, which also happens to be the place from the demo. It's a real vibrant and pretty place, and you start at that top hill and then you go down. Some of the scenes are different, and quite frankly, the structure of the area is actually significantly different. Like, I was thinking, like, okay, this is the part in the game where they're like, okay, let's take this part and let's put this in the demo. We're like, no, it's like, okay, we'll take this section, this area, but let's put in like some original stuff here. Because I remember I'm thinking, like, wait a minute, how am I able to go into Vincent, as I called it in Kiki and I stream? How am I able to go into this place so quickly? Wasn't this place supposed to be like blocked up? Like, oh, they made custom content for the demo. Okay, I got you. I see what you're doing, Bandai Namco. I see what you're doing. Thank you very much. But there's also a little quest. I don't know if it's a subquest or sort of like a subquest they force you to do, because I think they purposely let you force you to do some side quests just so that you kind of figure out, like, okay, well, this is what I'm supposed to do to get money. I think that's actually the reason why they do it. To this game's credit, even though I don't really like the whole only getting gold from side quests in the arena and chests and whatnot, they at least give you a bunch of different options to get gold, but also they give you they set you up in the right way. Be like, okay, you're supposed to get it from the side quest. Here, we're gonna put some side quests in front of you that you have to do. I think that's how I look at it. But there's one where we see the Wonder Chef. Oh, sorry, excuse me, Wonder Bard. I'm like, bruh, boy got upgraded. This isn't the swole, Wonder Chef from Hearts Are, or even Mimi Baker from Legendia. No, this is like the Wonder Bard. I kind of miss Mimi Baker, actually. I miss Legendia. They should do a Legendia remaster, or just put it on PSN or something, or Steam. That'd be cool. Yeah, but that was sort of a nice little callback. Again, I haven't done all the side quests, so I don't know how many times he actually shows up, and I don't know what his epic quest line is, where it turns like he's like a boss. And he's like, I'm actually I was about to spoil something about later in the game. Like, I'm actually the third type of this character that shows up. Like, what? That would have been funny though. Yeah, we get to see a little bit of brotherhood from Law and Alphen, which is kind of cool, especially sort of like in Battlescale. I remember there's this one part where it's all like they're fighting, and I think this happens. Obviously, this is one of those games where like in battle, characters will say stuff. And there's one part where it's all like, where I think it's like when Law beats an enemy. I don't know how it's triggered specifically. I assume it's triggered how, like, if you're fighting an enemy, then Law beats that enemy before you do, and Alphen's all like, oh, you beat that enemy. It's like, I'm gonna beat all the other enemies before you do, and like I was like, oh, hell you will. Like, that's kind of fun. And sort of like there's also a couple of skits where like, we're gonna train. It's nice. I like kind of their camaraderie and brotherhoodness. It's almost kind of like. It's almost like Zephyr's here with us. It kind of is, because he's literally Zephyr's son. But it's kind of nice, But yeah, and this is also again with the world building, because the way Menancia looks, there's a lot of like unnatural structures. a lot of like real curved sort of like mountainy things. And they talk. I think it's Shion and Rinwell talk about like, oh well, asteroid energy causes the world to look this way, and the Rens may have had something to do with it. So yeah, like I said, the demo. I'm pretty sure this section right before the main city, Vincent Valentine, Lucrezia. No. I've mentioned that same franchise before. Can you tell what part I was talking about? But I really like this section. I like sort of just how like it looks sort of like, you know, that typical sort of like fantasy RPG like open field area. You know, there's the camp area and that you can go to. There's actually a ranch and like a little tiny village as well that you can go to. And of course, one of the best features in the game, being able to jump over the cows. I'm pretty sure when I get to this point in the footage, you see me doing that multiple times back and forth. I was both doing it to fill out time to make sure I hit 3 hours worth of footage. I went ahead and recorded 3 hours. Which is going to kind of suck if this review ends up being more than 3 hours. But also because I like doing it, because I like jumping in games. Jumping is cool, guys. But then also there's a lake area, and there's a in-game dungeon even too that you can, or late game dungeon that you'll see later on when I show that footage. Again, I don't remember where exactly in this review that's going to be at this point, but when you get into Vicent, you see that the Danans and Renans are actually living together in harmony. They're being nice to each other. They're helping each other out. There's even a part where a Renan soldiers are like, "Bro, are you okay?" talking to a Danan. I mean, later on, there's going to be a part where like they're working in like the mines, because that's the big thing, and that's the big sort of like labor job in Eldaman and Sia, is that they work in the mines. And of course, here it's a job, you know, it's voluntary. But there's a part where it's all like, I don't feel too well, and then it's like, okay, I'll let the other people know. We're like, oh man, you look kind of tired. You should take a break, you know, kind of stuff. So like they're kind of like doing well here. And everyone's like, bruh, that's surprising to the mix. But this is sort of where I started to notice, like, okay, in these different realms, they're letting us see kind of the different perspectives of this all sides of this war. You know, early on with, you know, Calaglia, we saw like the traditional thing of the Renans oppressing the Danans and making them do heavy work with little to no pay, and by little I mean literally no pay, and also like working them to death and treating them like crap, and making it very clear that they think that the Danans are beneath them. In Ciclodia, it was a situation of that was still happening, but the Danans were sort of like ratting each other out to save their own hides, so there was the trust issues going on. Here we see the perfect scenario. They're all doing great. Everyone loves each other. Everyone's making out, sucking each other's dicks, and all that shit. But yeah, so they're like, oh, bruh. And then they head straight towards the castle, actually, because, like, you know, it's kind of funny how this section is one of the more streamlined. This is actually probably my favorite section of the game, because, you know, it's fun. And there's just something about the story, and I think also the setting kind of helps, because it's, you know, bright greeneries and it looks nice. You know, I like deserts in my games, so Calaglia was nice to look at, and of course Ciclodia, you know, that you've got your snow, your Skyrim, you know. So I guess you could say we went from Redguard to Skyrim to Oblivion, which is odd, I guess. I don't know what the next place would be then. Maybe Morrowind. Yes. No. I'll have to think about that later. Anyway, so they start heading over to the castle, and the character Kisara, she's like, hey, our lord, Dohalim, who's been setting this example that we all need to be nice to each other, wants to meet you guys. Will you come to the castle? And like, sure, dog. Okay, we'll meet him. And he's like, hi, I'm Dohalim. And we meet Dohalim, who has red hair, and he uses a staff, and he's pretty cool. Um, I was expecting him to be like my favorite character, and he's definitely up there. I'm still kind of an Alphen guy as far as actual like, you know, legit favorite character, but I liked Dohalim as well. He had sort of like some low moments. I know I'm kind of giving you a review on him without even explaining him, but he meets with them, and he's trying to be kind of nice about it and all that. But of course, Shion's all like, "I'm gonna kill you," and like so she attacks him. He deflects, and he's about to strike her, but then Alphen he steps in, and of course Dohalim still disarms Shion and whatnot. And he ultimately is like, "Oh, you know what, guys? Let's start over. Let's go eat dinner." And Alphen gets kind of mad at Shion, both for, I say both for attacking, but really like because he was worried that she would get hurt. They say a lot without saying a lot, if you know what I mean. And it's definitely one of the things where it's like, but because just forget it, you know, kind of thing. But yeah, so they go to dinner, and of course Dohalim has like this big spread that is making me hungry, and I might go eat food pretty soon. But Alphen and Law are the ones who have actually only been eating, and I think Dohalim might have like, you know, eaten some food too, but Rinwell and Shion don't for reasons. But of course, Dohalim's like, you know, I see you guys aren't eating. I had my chefs prepare this shit. And here, you know, they're talking about stuff, and you know, they ask him about his plans, and Dohalim says he just wants to rule his area in peace. He doesn't want to be the sovereign at all. He actually doesn't like violence at all, and we see that he doesn't like violence because it seems like he caused a death, which that comes into, there's more to it later on. So basically Dohalim is all like, okay, yeah, guys, you don't have to worry about a thing. I'm not going to do anything. I don't want to be the sovereign anyway. I just want to rule my land in peace. You know, I'm not even taking any astral energy willingly. I just want to live in peace. Please go away. But you can stay at a nearby inn, and then go home or go somewhere else afterwards. So, yeah, definitely a very very different experience. You know, this guy doesn't even really want to. I was almost trying to figure out, like, okay, well, wait a minute. And I know I kind of just gave it away earlier, but I'm thinking, wait a minute. Okay, so if this guy's not taking the astral energy willingly, and he's basically done what the good guys are trying to do, because that's one thing also about Alphen. He starts off wanting to just kind of get rid of all the Renans, but with Zephyr, he sort of, and also just with his own experience as well, Alphen starts to more want to make peace and like just stop all the carnage and stuff. And Dohalim has done that. So I'm trying to think, okay, well, what's the conflict here? Jeez, this review is already so long. All right, tell you what, I'm going to mainly just focus on the notes and kind of just take it from there and try not to sort of go too off track. So they all get back to their cabin or inn or whatever, and Alphen and Law, they start to feel pretty fatigued, and like they're pretty tired and stuff, and everyone starts to kind of speculate that it might be because of the food they ate, and Rin was all like, it might be poison. At this point, and I have this in my notes as well, particularly at this point, like she's coming across as pretty immature. I know I've talked about Rinwell a lot in this review, more so than you've probably heard in the finished audio. I'm gonna have to maybe trim some stuff around. Not that you really need to know that, but it was at this point at the game I started to notice that like her hatred for Renans kind of comes across like either it's all she knows or she's just kind of projecting what others have told her, you know, kind of like, you know, how like, you know, an older person says they don't like spaghetti, and then you start going around saying, oh, spaghetti's gross, just because, you know, you heard, you know, Big Brother or whatever say that. No, quite frankly, I like spaghetti, but so, and then a little black cat comes into the inn, and is like, follow me. He doesn't actually literally say follow me, but, you know, there's like, I think it wants us to follow it, and so like they follow it, which leads them into a forest, which is the next big dungeon. You know, just dungeon stuff. The Tales series has always been sort of like, or at least the recent ones seem to always have kind of something I noticed in Zestiria as well. Not to kind of get sidetracked, but like it seemed like there's like story game. You know what I mean? That probably doesn't make any sense, but this definitely felt like, you know, if this was like a movie or or an anime or whatever, this probably would have been taken out or shrunken. Around this point, I noticed some voiceover banter, particularly between Shion and Rinwell. The voices and the text didn't match. I'm guessing that's like a translation thing, because it seems like the Tales game, since they're doing dual audio now, they obviously the scripts try to be as accurate as they can to the Japanese version, but I've noticed that the scripts seem to try to match probably more of what the initial translation was, whereas the voiceover is kind of working with something else, because with even when you're dubbing a game, even though you don't have to deal with lip flaps, you still have to match the timing, because you obviously don't want to have to code in extra hours or whatever just to. And some games these days are changing that, but Arise is likely a game that didn't. Possibly, it's hard to say. But yeah, and at this point, I also started using the CP heal thing a little bit more. I said I'm also proud in this note. Like, it took me 3 levels talking about the 3 worlds for me to actually really need to use it, because I didn't really use it that much. I think what I'm referring to here, because it's been a while, spoiler alert, this is like, and I'm recording this part in April, talking about when you actually have to, in the menu, you can use like your CP to just heal outside of battle. I don't think they let you use the spell, like Shion's spells outside of battle, which is something I kind of hope they bring back. The CP system is okay-ish. You can definitely tell that they're trying to be all like, let's be like Dark Souls and whatever and have like limited healing, but it's like, well, let's not do that, actually. And so they get through the forest and they go to like this little base area thing, like almost like this little, what do you call it? Like, not really a fortress, but like they go to like this sort of enclosed area, and they show that Kisara, the character Kisara, has actually been tailing the gang throughout the forest, but Law notices and catches her. And I think there was a part where he's like, I had an inkling, and then a boss battle with her starts. It took me a couple tries to actually beat her, but mainly just like 2. I don't remember exactly how difficult it was, but she's a very defensive character, and she hits hard, with her shield and whatnot. I'm pretty sure I had to use like Law's like little punch move on her. But there was this cool thing that I did where she attacked me, and I did a perfect dodge and did Law's boost skill thing to bust her defense away, and it was pretty dope. And I'm like, yeah. But it's I say beat, but it was one of more of those like get her halfway down things, and it turns out Kisara has a brother, and he called out to us and is sent out the cat. It's revealed that they kind of he and Kisara have sort of like a strange relationship, because she thinks that he tried to assassinate Dohalim. And it's here that this character, Miguel, is the name of her brother. He tells us about some stuff going on. Apparently, when someone loses their astral energy, their body turns reflective and metallic. This is called hollowing. Again, Dark Souls. You're going to hear me reference Dark Souls a few times, particularly near the end when they start showing us some dark ass souls, some Dark Souls-esque enemies, to where you all, and of course with the game how the gameplay works, you're almost expected to play it like Dark Souls. And he shows us this thing called the Fruit of Helgen, which is a fruit that drains the astral energy from someone who eats it. And this guy, Miguel, is saying that a lot of the meals in the realm are laced with the fruit. And he formed a group. This is sort of like the Silver Swords and all that, like the Resistance group. I think they're called the Gold Dust Cats. For some reason in my notes I have Good Dusk. I typed these on my phone while I was playing the game, and then I moved them to my computer. But he formed this group to try to gather evidence and tell Dohalim what's going on. And Alphen and Shion, they have a moment outside, a nice moment. There are a few moments. I don't want to say too much right now because I don't want to spoil the ending of the game, but they interlace a few moments that make them seem kind of like, how do I put this? Like they're trying to, kind of like they're dating. Because like Alphen, he wants Shion to be kind of honest with him, and to like communicate with him and stuff. You know, he expects certain things from her, and she's all like, "I'm trying my best," because you know she's sort of like the she's closed off. You know, the thing with the thorns and whatnot. She's not used to getting close to people and all that stuff. There's also another moment where Alphen's all like, you know, how do you stay hopeful, Miguel? And he talks about, you know, the leap of faith and all that, which there's some truth to that, I think. You know, sometimes, and I've seen like Troy Baker and other sort of like people in the entertainment industry in particular. So any aspiring creators out there probably can get some use out of this, myself included. You know, sort of like that idea of taking that leap of faith. No, do that thing, you know, do that, just give it a shot, you know. You miss every shot you don't take. But you know, they go back, and then we go through another kind of dungeon, this time with Dohalim. Miguel takes everyone into the quarry, which is another dungeon. This one also, there's several sections in the game, and it's starting to becoming more and more common here, where I'm getting stuck, and I'm having to like shift my strategy. Like in this area, there were a lot of rock monsters that were hitting heavy. I almost had to kind of resort to sort of like an old school Star Ocean First Departure strategy, where I just had to just really try my best to hit hard, and that actually kind of helped, because it was really strange, because like I felt like fighting those guys, because you know my little strategy of like, you know, roll Azure Storm, roll Azure Storm, that was still doing okay, but that wasn't really getting me as far as it needed to, and of course I had to rely on Law's little punchy thing. I think at this point Kisara was on the team, I don't remember, but because like I remember the game was all like, hey, you can use her little shield thing to like her special move to like stop the charge from the robots, or not the robots, I think there are robots later on, with the rock people. And of course me about like, no, I'm not gonna do that, and then of course I ended up doing it anyway, because you know, I definitely had to grind here, and thankfully they unfortunately you can't leave the area, but there's a shop, and then there's also an inn that you can rest at. So this place is actually a decent place to grind. I'm thinking like, oh shit, did I screw myself over? Am I gonna have to lower the difficulty to easy? I'm playing the game on normal, and I'm all like, I don't want to play on the lower difficulty. I'm a real gamer. No, you can play it on whatever difficulty you want, but I always try to play just on the difficulty that's just the standard. I want just like a regular challenge, unless I'm trying to get through a game quickly, like I did with Star Ocean Last Hope for the PS3. When I was doing that for the podcast, I played that game on easy because I wanted to get it done, you know, relatively fast. But anyway, so Miguel takes everyone through the car, and they go to the medical facility, which it turns out to be a giant man-made lake. What's the lake made out of, you might be asking, viewer/listener, depending on how you like to watch my podcasty videos. Well, it's liquid from the hollowing. So it's literally a man-made lake, meaning it's made from people who got hollowed and became liquid. And Miguel is all like, here, I'm gonna just nail it down real nail the point home, send it home. I'm trying to, there's a phrase that works well with that. But anyway, he eats the fruit, and he had already sort of like taken a lot of it anyway. So like, he was already pretty close to dying anyway, and so like I was like, don't take it, but like he takes it anyway, and he starts to like get real sick and start turning all metallic. This is kind of just a random feature too, that I say feature, but something I noticed when he was at like the final form of his hollowing. I noticed his facial hair was gone, or it looked like it was gone. Then he, you know, dies, and Kisara gets brought to her knees and starts crying, like no, like starts crying and shit. Dohalim starts to freak out, and it shows like clips of him, assumingly during his Renin days, and I say that in air quotes, knowing what I know about the game now, and how he killed someone during the training to become a lord. And it reminds him of that time how that sister of that character got really upset, and hearing Kisara cry makes him really, really, really like go crazy, like and he starts going crazy. And it's kind of funny because like he's like going crazy and like his powers activate, and then like he just summons his staff for no reason. It's like, so you're just losing your shit, and you know he has this one, and then the boss fight starts with him again. Another part where I had to like it took me a few tries to beat him, but I finally did. This was one time where like I felt like I was just it was just one of those things to where I was just running out of resources, and I was just at a low enough level to where it's like, you know, if I don't prepare myself, it'll spell the end for me, which it did. And I kept getting subjugated by his freaking like enough, you know, move where like he like starts like freaking homing and attacking you like 5 times. You have to dodge out of the way. And this is definitely one of the more technical Tales games. I mean, I after playing it, I enjoyed the combat system, but yeah, his Master Core goes cuckoo and stuff, and his Mystic Art is like a I think he either starts with his Mystic Art or like he does it pretty early, because I remember like he does his Mystic Art and it can do like a lot of damage and shit. It's not his actual final Mystic Art, but it's like this is also, in case I didn't mention it before, because in my notes I have it here, like, you know, I mentioned the move Howling, there we go, you know, Azure Storm, but in the text it's called Howling Azure Storm. Like, there are a lot of adjectives, like Law's Mystic Art Tenebrous Claw. It had like an extra adjective in front of it, and I found that kind of strange. And they don't even say it either. And at the final battle, quote-unquote, that I had with him, he kept spamming his own over limit and going into his Mystic Art. Like, he was really trying really hard to beat me, and I just Azure Stormed him to death. Like, and I finally beat him. And, of course, the next scene happens where Alvin locks away his staff and his Master Core and shiz. And that's where Dohalim says he never really wanted to be a lord, but he was forced to become one. He ended up killing a friend because of it. And he also freed the Danans so that he wouldn't have to hear them get killed and be sad. And he's like, well, that's, you know, that might be selfish. Which, I mean, it's like, yeah, I guess that is kind of selfish. I mean, he's doing something good. This is, now that I think about it, this is actually, I think, kind of interesting, because I feel like there aren't really too many, I can't think of too many times I've seen in stories recently where a character is doing something good, but not only is the reason kind of selfish, objectively, but it's also just kind of small. Oh, I don't want people to die because I don't want to be sad. Okay, well. But this is going to start kind of a trend of Dohalim being all like, that doesn't account for the sins I have held in my heart, you know, that kind of thing. You know, by the way, in the English version, Dohalim is played by a actor named Griffin Puadu, who you might recognize in the Mega Man Zero Definitive Dub series that I also happen to be in. So he did a great job. So Griffin, if you happen to be listening to this, you did great, sir. And so Kisara, she gets angry and she starts to lose her shit. And Alvin's holding her back, and Dohalim's like, please kill me. Again, this is sort of him being all like, you know, I'm not worthy. Kill me, please. And Kisara gets mad. And he's like, you need to leave. And like, he goes. And Dohalim basically like runs out. And Dohalim's advisor, a guy named Kelzelek. I'm like looking at the name and I'm all like, that's a weird ass name. Again, like, I'm recording this particular section in April, well after the game came out, because life. But I will trim it properly. But anyway, he starts an insurrection. He drives out all the Danans, which then leads us to going into the palace, the Altalina Palace. And there's this puzzle, this release mechanism puzzle, which was pretty tough, if not because I hadn't been keeping track of where I'd been. But you know, it's like the as far as the aesthetic of the dungeon, it's like the freaking Cyslodia, the Cyslodia Palace dungeon. It's kind of like that in terms of how it looks. And we get to, you know, Kelzelek, and it's revealed that he betrayed Dohalim because, you know, he didn't really like that Dohalim didn't want to become like, you know, the head person, the sovereign, but Kelzelek, I'm kind of bad at saying names sometimes. He wanted them to rule over the Dans who he thinks is under them, and his boss fight starts, and he summons this giant vanishing lizard. Hello, Kingdom Hearts. Just in time for the anniversary. Which was kind of an annoying fight. I remember that one took me like a couple tries. And while they're fighting him, it turns out Dohalim actually went off and destroyed the facility that produced the fruit of Helgen. It was also revealed that Kelsic had outsourced the technology he needed to produce the fruit, which kind of is going to bring us to sort of more connections as to where we need to go next. And in the end, Dohalim spares Kelsic, but he also ends up renouncing his status as a lord. So he says, I'm not a lord anymore. And it's kind of funny, like going along with the theme of this realm, Eldomencia, the Danes actually stood up to the Rennans and they fought back. Which, that, is kind of interesting and also kind of slight foreshadowing, I guess, of the next realm. And as you're going through the next day and getting ready to leave, Dohalim is all like, yo, bro, I kind of want to stop this whole, like, crown thing. And Alpha's like, hey, well, you want to join up with us? And he agrees. And Kisara leaves to kind of figure things out. But then she comes back and joins the party so she can learn about the world and stuff. And she does, quote-unquote, leave Dohalim's service, which doesn't really make any sense. Because, like, you're still with him. But she says she forgives Dohalim. And, of course, again, like, he's going to be all like, my sins, they are greater. I've killed so many people. I'm pretty sure, like, this is kind of paraphrasing, but one of his several of his lines are like, of course, I have no room to talk about with the weight of my sins. It's like, and eventually in this case, they're gonna be like, bro, you need to chill. You can only say that's a big enough sin, But also there are rat pigs. At least I'm pretty sure there are rat pigs, and the Trisolida. Some of these words are kind of hard to say. Like a Calaglia, like Ciclodia kind of took me a little bit of time to say until I actually heard it, which doesn't make any sense because I'm pretty sure everyone was all like, I'm from Ciclodia. But in one of the highways leading out of the place, there are rat pigs. And I also took some time to go to the training grounds, which is basically the game's arena. And it's a decent way to get quick money, quick gold, because like I've said in this game before, like getting gold in this game is very different than before. You're expected to do side missions, and I assume sell stuff and fight the knights that drop their dog tags that you can sell for a buttload of money. That was like my main way of getting money. I guess you could say that's almost like the Shenmue 3 Black Garlic. So even though it's two completely different things, but the idea of like relying on that one thing. And as you saw before, especially since this video is gonna not only go up pretty late after I've recorded everything, but also the fact that this has been recorded on like separate dates. But Sora Online DLC is in the training grounds, and that's kind of cool. Where's my Dragon Ball? You did Gintama and Tales of the Rays, all right? There's no reason why you can't use more Shonen Jump and Dragon Ball. I tell you what, like if they put Dragon Ball in the Rays, I will find a way to play that. I also decided to do the second food guy quest because there's this guy. He's like, I want food. You have to make him food. But it was kind of annoying because I have to use the ranch to grow the beef that I needed, and it was taking forever. I felt like, well, I can't leave it. I can't leave until I do this quest, so I gotta circle around. I think I eventually did decide, fuck it, and just went left and whatnot. But as I was running around, this is kind of where I started noticing a lot more assets were being loaded. And again, I was playing the game on PS4 because I feel like even though it's on PS5 and all that, this game was still like maybe in the next Tales game, whatever it ends up being, or maybe the Tales game after. It was very clear that this game was still made for like quote unquote current gen, so like PS4 and Xbox One, and like the PS5 version was basically sort of like the slight upscale version. But fast traveling is actually pretty useful to do as well. If you're trying to do a quest in one thing, it's like, well, I have to wait for this to get done, and then you go all over the place and decide, hey, well, I'm just gonna do this quest over here. Or even if you're trying to do like like instant transmission your way through the game. But there was also a post-battle thing that I thought was kind of funny, which was like the sword, the fist, and the staff between Alpha and Law and Dohalim. That was funny. That's sort of like I don't think this game has like you're weak, you're a hack, you're whack kind of thing. And I think this was maybe the that game, or maybe not. But this is I'm like 75% sure that other Tales games have done something like this. And there was a camping scene where Shion tries to touch Alpha and he's dozing off, but she backs off and is like, that's kind of cute. Kind of going back to sort of like this little kind of relationship thing they have going. You know, that's one thing I'll give this game. I didn't really like the romance, but it at least kind of made sense. I feel like it wasn't really, or not necessarily made sense, but like they at least built upon it. It was at least like slightly believable to me, just because it's like, okay, well, you're showing these characters have this kind of interaction, so it's clear you want me to think that these two are a couple. And even then, also just like, oh, male main character has a crush on female main character. Oh, the middle schooler male character has a crush on the female middle school character, or high schooler or whatever. Oh, the dog person has a crush on the cat girl. You know, it's like the pairings. I guess maybe the pairings are safe, if that makes any sense. They don't really. Yeah. And here, during this little trek into the new place, the next area, and they enter. Kisara's all like, "Hey, let's fish." The fishing game fucking sucks. Maybe it's because I came back from Kakarot and like, okay, or came back, but that was like the big RPG that I played prior to Arise. Or no, that's not true. That was East 9. Okay, so Kakarot, East 9, and then Tales of Arise. So, but the fishing minigame is so fucking tedious. Like it took me like a million tries to get it down. It's just like it's so dumb and annoying. Like it's just not that intuitive. I'm sorry, I don't like it. The idea behind it is fun, and I like being able to do like different other things. But like, you know, I didn't like the way it was. It like, at least in Kakarot, like, you know, yeah, I didn't really fish much, and if you were to ask me, hey, do you want to fish? My answer is probably going to be no. But at least in that game, it's really easy to do. It's not really complicated. Right here, it's all like, it's all this stupid shit. But here, Rinwell's also starting to be kind of distracted, and she's also kind of a bitch. Probably through the skits. The skits, as usual, are sort of where kind of like you get most of your like personality points for these characters. And Dohalim starts to he kind of unintentionally looks down on people. The way they kind of portray it is sort of like he just doesn't really know any better. I remember there was this skit where it's like, it starts off, I think it takes place after the first camp you do with Dohalim on your team. And the skit is, I think it's even an automatic one too, or it's one you have to activate. I'm not sure, but basically the skit is like, Alpha's all like, hey Dohalim, I need to talk to you for a second, bro. You left the fire going overnight. You're supposed to let it, you know, die down, or else it'll get bad for us real quick. And Dohalim is all like, oh, I see. I'm sorry. I'll do better next time. And then like the other characters, they're all like, you know, I can't believe he wouldn't even think to do that. And I'm like, you know, yeah, I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense. I don't know if I want to sleep in pure darkness. Although I guess, you know, at the same time, your enemies can maybe see, hey, there's light. Let's go over there and kill those guys. But, you know, plus you also have someone watching. So it's like, I don't know. But, you know, like he kind of unintentionally looks down on people at this stage, and he's kind of a butthole about it. But of course, like Hisara, speaking of new people, she's kind of becoming like the group mommy. She's sort of like the female Alphen in a way. And of course, at this point, Alphen is wearing his, you know, dark armor. She's wearing white armor, which I wonder if they did that deliberately to sort of, because Alphen is kind of like the group dad and the leader. Kisara is kind of like the mom and sort of the one who keeps everyone level-headed. And she's wants to make sure everyone's eating properly, so she cooks. There's also a skit where it's all like, hey, Rinwell, your clothes are torn. Hey, Law, your clothes are torn. I need to fix your fucking clothes. So she's very much the mommy of the group, and Dohalim is like the I don't know shit about the world character, apparently. It's like, I didn't really, truthfully, like, to me, he kind of came across more like, as far as certain things, like, his character arc at this point seems to be pity party and trying to make up for sins that aren't even really that big a deal in the grand scheme of things, I guess. And then also I don't know a lot about the world. Please teach me. Because it's funny, like there's going to be a part later on, at a couple worlds later on, where he gets emotional about something, but is able to kind of like, fix it up like, real quick. And able to kind of fix, and able to sort of fix the situation. I mean, yeah, Alphen gets mad at him, but, it's like, I feel like in this, Dohalim is, you could say he's not really giving himself enough credit in certain situations. I don't know. He's definitely sort of like the, I want to say he's a character. Because I was gonna say he's sort of the wise guy, meaning like he knows a lot, but like he's a very cultured guy. He has a lot of like interest in art and particularly music and stuff like that. So, but then as we get through the sort of like highway, if you will, or like the path to the next area, there's a part where Xion gets kind of tired, and Alphen, he tries to go to bat for her and be all like, hey guys, I'm kind of tired. My arm is sort of sore. Can we take a breather? He's like, you don't have to do that for me. He's like, shut the fuck up. That's also sort of maybe like a slight thing that he's kind of warming up to her maybe. But I remember he's like, do we need to go? He's like, what's the big deal? I want to take a break, guys. God. But then the hooded sword knight guy comes in and he's like, I'm going to fight you. So I'm pretty sure it's a cutscene too. It might be like a short boss battle because like obviously he's supposed to be like that character that you can't beat right now because he's too powerful. But he fights, and then there's a cutscene where he basically beats up the party, and then he ends up stabbing Xion. Alphen loses his shit and unleashes just a buttload of energy, like, blah, blah, blah. And he gets a flash of a short memory of someone that looks kind of like Xion. And he kind of looks at Xion as if, like, someone he knew. It was kind of funny. Like, afterwards, like, after the aftermath, like, everyone's asking if she's okay, and Alphen is like, and she's like, you need to stop babysitting me. Which I found was interesting, because, like, it was timed around everyone asking if she's, like, it's almost like she didn't want him to be the one to be all, like, stop babying me. I started to wonder something about the twist because obviously, this game has a big twist. And I was at this point I was starting to wonder if the Renans, or they had lost their world, or the world is dying, so they came to Dana to try to like siphon energy, or like they wanted to start a new life and like kind of take over the area. Am I right? Well, you'll just have to find out until the end to find out, So, and of course, here like Dohalim's like it's pretty clear he doesn't know he's being a butthole. But anyway, they make it to the next realm, which is in ruins. And they think that it might be the Danans who fought against the Renans. That's exactly what it is. Rinwell mentions this thing called the Darkwings, which, they're a prominent, group of characters in the Tale series. And, it turns out that, the Darkwings actually defeated the Lord, in air quotes, and they drove out the Renans. And they do kind of I found this kind of interesting in that, because they're in like a little, I think it's the inn, or like some like little small building, and they're trying to get Dohalim and Xion to stand outside of the area because of the Renans. That's kind of an interesting callback to Fantasia, what they did with the Arche in the it was not Mizuho, it was the elf place, because she's a half elf. And Symphonia did this a lot with Regal, wanting to stay away from the Ultimaria, or whatever it's called, like his home area. There's another game that did that, where they would make your character sort of stand outside. I don't remember which. I'm pretty sure there were a couple others, because this isn't the only Tales game to have different races. Obviously, Rebirth is probably the most abundant one, or the most obvious one, with the Humas and the Gajimas, humans and animal people. But it's clear these people they have a pretty extreme hatred for Renans and stuff. And it turns out that the way they won is that they stole the Renan explosives and they blew everything up, and they didn't even care about killing their fellow Danans. Elda Menancia was the perfect thing of the Danans and the Renans living together and being friends and helping each other out. Here, it's kind of like the aftermath of... It's sort of like a more negative aftermath of Calaglia's situation, where the good guys won. They didn't give a shit about who died. It's a pretty... I feel like this game at this point is doing pretty good at showing the different sort of like social issues going on with this Dan and Renan dilemma. And they also revealed that the Lord of the Realm, I said he, but it's female. She survived, but she's hiding. And further hinting at, the hoo-ha, the hanky-panky, the birds and the bees, or whatever between Alphen and Xion. It's like, is she your girlfriend? And he punches the guy in the face. Alphen punches the dude, like square in the face. And one of my favorite lines is like, I'm not gonna kill these bastards. Because the guy's like, you should kill these bastards. He's like, I'm not gonna kill these bastards because they're my friends. Just a little side note, during one of the missions, or one of the battles, the boss battles, this is during like this little ruin area with like an elevator and stuff. Another section where I kind of had to grind a little bit, fighting a lot of like reptilian people. I think I will honestly say lizard people, but I don't remember exactly. But my controller connected during a boss fight that is core broken. Major bullshit. And the next thing in my notes, Xion is in a bad mood, and when Alphen tries to talk to her, she gets cold, and it makes Alphen mad, so he yells at her, "Stop being mean to me!" Alphen likes to be mad. That's one thing about... I feel like on some level, Alphen's character arc is just being mad at things. But of course, he's all like, friggin' just trust me and be my friend. Of course, she gets upset and it's all like, you don't know me, leave me alone. And she also... reveals that she's trying to get rid of her thorns by using all the master cores, which you can probably infer. I mean, it's a little bit more than that, but yeah. But I both kind of like, and now in hindsight, kind of dislike the spat between Xion and Alphen, just because it's like it's so clear they're trying to set them up, even from the very beginning, where they hated each other just because they were different races. Though at the same time, the idea of like, you doing your first, like, real dungeon because Xion wants to get clothes that look better and are more Renan. It's kind of funny. But, yeah. So I fought the boss. Even though Law died from the boss fight, he still got experience, which I was glad about that, because that's one thing that I always try to... I have this weird thing in RPGs to where I want everyone to be around the same level, if not the exact same level. And so I get a little sad. I try my hardest to keep all my characters alive, and sometimes it can kind of mess up the flow because I'm spending so much time trying to keep my full party alive. And in some cases, it's also because, I'm struggling with a fight and I need the extra help. Thankfully, the game was nice enough to be like, hey, even though your character died, because I think it might also be because he like died right as I killed the boss, and I was thinking like, do I want to restart? And I chose not to. And for lore stuff, they talk about Danan rulers. This game I feel like does sort of an interesting job of showing every side possible of the good outcome. I don't even really remember the skit itself. There is one where Alphen and Rinwell compare the group to a family. Alphen's the daddy. Rinwell is the little sister. Law is the little brother. Xion, if Kisara's the mommy, and I don't know, I do low-key kind of ship Alphen and Kisara just because I feel like they're a little better suited for each other than Xion. But anyway, they're exploring everything, and this is sort of like the Lord's supposed hideout, and it shows that whoever this person was, they were into magic and science and shit, but it turns out they were given bad intel, and so they rush back to be like, yo bro, you effed us up. But it turns out that they captured the Lord while they were away, and then there's this anime cutscene where everyone's like, burn the witch, burn the witch, burn the witch, And it's actually a lot of people have been kind of complaining about the animation. It starts to kind of improve when they're showing Alphen kind of run up towards the Lord who's about to be burned, and they're also showing astral energy like flying up, and they suspect that the fruit of Helgen is in everyone's drinks, and the entire crowd like just melts into liquid hollowing. And then, of course, the Lord's like, ha, 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 she survived and shit. Turns out, this person is someone Rinwell knows. Because this Lord killed Rinwell's parents, and she gets pissed. It's like, you're gonna pay for killing my parents! And Law is all like... He tries to stop her. And he's all like, I can't let you do that, Rin Fox. You can't hate, you have to love. She's like, stand back or I'll fuck your shiz up. She doesn't actually... She's like, stand back or I'll kill you! And like her eyes get wide. But Law's trying to like step in because like he doesn't want her to kind of know how it feels to hate and murder, which is kind of weird because they've killed people. I'm thinking like, you've killed people already. Like taking life. Like it's almost like the game... It's almost like the cutscenes and the actual like gameplay are like two different continuities. Where it's like, yeah, in the game, I'm a friggin' mass murderer. In the story... I only killed the Renans who attacked me. I didn't kill any Danans. And she's like, oh, you of all people. Like, he tanks all of her hits. Like, poor old Law. But then, the next boss starts, which is a giant T-Rex guy. And I remember, like, I was playing it, like, late at night. And, like, because this fight technically took me 2 tries, but the reason why is because the first time, I'm thinking, oh, I'll see how tough he is. Hit him, did do much damage. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna fight this guy. Turned the game off and went to bed. But then like the next day, because I tried to play the game daily since the Tales series is my favorite video game series, and with Arise being the next big Tales game, I wanted to give it my time. I'm kind of doing the same thing with Elden Ring. But this wasn't too hard, I don't think. I do remember apparently Dohalim does the whole float like a butterfly, sting like a bee thing. I'm like, that's cheesy. It almost kind of took me out of the game a little bit. I imagine that's also probably a dubism. I seriously doubt that the Japanese version had a Muhammad Ali reference in the script. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe Yusuke Tomizawa, the producer, was like, hey, I want to put that in. I don't know. But it was kind of cheesy. And then, of course, after the fight, Rinwell is kind of like, I'm sad and stuff. And Xion kind of has a talk with her. One of those like little emotional scene thingies where she talks to her and stuff. But it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Because, and this is going to kind of come to play a little bit later on with Rinwell in terms of how she feels about the situation. I don't know if they did this deliberately, but I feel like... I think what they're trying to do is make it sound like she's conflicted, and maybe this scene here with Xion was like the first instance of that, because I didn't really understand what Xion was trying to tell Rinwell during the scene, because she's talking about, finding a reason to live, but it's like, to me it sounded like she was either trying to convince Rinwell not to be angry anymore, or she was trying to convince her not to kill herself after taking revenge, because I killed... It's like, if I kill her, I'm no different than the Renans who killed everybody. And it's like, fair. But it's like, the Tales series is pretty good about having sort of like that gray area. It's like, one side is not necessarily right or wrong. The other side isn't necessarily right or wrong. But here it's like, I feel like they were maybe taking that a little too literally and making it a little too confusing. And I remember in Zestiria, Dezel... his sort of motivation kind of confused me a little bit too. And sort of like I was getting like 2 different vibes. Maybe I'm reading too much into this stuff, because I remember I was talking to Troy about it and he was like, well, I think it's this. I'm like, oh, okay. But here I feel like this is maybe the first instance of Rinwell's motivations being a little confusing and not really making a lot of sense. I mean, granted, she is like what, 15, 16 or whatever. So like, she probably doesn't really understand how she feels, and if I were in her position, I probably wouldn't either, because she's got sort of like this this hatred of Renans for this one Renan that killed her parents. yet she knows Shion and Dohalim, and she sees, hey, they're nice. And then, of course, with Elda Menancia, she can see, hey, Renans and Danans can actually be buddies. So I think what they're trying to do is kind of have some conflict there, and there is some, but I feel like at the same time it's more confusing, or like they're trying to make it sound more complicated than it actually is. Because I feel like, well, I think she's acting this way because this, and it's like, but the game's all like, no, it's this or this, and I'm like, well, pick one. But yeah, so I feel like, and I'll bring this up probably a few more times as we go through this particular section, because this is a pretty big moment for Rinwell with this sort of reconciliation and revengeance. And standing here, I realize, but also confrontation of this trauma and difficulties. But I feel like the way they handled this particular section, they tried to maybe overcomplicate it a little bit when I don't think it was really that complicated. But again, I understand that, Rinwell's sort of, she's got two conflicting feelings going on. And maybe that was their goal. And if that's their goal, then I guess good job. But to me, it seemed like they were maybe overcomplicating it a little bit. But anyway. So the gang learned that the Lord escaped by boat during the fight, and so they decided to go down to a hidden wharf in the town to see if they can find their own boat, which they're able to, get a boat. But there's also this skit that happens between Alphen and Dohalim that didn't make any damn sense, and I feel like this is maybe sort of the part where the writing starts to kind of dip a little bit. Of course, I say that after just complaining about Rinwell being all like, me. But, like, Alphen's basically talking about losing his shit when Miguel died. And by him, I mean Dohalim. I need to learn how to read my notes better. But they end up kind of, like, arguing, sort of. I'd have to rewatch the skit to really see kind of... Actually, now, I don't... Yeah, there is a skit viewer, I'm pretty sure. I think it's just in the menu or something. I'm so used to just playing the game and only, watching the skits as they come. I'm pretty sure I've even missed a couple skits as well by accident. Like, I keep forgetting that, like, as far as actually watching the skits again, you have to actually seek it out. And I'm kind of in that mentality because, like, the previous games, like, there was, like, a specific area, you'd be like, go to this place and you could talk to this cat person or this turtles or whatever to watch the skit. Whereas now I'm pretty sure they have it where you can just watch the skits whenever. I guess it depends on the game. Like, I know Exilia 2 you could, and Zestiria you could not. I specifically remember there being a really tough boss fight. Of course, that game in general was tough. But then also this is kind of where, when I was playing the game, my real confusion with Rinwell started to kind of come around. Because there's a part, this is the section of the game where, like, they're on the boat waiting, you get to talk to everybody. And Rinwell is basically saying here, when you talk to her, that, like, she doesn't really know what to think. I think at this point what the game is maybe trying to do is say that Rinwell basically lied about hating the Renans when it was really she just hated the Lord who killed her parents. And she's like, I was lying to you guys. And I'm just like, I mean... But at the same time, it's like, I feel like the trope of, like, a certain person did major harm to you, therefore subconsciously you develop a hatred for someone of that particular group. I'm trying to pick my words carefully on that because I know that's a very, 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 very sensitive subject. So I don't want to offend anybody, but you know what I mean. Some people have to deal with it more than others. I mean, I feel like, given this game's subject matter and the series' history, with the subject matter, it makes sense for Winrel to develop some sort of hatred for the Renans based on what we've learned. But here it's more like she's like she's confused. She's very confused. I'm pretty sure she said something like, I don't know what to think anymore. I apparently didn't talk to Law because I don't think this is in my notes at all. But I talked to Shion, and apparently Alphen, he remembers something about himself when talking to Shion. This is going to come into play later on, and of course Shion does the whole, like, sorry it's nothing thing that so many Tales characters do. I still kind of miss the way Huber did it in Graces, to where it's like he did do it, but it was more like he shut it down, where Asbel was like, Hubert, what is it? And Hubert was like, "Oh, nothing. I'll figure it out later." It's like I like that approach better. And here, this game is like, "Sorry, it's nothing." And of course, we get to Almeidra's ship, and the music sounds kind of familiar, and it's an interesting looking place. I think I had to kind of grind here a little bit, or I chose to. And apparently, this ship has an engine that's powerful enough to fuel a starship. Again, that's going to come into play later. Which, you know, I guess we'll find out. You know, apparently this game wants to become Star Wars. Oh, sorry, spoilers. Which is ironic. But there was this Blizzard boss that was friggin' annoying, even though I'm a higher level than it. The lords are always kind of a little difficult. This one in particular, I think I recall being a slight sort of, not really a two-parter, I don't think, but like it's kind of like with the second part of Balsef's fight, where that giant fire monster is out, that is like sort of that you can fight, but you also have Balsef in there as well. I'm pretty sure this is one of those things where you're really just supposed to beat both Almeidra and also her lizard, which of course is annoying. I feel like there are a lot of annoying monsters in this game. A lot of monsters that remind me of monsters from Dark Souls. Yeah, so after the game defeat her, Rinwell ultimately decides not to kill Almeidra and make sure that she is sent to prison, you know, or taken away. You know, like she decides to kind of go against her, you know, grudge and try to be better and not stoop to her level. In fact, that's like something she doesn't want to stoop to her level and kill out of revenge or whatever. But then the hooded knight guy returns. Turns out his name is Volron. He's the main bad guy of this game, kinda, sorta. This is kind of where the game starts to sort of shift a little bit into its second act, if you will. This is a weird sort of like prelude to the second act in a way, based on what happens. He kills Almeidra, and Alphen, he attacks Volron, and they're fighting and stuff, but he gets pushed back pretty hard by Volron, and the rest of the mask breaks. So now Alphen has no mask, period. And he has like this big visions of what looks to be his past. And then he ends up getting this glyph on his right eye, which is interesting. And Xion seems to recognize Volron. I guess I probably should have mentioned that during this fight the hood comes down. Or it seems like she recognizes him. And she grabs him. And like Xion, she's reaching out, you know, to, you know, grab Alphen. And Alphen tries to grab her as well. But when he grabs her, her thorns hurt him. And she gets really like depressed out of that. You know, this is sort of kind of a trigger warning for this game's story, because I feel like Xion's character kind of has there's a lot of negativity in it. But there's also a short flashback that shows Alphen wearing what looks like Renin clothes in a very Renin-looking place, or what we assume is a Renin-looking place, and their NPCs kind of walking around mentioning something about a maiden and astral energy channeling and charging in a ceremony and stuff. It looks like he's kind of in like a hospital or something. He's sort of like, you know, being like kept there, like almost like he's sick or something. That's not me trying to foreshadow anything. That's me trying to describe kind of what the situation sort of looks like. I guess another way to describe it would be like he's a prisoner or something. A soldier refers to him as a Danon, which that was something that I was kind of trying to figure out, because I'm pretty sure I mentioned this early on in one of the previous recordings, that I was starting to get suspicious that Alphen might actually be a Renin, or maybe half Renin. Well, no, he's actually straight up Danon. But there's something else going on. In fact, both Volron and some chick in Alphen's flashback call him the Sovereign. So, interesting. And they also show, I'm pretty sure this is a cutscene. This is actually one of the nicer looking cutscenes as well. Anime cutscenes, I mean. That same chick, her name's apparently Naori, which is weird because it's spelled Naori, but they say Naori. And she looks like Xion. They take part in some sort of ceremony that ends up killing everybody, like a bunch of people. It goes terribly, terribly wrong. The whole area gets like destroyed, like it's all like crumbled and like there's fire and stuff. And Alpha's like, "What have I done?" And Naori ends up being the one to put the mask on Alphen, uh, presumably before she passes, seemingly. This is after everyone's kind of like the ship's been like wrecked up, everyone's kind of flown off and shipwrecked and stuff, and the blazing sword is gone. This is after Alphen wakes up on like some island, and they force you into a fight, and it's tough. It takes a while, like because one, Alphen is, as we'll learn, pretty fucking depressed, and also, you know, he doesn't have his powers anymore. And I think I remember in this version they actually change his entire moveset to where he's just like in like that tired state all the time or something. Like he doesn't really seem like he's very focused. Like he's very like, it's almost like that I took away part of his, you know, brain power, or like he just woke up from a long nap, which is kind of interesting when you think about what the mask was doing to him, which we'll learn later on. But basically they're currently in Volron's realm. I think it's Rinwell that he meets up with first, but the party all is in like this little who's like sort of refugee place, of people who are trying to get away from, you know, this friggin' war game with the sovereigns and the Renans and all that shit, and the lords in Volron. And here we learn, once everyone kind of comes back together, they have a moment to kind of rest, that Alphen got his memories back entirely from like 400 years ago. He's an old grandpa. Basically, he was abducted from his home and sent to Lenegis, where he was experimented on to try to learn how to handle the powers of being the sovereign. So they basically turned him into like, you know, what's supposed to be like the Hyper Lord or whatever, what all the lords are trying to become. And he thinks he also confused Shion for Naori. And, you know, he makes mention of what happened back then. And, of course, Dohalim is all like, oh, yes, I remember. You know, he uses the word scripture when describing, you know, the history. And I thought that was kind of cool. Just because I like sort of like that more... I know that's a pretty religiously connotated word, but I thought that was probably... I think that was a good choice of words coming from Dohalim, because he's a very sort of like artistic guy. So, like, in a very sort of like... what's the right word? Well-read, maybe? So calling it scripture, I think... Of course, him calling it scripture also says a little bit about him as well. But, and it's at this point I was starting to wonder, like, if, okay, well, is this going to be one of those things to where, like, you know, they're kind of doing sort of like typical tales, like the bad guys are actually kind of the good guys in a way? Because I'm wondering, like, well, are the Renans invading and trying to take Danon energy back because of what Alphen did, or like are they trying to get revenge on the Danons because they think that Alphen was like a spy or something, and like they're trying to rebuild their world? Yes and no. I'll go ahead and say no to the Alphen being a spy part. Like, he was abducted of his own free will, but let's just say Rena is not really in a good spot right now. Unfortunately, what caused that problem is kind of a issue with the story, but we'll get to that when we get to it. But yeah, I was wondering, like, if maybe that was sort of what they were going for. Spoiler alert, not really, to an extent. And Dohalim, he like kind of echoes this by mentioning a calamity that ruined Rena many years ago, which kind of fueled my thought process. Like, okay, well, maybe this is sort of like this weird, like, oh, this Danon messed us up, so we need to get back at them, or we're going to spend like a long ass time building, you know, this and that, you know. And Alphen, this whole thing really upsets him, because he now remembers that he's killed a lot of people, and he's really sort of sad. And they spend this time to kind of let everyone kind of breathe a little bit, and they're, again, more skids. This is kind of like the thing on the boat, to where like you can kind of talk to everybody. Kind of weird that you would have two sort of like chill, talk to everybody sections back to back, because I mean, it was like chill, talk to everyone section, dungeon, big boss, bigger, I guess, you know, big reveal, let's chill for a little bit. But at the same time, it's like, why not space them out a little more, a little further? But yeah, there are more skits, and one of them, Kisara brings up not being able to atone for the past, which I think kind of also goes along with Dohalim as well. It's kind of funny how at this point in particular, Kisara starts to kind of fill her role as like the group mom, especially when she's trying to sort of uplift and help the group dad, which is Alphen. But then, of course, Rinwell also is even more confusing with her stupid Renan hatred bullcrap. It's like, but like she's. I think the game at this point is trying to be all like, oh, she kept the fact that her family were killed by Renan's a secret. I'm like, I thought we knew that. I don't know. Maybe I'm just that so smart. But I'm pretty sure that like we knew that like either they told us or I guess it just made sense because like when you I don't know, it just made sense. And of course the big one. This I don't know if that was deliberate or not, or if just like because that's the order that I talked to everyone. Like, Law is sort of the one where, Alphen starts to kind of get a little more focused. At least for me, like he kind of pokes at himself also for having all the answers, which is kind of funny because it did seem like he had like a lot of answers. Of course, now we kind of know why, because he's an old man with experience, even though he lost like 300 years worth of his life. Yeah, he's pretty shaken up and he's doubting himself, but then some Zoogles come in, he feels better. And he goes back to normal, like, let's do things, guys! There's also a skit between Law and Rinwell where Law is starting to get worried that he may be starting to forget about all the bad stuff he did. Kind of going off of Alphen remembering that he did all that bad stuff. That's kind of sort of I don't remember Rinwell's exact response to that, but I'm pretty sure it's something to the effect of, like, because you're quote-unquote starting to forget, you're learning to forgive yourself because it's not bothering you anymore. Which, forgiveness, that's a interesting subject, especially for this game. Because, the basic definition of forgiveness is to no longer be mad about something. So we forgive people and things all the time without realizing it. And I guess in this sense, Law forgetting about that stuff is him no longer being upset about it. In a way, so he's kind of learned to forgive himself. Speaking of forgiving and being thankful for things, there's a part in a battle where Kisara said, "Thanks, Shion," after being healed by Dohalim, and Shion's not even in the team anymore. So I'm like, oh, okay, she's not here. That doesn't make no friggin' sense. Because at this point, Dohalim's sort of like the healer. The difficulty did ramp up just a tad. I think part of that might have been because Shion wasn't in the team anymore. Like, I feel like I tend to kind of struggle a little bit whenever I lose my main healer. I remember the same thing happened in Vesperia with Estelle. I imagine I'll have to deal with that again once I get to that part in the definitive edition, whenever I get back to that. Kind of miss playing that. I miss playing Spyro, the Reignited trilogy. I miss playing games for fun. No, this is fun. But yeah, the difficulty seemed to ramp up a little bit, and this is already like difficulty already coming from like a Dark Soulsy like experience. There's this one little skit that kind of further goes along with the Alphen and Shion ships, because there's this, since Volron has Shion captive, Law brings up in a skit being the idea that he might have been doing lewd things to Shion. It makes Rinwell upset, and Alphen gets upset, and I'm like, bruh, I didn't really want to think about that. Like, I don't really need to. No, that's actually kind of ballsy for them to throw that in. I mean, I guess it's possible. And all that stuff seems to be more implied than anything else. And I don't know, Volron didn't really seem like the kind of person who would do that kind of stuff. I don't know. I don't really want to think about it, because that's weird. But they get to his capital, and it feels very sort of like empty. Besides the part where they show a ship of Danans with masks on, and they're chanting "Glory to Volron" and all that stuff, and they're very sort of like zombie-ish. And then the boats they're going in, and they're apparently going to be absorbed by their astral and have their astral energy taken. So like it's literally like a factory, and stuff. And this is his at this point in the story, I guess you could maybe say his capital is kind of like a dungeon in a way. It's very sort of like it looks very sectioned off from what I remember, and they're trying to kind of get around and stuff. They do eventually get to Xion, but she's kind of out of it and she's muttering to herself. She's also in a black dress. I remember there was also this quick little like "this is where she's at" scene with Volron where she's muttering to herself. She's like, "I'm all alone. I'm all alone." So like she's really major mental health stuff going on here. Again, apologies to anyone watching this review and getting upset by it, and also apologies to anyone who played this far and got upset by it. Know that you're not alone and you can get help if you need it. And in this section, like, it's kind of an interesting sort of, it's not really a boss fight with Xion per se, but like these thorns come out, like you have to hit the thorns and like cha 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 cha, and then there's like a cutscene. It's one of those things where like, you know, kind of like it's like a partial fight and a cutscene sort of, because there's like dialogue going on. Alvin, he's trying to get through to her and he keeps going through the thorns and like, "I will bear your pain with you and help you," and he hugs her and stuff, and even though it hurts, and she wakes up and her powers or whatever glows and the thorns go away and all that, and she's back to normal and stuff. You also get a cool gun out of it, and you do get her black dress, which is cool. I put her back in her regular stuff. As you guys have seen in my playthrough at this current moment, especially considering I quite frankly just haven't played the game that much since finishing it, I have every one of their regular costumes. Besides the costumes that Xion and Alphen get, you know, near the end of the game. For reasons that I think you guys might be picking up on. They talk, and Xion doesn't remember anyone named Naori, but she wonders if maybe she's a descendant of Naori, because they do look pretty similar. They also talk about how Volron seems to have a beef with Volron, you know. So now at this point, we are at the let's go to Volron and beat him up in his castle, you know, section. Like, let's go fight the Lord. We're at that part of the game, and I was kind of, at this point, I was still kind of struggling with being able to have enough gall to like buy equipment and healing items and stuff. So I was still kind of struggling, but I figured out that the Ren soldiers are actually a good way to farm gall because they drop their dog tags, you know, a lot. Might have mentioned that before, but yeah, this is where I kind of really started to grind more. This happens again later on when I actually spoilers. But this was a pretty sure way to do it, because at this point it was kind of difficult, but you know, it's like once you sort of this you know what? It just hit me. This game maybe is starting to remind me a little bit more of Star Ocean 1 First Departure on the PSP, because I remember there were a lot of parts in that game that were only hard because I was trying to escape and I wasn't being offensive. But as soon as I started being offensive, like, the enemies got so much easier. Now, granted, it usually turned into like a grinding section, but I feel like this was maybe the first. I kind of got to a point where I was in a bit of rhythm. I was still doing my Azure Storm, Azure Storm, you know, strategy that I was doing with Alphen, and I was able to get, you know, enough dog tags to get a buttload of money, and I was able to buy a lot of stuff. You know, it's you gotta do what you gotta do. You know, this was sort of a learning experience for them. This was like the first new Tales game in a long time, and there was also an interesting little fun skit that I took note of where Alphen's talking about his past, and he's talking about being a soldier, and he knew a guy who was good at sewing dolls. I think that's supposed to echo Xion having a doll she liked. Yeah, because she's like, "This doll was my only friend," which is, you know, kind of like East 9. But there aren't any homunculi in this game as far as I know. That's an interesting idea. But one thing also that was a little annoying, just kind of a little bit of an aside, the Namco collab DLC, I for some reason couldn't actually buy it on my PS4. I had to go to on like Firefox, which is my browser, and I had to actually buy it on like the webpage version of the PlayStation Store, and somehow my PlayStation 4 knew and already downloaded the information. I'm like, okay, interesting. That's pretty cool. So I guess that means that Tales of Arise is one of those games to where the DLC is actually in the game, but like what you're actually buying in the shops is sort of like the unlock code to actually use the DLC. So I imagine in time, people will probably figure out how to data mine and get the DLC. Maybe maybe, or maybe I'm just completely wrong. I don't know. One thing that was kind of interesting, I did Scarlet Outburst on an enemy, and then another enemy kind of floated down after the animation for the attack was over, which I don't really remember what that means. But this I do remember. It was during another fight where it sounded like this wasn't intentional, but it was kind of, I was fighting and Dohalim was all like, "Let me help you," and then Alpha was like, "Grr!" It was kind of funny. It's like, "No, don't help me, I can feel it myself." There were also, speaking of Shion and Rinwell and Dohalim and the castle, there's some really wholesome and touching conversations that they had. Do I remember any of them? No. But, it's like, the game, I feel like the Tales series is just really good at character interactions. This kind of goes along with it. There was also this stupid boss fight with the beast thing that had a second one that came out. Oh yeah, this was it. This little lightning guy that was like in the beginning of his like little throne that looks like a little tiny arena. I think Tomizawa may have played too many Dark Souls. The first one was seemingly easier, and then the second one comes in, and like I got kind of easy. I'm like, wait a minute, okay, I can figure this out. And so like you defeat one, then the other one comes in. They end up fusing together. Hello, Ornstein and Smo from Dark Souls. Sheesh. Yeah, Tomizawa-san, I think you maybe played a little too many games of Dark Souls. I wonder if he's playing Elden Ring right now. He might be. Maybe he's looking forward to Wu Long. That's how long this friggin' video is taking. But, yeah, Shion's also acting kind of strange and maybe hiding some stuff. Spoiler alert, she is. We get to Volron, and it was kind of overwhelming. Like, he wasn't really that hard. It took me a couple tries to beat him, but it was sort of overwhelming. There was even this one part where, like, I was trying to use an item or something, but then, like, Alphen, like, kept holding it up. I think what happened was I, like, tried to use an item, but, like, I got hit or something, and, like, he kept holding it up, and it actually kind of delayed my next attack, which was, like, for maybe, like, a minute at most. It wasn't that annoying, but it was still kind of annoying. But, not nearly as annoying as all the times my controller, like, decided to give out, and be like, "Hey, you're not working." I'm like, Stop it. Yes, you are. You are working. I don't care if you're a used controller I bought off of eBay. Yeah, spoiler, I had to get a new red and black controller. Not that it really makes a difference, but I did. I'm still using it to this day. It works fine now. But after you beat up Volron, his eyes, they start to glow. And it's like a different little glyph, kind of. So I'm wondering if maybe he might be a sovereign as well. And it turns out he is. And Dohalim is starting to think that the crown contest might be a fakey-wakey. A not real, a ruse. A clever ruse. But, he tried, this was mildly cool. He did like a lightning move, but I dodged it and did a counter. I'm like, hell yeah. Hell yeah, Dark Souls has taught me well, buddy. You can't defeat me. But, and then, like, after that, I'm pretty sure it's one of those where, like, after you beat him, it, like, stops and goes into a cutscene. Like, it doesn't actually do, like, ooh, thing that, of course, this game doesn't really do that. Like, the victory stuff is a lot more mild from what I remember. But, they duke it out, and the cutscene is pretty epic, and they defeat him. And they're trying to make the Renaissance, but as they do, some black-haired chick just comes in and, like, attacks and does some major shit. Turns out Shion is actually the quote-unquote maiden. So since she's related to Niori, that makes a lot of sense. And this chick ends up having a dark master core and just makes a bunch of shit explode and, like, shit goes crazy. Yeah, so the gang is trying to kind of recuperate. This is like a month later in the Volron's area. But to kind of cue in that this is the second act, a second anime opening plays. It's a much softer song, sung in Japanese actually, and they also show Alphen without his mask on. They show his new outfit, Shion's new outfit. It kind of, I guess, sort of spoils things. I did see, because I remember seeing like it was like a compilation of all the Mystic Arts and Tales of Arise, and they showed Alphen in like his new outfit. sorry again for spoiling so much. I'll have to kind of rethink the intro when I get to this part. But yeah, so that kind of, and this new intro plays going forward anytime you start up the game. Though when you go to the title screen, you let it idle, then it plays, the other song. And again, this one is only sung in Japanese, which is interesting. A quick Google search has reminded me that the name of the song is Hello Again, sung by Ayaka. I'm not too familiar with her work. I'm pretty sure that's not the only song she sings. This is a very interesting Tales game that it's got like multiple quote-unquote themes. Because there's the first opening, there's the second opening, spoiler alert, there's an ending song. But yeah, so that kind of starts the quote-unquote second act, if you will. But yeah, the gang have stayed in Ganith, I forgot to mention that's the name of Volron's kingdom, and they've been staying there for about a month. And this picks up after that month. And within that month, basically what's been going on is, during that time, apparently, friggin' Alphen destroyed the Renis Alma somehow. And everyone's kind of still sort of recuperating from stuff. And they're still trying to figure out what that red woman was all about. They say that her energy was different than typical astral energy. It kind of opens up with Alphen and them kind of doing what seems like, what do you call it? Like, I want to say PR public affairs or something, but like, they're trying to kind of get everyone back to normal or something. They're talking to this guy's name who's like Gagne or Guy, I can't remember how you say it. One thing that stood out to me though is that he apparently sounds like Hiri Lowenthal, even though he is. I'm like 75% sure he's not. I don't know, but it kind of leads to a slight other sort of Kisara being mommy scene, because like he's like, oh, I'm hungry, and Alphen's all like, well, didn't we give you food? Is it not enough? No, it's enough. Well, then what's the problem? And like he kind of loses his temper, and then he's like, bro, you need to be patient with them. And of course, it turns out that this other guy has been like tricking them into giving away their food. So they try to kind of fix that up. Also, Law's being kind of a little bitch, and he's groaning about everything. I think at this point he's kind of like either lost his mojo or like he's just being bummed out about shiz because they're having to start kind of not really start from scratch, but so basically this next little part, this little side mission, they're trying to kind of figure out this little tiny thing, and you have to do some fights and stuff. The remix of the battle theme is cool because it's like all rocky and whatnot. You go back to Gani, Gimme Goom Gum. I'm pretty sure they said his name, but like it's been a while. But he gets kind of crazy and starts saying all Renin should die, and Alphen kind of talks him down like he usually does. He's really good at talking people down, and he even does the whole like if there's evil in this world, it lurks within the hearts of men quote. Like he does like a little twist on it. He doesn't say the exact same thing, but that's always nice to kind of get that back end from the Tale series. And there's this other kind of, I forget who died, or maybe someone died from like not eating or something, and they are gonna take care of the body. I think it's like, it might be Gagne's a relative or something, but there's this scene where like they're going like, okay, we're gonna go burn the body now outside, and Dohalim's all like, well, wait a second. You guys just burned the body? Shouldn't we have like a little like someone should say something nice about them and stuff? Shouldn't we like celebrate the life? Isn't this kind of barbaric? And Rinwell, she gets upset and she's like, don't think I haven't forgiven you guys about what happened. You're a poopy butthole. And she kind of starts giving Dohalim some shit, and I'm like, okay, here we go. And Dohalim even starts to, he does like a kind of like thing where he looks like he's about to lose his temper. Because he's actually being kind of calm at first until she finally says like that one thing, and Alphen's all like, enough! And I'm actually kind of proud of Alphen at this point. I say proud loosely because I'm just like, I kind of would be similar in this situation. But he's finally like, if you're not gonna follow my beliefs, then you can get the fuck out! And Dohalim, he ends up apologizing, and they both do kind of like this thing where they sort of ask each other the same sort of thing. Like, Dohalim's all like, Renwell, can you teach me more about Danon customs? And then, Renwell's all like, sure, dog, can you teach me about Renin customs? I'm like, damn. I feel like Dohalim didn't really need to apologize. I feel I feel like if I say my opinion on this specific matter, it could go horribly, horribly wrong. I'm actually kind of on Dohalim's side, and that's all I'll say on that matter. But even still, it's like, this whole thing with Rinwell's getting a little annoying at this point, because I feel like they're trying to overcomplicate it a little too much. It's like, okay, we get it. She hates Renins, but she's confused about her hatred towards Renins because Shion's nice and Dohalim is kind of nice, except for this one instance where she feels like he wasn't. So, I don't know what to feel. Okay, sure, whatever. But, yeah, so they're kind of trying to kind of get their bearings and figuring out what to do next. There's a short scene after this, or maybe, I think, a little later on, where it kind of seems like Shion is in contact with someone, and I'm guessing it was someone on Lenegis, which it brings us to kind of the next sort of point of not contention, but sort of the next point of things we kind of know, because they're trying to figure out the Red Woman. They're also trying to figure out what's going on up at Lenegis, because a machine fired down from Lenegis, and roots, it came down, roots started coming out, and there was a light that fired back up to it. And they're trying to kind of figure out what that's about. They come up with a specific term. The wedge. I think it's called the wedge. Thank you, notes. They're trying to kind of figure that out. And they also note that the Red Woman was apparently at Dohalim's place. And it seems like they're kind of maybe trying to do a thing to where this Red Woman was there from the beginning. I know it's been a while since I played the game. Even back then, I don't remember her at all. I might have maybe noticed her once or something. And I do think it's kind of an interesting idea to sort of bring up a character that you don't really think about, but then kind of force them into the forefront like that, if you do it properly. And this is a very yes and no situation with this game. Even Dohalim is kind of this thing seems kind of planned. And, Shion's all bro, why? Of course, Alvin looks at her, because he always looks at her. But basically, they decide to go to the wedge. There's a scene as they're going up to it, and Rinwell, she thinks she hears a voice when they get to the wedge, and she also thinks that it feels alive. And they go inside the wedge. It is thorny AF. Reminds me a lot of Code Vein, kind of, with particularly the cathedral level, I think is the... it looks very sort of I guess organic's a good word. I mean, it looks like a plant, so obviously plants are organic. Interesting looking place. And you get to the core, you fight the core. That was actually kind of an interesting boss fight. Because it was one of those to where it's there's the giant thing, and then the little, it's like a giant tree. You have to hit the points of it to activate the main point you're supposed to hit to do damage. It's one of those kind of bosses. I think Kingdom Hearts maybe had one in the Tarzan level, or I think. Very hard to think. I actually had very major flashbacks to another boss in another RPG, now that I think about it. But Rinwell, there's this big light that comes up after defeating this core, and Rinwell come in, she has her arms out, and everyone's running after her, and they all start hearing this voice, they all start crying. And Shion thinks it's the voice of the astral energy, and they bring up the monster that they saw when they fought Balsef. The idea of manifest... what's the right word? Astral energy manifested into something. They're kind of setting up, quote unquote, the next antagonist, and that's what I'll say about that. But they basically decide they need to get to Lenegis, and so they're going to decide to go to Lenegis. How doth one do that, you might be asking, viewer/listener, because my videos are basically podcasts. They decide that, or Kisara decides, being the mom, which I just want to kind of hammer in the point that Alphen and Kisara are basically the mom and dad, one with Alphen being sort of the encourager and, wearing the black armor, and Kisara being all you have to be patient with people in the white armor. I think they maybe did that by design, which I feel like they keep the character... I'll say what I will about, Rinwell, but I feel like they at least keep it mostly consistent. There is this one part that I wrote down where she's talking to Shion, she's liar. And it's it was a super sharp moment, and it almost was low-key breaking character a little bit for Rinwell, which, that was interesting. I feel like the Tales series is probably one of the few video game series or franchises out there, period, where I feel like they can kind of get away with it. Because if you play one of the spin-offs, let's say, for example, I was sort of talking to myself a little bit earlier while rehearsing this part. Reed Herschel, my favorite character from the Tales series, as well as the main character of Tales of Eternia. You know, how he acts in the spin-offs is slightly different than how he acts in his own game, because you're getting a very sort of like punched up version. Because of, you know, the spin-offs, they have to make everyone seem unique. Because, you know, like, quite frankly, and this isn't meant to be insulting, but a lot of characters in the series have the same traits. Part of that is on purpose, because, you know, they're meant to be real human beings, and people are alike, more alike than you might realize. So I think most spin-offs where they have different where each entry is like sort of like a different sort of being altogether, meant to kind of stand on its own. They have to kind of work around that stuff. But to get back on point after rambling, basically Kisara brings up the point that maybe the starship that Alphen came back from when he came from Rena back to Dana or Lenegis or whatever, 300 years ago, it might still be around. So they decide to try and find it. Somehow Alphen is able to remember something from 300 years ago. I feel like that'd be something that I probably wouldn't remember, even if that's pretty important. But you're basically going to go through this like volcano-y area where you have to fight this Ifrit boss, which is basically like kind of seemingly a reskin of the giant sort of like Ifrit monster from Balsev. I remember them looking similar. But I had to friggin' grind for this. There have been plenty of moments in this game, and I mentioned this a million times, but there have been a few moments where I had to grind, which hasn't really happened to me in a Tales game for a while, because I go through them so fast. Like, usually there's like maybe 1 or 2 grinding moments just because like I happen to try a boss and be underleveled, and then I grind for a little bit, then I beat the boss. And in this game I felt like there were like 5 or 6 grinding moments. And you could even maybe say that's including grinding the monies with the dog tags. But and this place was a little annoying too. This is because like they're like these rock monsters that freaking jump on you, and you're supposed to like use, I think, Kisara's like shield thing to like bash into them. I'm pretty sure that's that same place. I might be getting that confused with the Reaffirmery place from Elda Menancia. But of course, you know, the series is not opposed to reusing enemy designs and kind of reskins, and yeah, that's fine. But you know, yeah, after you beat the boss, you find the ship on like this little it looks like sort of like a top hill of a mountain thing, but they need time to work on it and fix it, so the game's just going to kind of chill at night. It's one of those like, you know, just kind of do your own thing kind of thing. I think it's one of those things where it's like, you know, take some time to do some side quests before you leave for Lenegis, which I didn't do. I think I used that time to like maybe take a short break and do something else. I don't remember what it was, but I vaguely remember sort of pausing, or at least like I stopped for that day, and then I, you know, did my whatever I had to do that day, and came back to it like the day later. Maybe took a week off. So I something. Again, it's been a while. So they talk to everybody, and it's kind of funny. Ren was all like, "We can just ask the Renans to leave us alone." It's like, no, because they're probably trying to take our energies so they can rebuild their world. Which let's not get too ahead of ourselves. But everyone kind of goes to sleep except for Shion, who gets up at the middle of the night and goes off to do her own thing. And of course, Alvin's all like, "What are you doing, Shion?" Her thorns are acting up, and she pulls her gun on Alphen to try to, after like using her powers to suppress her thorns. There's this one close-up to where it almost looks like she's... I think what they were trying to do, knowing what I know about the game now, is make her look kind of apathetic, or sort of like sad in a way. The way I took it at the time was that it looked like she was like faking it. Like it looked like she was just all like, "I'm just kidding." I'm like, okay, well, don't know why you would fake making thorns come out of your body. You know, not really sure what the point of that is, but I mean, you do you, hun. But no, I don't think that's actually the case. And quick warning: this is another triggering moment for the game for those of you who might be sensitive and possibly get upset about hearing the subject matter. So apologies in advance. You've been warned. It turns out Shion is more or less immortal, and her thorns are like basically a part of her. At least from the standpoint of when she loses her thorns, she will die. And she wants to use the Renis Alma to kill herself. and she's using her maiden powers to hold them at bay, but they're getting stronger. And when she can't contain her thorns anymore, the darkness inside her will take over and it just destroys everything. And she, she's like, she never wished she had this really emotional moment where she's like, she wishes she never met everyone so she would be able to let herself die because she likes everyone. And of course, Alphen comes in, so like, I won't let you die. And like, he goes in and hugs her, and of course it hurts. And it's like, we will find a way to fix you and stuff. And I was like, well, what do you want to do? He's also like, even if you don't want to fight, I will anyway. Kind of, doing his like, I'll do it myself if I have to. And everyone's like, we'll fight with Alphen. We'll help him out and dog. And Dohalim, he's all like, he offers up that they might find a way for Shion to get rid of her thorns and still live. And she talks about, because she's crying at this point, like she's sort of like, getting a little happier again. She's talking about how like that scene where Alphen is like, I'm not gonna kill these bastards because they're my friends. That made her feel good because it made her feel like she's Alphen's friend. They're a little more than friends, but yeah. So she feels better. They're more hopeful to try to actually, fix this problem Shion has with the thorns. And the ship is finished, and they take off. And now the game becomes Star Ocean. Come to think of it, Alphen, with the armor, he almost kind of looks like a black-armored, white-haired version of Roddick, in a way, without the monkey tail, and not voiced by Yuri Lowenthal, but still uses a sword. And the game doesn't really have a Dragon Roar move, where it just... unless Azure Storm is apparently the Dragon Roar move, which I guess is possible. I spammed it like nobody's business, but I don't know. Yeah, so that's kind of where they're going. I see what you're doing there, Tomizawa-san. I actually don't remember why I wrote that. There's a skit with Law about being scared of flying, and it was funny because Rinrill's teasing him and shiz. They address... I don't really care about this fact, but apparently Alphen maintained his use by sleeping in a healing pod for 300 years. But how did he awake? That's a good question. But they make it to Lenegis. And it's this very sort of mechanical looking place. It looks very much like a not even like your typical like space city to where like it looks like everything's just like a giant motherboard, if you know what I mean. And here we learn a little bit more about the place. There's a caste system in place based on a person's astral art ability. Obviously, Dohalim being pretty high up because his astral ability is top-notch and shiz. And the city is in disarray because of the wedge. And on this place, anything that happens is assumed to be part of the sovereign's will. Basically like the master of all the lords and shiz. And this is an interesting point to bring up as well, because both of them are from Lenegis. And they bring up the point that neither Dohalim or Shion have known anyone who lived actually on Rena. Okay, I see what you're doing, game. I see what you're doing. Kind of starting to sort of put the pieces together. This stuff's fun for me. I always love sort of like, when the games and stuff like hint at stuff, and then it's like, oh, I wonder where it's going to go. I actually love being able to predict a plot twist. I like doing it because I'm doing it based on how the story sets it up. So, in this sense, if I'm able to figure out your plot twist before it happens, and I'm right, that's actually a good sign, in my opinion. That's actually means you wrote it well. Because then that tells me that you set it up the way to where it made sense, and I was able to... it didn't come out of your butthole. Like, oh, suddenly the pickle's gonna poop on your face, or something like that. And then Dohalim is all like, I am the pickle. And then, like, he just takes a massive dump on the floor. Anyway, so there's a little teeny tiny side quest where you talk to everyone and you read, like, these little hieroglyph things, or, like, these little monitors talking about the previous lords. They're trying to do one of those things where it's like, oh, the bad guys were actually trying to do something good, which the Tales series is known for doing. The one that really stood out to me was with Balsa, where like he cared about his followers and he was trying to help his family. That was the reason why he was being a lord and shiz. And we more than likely killed the sons of a Ren follower of Ganabelt. So, And then here we get some more Dohalim character resolution. This chick named Faria, who we've seen her in flashbacks with Dohalim, where like he's like, I didn't mean to kill the person. He's like, no. She starts being a butthole to him when she shows up. She calls him a coward and shit. And it's like, okay, well, let's not worry about her. Like, and Dohalim, he kind of feels bad about himself. And of course, they show the red chick right before. That was one moment where the game actually did kind of scare me a little bit, because the red hair chick, she shows, like, holy shit, she's scary. Like, I'll say this about the red chick, she is scary. I think it's the completely black eyes on the humanoid figure. Spooky. It spooks me. But here, Dohalim reveals that, he played a lot of music with his Renin friends. And he was friends with Faria and the dude that he killed. Again, the way he died was that Dohalim killed him during, like, a trial on how to become the next lord. And this guy, he tried to use a dirty tactic to defeat Dohalim, but he still won. But Dohalim never said anything. So she doesn't really know about what happened. And so she basically just hates him for, like, just killing him. One thing that was a little annoying, there was a lot of stopping and going, because there was, like, you go, then there's a cutscene, then a skit, and, like, they kept doing, like, all this stuff. And I think this is kind of part of the problem with the second act of them trying to do all, like, this talking stuff. And that's going to maybe make sense a little later on, because we're at kind of the point now to where, in my opinion, I've talked about this with another friend who's played the game, and I've thought back to the skits and whatnot. I think that, like, at this point the game does kind of take a little bit of a nosedive, writing and dialogue wise and plot wise for sure. Can't remember if I mentioned that in one of the previous recordings. I'll be sure to edit where necessary so that I'm not repeating myself. Maybe. There was also a flashback with Naori where her voice sounded really compressed, which is something Troy pointed out to me while we were texting, and because he was playing the game as well. You go through the dungeon, Faria comes in being all possessed and summons a Zoogle that's gross and shiz, and you fight it, and she tries to summon another one, but Shion shoots the other one, and Dohalim she shoots the core, rather, and Dohalim knocks her out. And then Akavir shows up, which I found kind of interesting, because I thought Todd Howard said we wouldn't actually get to see Akavir. No, it was a little Elder Scrolls joke. Leave fucking city! And he offers to take Faria out of the area. And then they get another flashback that shows the ceremony of what Naori and Alpha were trying to do. And this is another one that gets kind of confusing to me a little, because, like, she suddenly sees a bunch of thorns in Oblivion, and then Alphen, he gets all thorns, and he's like, oh! And, like, he starts screaming really loudly, as Alphen does, because, he screams. And it's just like, what happened? But, the gang theorized that the astral energy of someone from the past is trying to tell them something. Like, they're trying to kind of... They think something's going on, and Runewell says it feels like a willpower or something. And, as they're going through... Because this is sort of like a weird, like, multi-part, seemingly dungeon, to where it seems like there's, like, you get through one section, boss, one section, boss, one section, boss. It's like... I actually don't even remember the name of the area. I had to grind a little bit, because I kept running out of items and stuff, but thankfully there's, like, a shop right in front of the entrance, and of course, you could fight some soldiers and stuff, and they give you the dog tags, and of course also grinding. But they also learn a few other things, like, according to this research document, the Sovereign is meant to take on the form of a Danon. So they want a Danon to be the Sovereign. That actually has a little more weight to it than you might realize, but Mastercards can also be manufactured, and we learned that Alphen and Volron were the only two successful subjects of the Sovereign experiment. More or less, the crown contest is pretty much a lie. The Sovereign and Maiden get more power if they connect with each other, like big boys and girls, and you more or less know. You more or less know what I mean. And Lenegis, it's more of an energy. The Lenegis is more of an energy converter than a home. They show Naori putting Alphen in the hibernation chamber to heal his wounds, though there was a 10% chance he would survive, and wearing the mask too long would mess up his body, as we see. Though she kept seeing visions of the future. Apparently Alphen was linked to the Lenegis himself. Because of her vision, she stopped the ceremony, but it made Alphen's power go out of control. So that to kind of clarify, the because again, like at that time, I'm just like, well, what's going on? But then like, oh, okay. And of course, reading it now, it actually makes a little bit more sense. I don't know if it's just because I've had time to process it, but like basically what happened, Naori and Alphen were doing the ceremony, the Sovereign and the Maiden ceremony, but Naori saw a vision of a thorny world of blackness that killed everything, and so she stopped the ceremony. But it's like, it's one of those things to where like when you stop something, it kind of causes the whole thing to go haywire, because like you're messing up the flow, and like it causes him to go out of control, and that's what killed everyone, because again, he was linked to Lenegus. The thorns themselves, as for what they are, there seem to be a weird construct of Alphen's sovereign power inside of Naori and Xion. Naori sealed the powers within herself and ended on passing it to her descendants, which is the reason why Xion has it. And we learned this when they actually go to the old throne. I say throne, the altar. That's the ceremony place, whatever. Alphen and Xion get cool new duds. Xion gets the white dress that Naori wore. Alphen gets the clothes that he wore 300 years ago for the Sovereign, so he looks all cool. And this isn't. I doubt this is meant to be a voice actor joke, but he almost low-key kind of looks like Arthur or Artorias from Tales of Berseria a little bit, because of the light hair and the white outfit that almost looks like sort of like holy robes or what have you. But they go further in, and here's where things get a tad strange, where I feel like the game kind of flip-flops a little bit. It turns out Volron's still alive, and he's been put deep into the Forbidden Zone and he's like hooked up to like the Renis Alma to try to make a ceremony without the maiden. And Alphen then thinks that maybe the ceremony is to drain all of Dana's astral energy. Again, that's what he thinks. The Red Woman shows up, and then there are multiple of them, and they turn into like these weird like red creature things, and you fight them. It was actually interesting fight. I don't remember it being too hard. It was maybe a little hard, but like I barely dodged one of their like laser beams during the fight. It was cool. Again, dodging Dark Souls stuff. After the fight, like Alphen tries to get them to surrender, but they basically blow themselves up, and he injures his arm. And Volron, he was apparently sleeping. He wakes up and he tries to get to the Renis Alma. At this point, Volron seems to kind of be like a villain who just wants power over everything and everyone, which those who've listened to my podcast with Stan and everybody, where we talked about what we wanted to see in the next Tales game, I'm pretty sure this was after Berseria too, which is interesting time. I mentioned something about, and I'm only bringing this up just for the sake of the conversation. I know I said that I had some insider info on this game. I had no control over this. I want to make that very clear. As to the direction of Volron, if I did, things would be a little different. But that being said, one thing I wanted to see in the Tales series is maybe more of like a villain who is either insane or maybe doesn't have a big motive. Like a villain who, not necessarily a villain who's just evil for the sake of evil, but maybe a villain who wants to do bad things and hurt people for his own amusement, or for his or her own amusement. I need to remember my words properly. And you could maybe say that this game is trying to do that, but here it just kind of falls flat, because it's like, well, you kind of there has to be a reason for that, even if, you know, it's kind of like, even if you want to have nothing, you have to describe nothing. That probably doesn't make any sense, and I have a example I can use to explain that, though I don't want to go too far into writing philosophy. But he tries to use the Renis Alma, but another Red Woman comes in and stops him, and someone activates the whole thing, and it just blows up. And the place is crumbling, so everyone gets separated. Alphen and Xion get separated, but, you know, he holds his hand out, and like she basically runs and like jumps towards him. They're on they're trying to like escape, and they're in between like a broken bridge, and like she jumps, sort of like supposed to be sort of like a trust symbolism thing, I think. And the gang ultimately decide that, hey, we got to go to Rena itself and confront the pee-pee-poo-poo men, the bad guys. They decide that that's what they got to do. Only problem is they now have to kind of quickly deal with the Lenegus because the power went out. And what Dohalim does is he makes an announcement using like some like, I guess, offline analog contactor thing, and he makes them feel better. He more or less becomes the new ruler of Lenegus, or he at least aspires to be, and plans to stay up there for a while. Of course, you know, if you play the game and you've seen the credits, he comes back to Dana later on to hang out with everybody. Spoilers. Spoilers for this video that's probably several hours in at this point. Thank you all for listening, if you've been listening this far, by the way. So he and Faria get some reconciliation, and there's a scene where it's like, is all that true? And he's like, doesn't matter, I still killed him. And of course, they have their little moments, so she's able to start forgiving him, which that's a lesson that's going to come back later on. Now that I think about it, I think the game was maybe trying to set that up, or maybe I'm just giving the story more credit, but I don't know. I noticed this stuff. But so yeah, the gang go back to their ship, and they decide to head for Rena. They end up getting attacked by the Red Woman again, and she ultimately shuts the engine down and teleports them further away. But it looks like they got teleported closer to Rena, which is like, doesn't even look like a real fucking planet. It looks like it's like half a planet, and it looks like it's sucking astral energy from Dana, and it looks like there's like a little crystal rose or something forming. The ship gets pulled into something that looks like the Lenegus. Another thing I kind of noticed, apparently, is that the tile screen is generally short and idle and goes to the opening fast. I think I mainly mentioned that due to me taking a break, but yeah, anyway. They get sucked into this little ship that kind of looks like a little tiny spatial sanctuary. And they go further into a ship to find a guy in a pod that looks like the Red Woman's true form, but he's purple. And he can't really move, but he can talk. His name is Hevrect35, and he is apparently a Helganquil, which is a third race, which you might have heard part of that word already. And he serves basically the Great Spirit that is basically just a buttload of astral energy. And the Great Spirit apparently told the Helganquil to sap energy from Dana to Rena. The reason why the Great Will of Dana, because that's one thing, this is the Great Will of Rena. And this is where the game kind of starts to kind of trip over itself a little bit by trying to have a bigger antagonist while also having like a weird thing of two antagonists. Because like, to go ahead and kind of jump ahead a little bit, the final the Douse, the Hugo or Miklon, the Chazelle, the Mythos, the Richter, or did I say Douse already? I think I already said Douse. The what's her name? Shit. What's the name of Groon's like sister or whatever from Legendia? But you know what I'm basically sort of like the Duke from Vesperia. This game's like all those villains is basically the giant manifestation energy of the whole of Rena, while throwing in a little bit of Volron for some reason. And this is kind of where the game is sort of tripping over itself a little bit, because at least with the first half, we had and I was thinking about this with Graces as well. Again, Richard, thinking about that, and then Fodra and the F chapter. But beforehand, we had the character Cedric, who was like this, a king guy or whatever, and he was the big enemy that you had to fight. Alexei also in Vesperia again. Just stuff like that. And then you go into Duke. Whereas in this game, you can maybe argue that Volron was maybe filling that role. The game kind of sets it up as if he's going to be that second antagonist with how he shows up, but then of course you fight him when you get to his kingdom. But, sort of like the lesser antagonists, like the Cedrics and the Alexeis of this game are like Balsef, all those other people. That's where this game kind of does stuff. So basically, yeah, like the Great Will of Rena is trying to take the energy from Dana, and the reason why Dana isn't really fighting Dana the planet, mind you. I mean, because obviously if the people knew, they'd be like, no. That's me trying to have like an Erikaton or something. But anyway, the reason why Dana isn't really the Great Spirit of Dana isn't fighting back is because the astral energy is so spread out that the will isn't like as powerful and can't really manifest in the same way. It seems to be sentient from what I can gather, but Rena's greater will, Great Spirit, is even more sentient, or at least has a greater presence, you know what I mean? And the Great Spirit just wants energy, and they sucked Rena dry, so it went after Dana. Which now... Wait, that doesn't... Wait a minute. That doesn't actually make any sense. If it's the Great Spirit of Rena, why would it suck its own planet? We can maybe talk about it in the comments. So to do that, the Helganquil, they created the crown contest. And the ceremony from 300 years ago with Naori and Alphen was meant to actually take all of Dana's astral energy, but it failed. So this is sort of like their second attempt. Now, Hevric 35 wants us to kill the Great Spirit, and the Helganquil are going extinct. And the Maiden's job is more or less to keep the Sovereign's power in check, which I think is sort of kind of what... The more I'm thinking about this stuff and reading my notes, the less it makes sense. I thought I understood the game by the end, but I guess I don't. I don't know, but anyway. But yeah, so this is supposed to be sort of like the big twist, you know. I remember I was talking to Nick as well, and he told me, like, you know, because he was further along than I was, and we were talking about the game, and I said, like, you know, yeah, there's another big twist that's going to come up, and so, like, yeah. Also, there are apparently Renans living with Hevric 35, just random Renans. They can also cloak themselves from the Renans. I think they maybe mean, because I'm looking at my notes like, well, wait a minute, it doesn't really make any sense, unless they don't know that Hevric 35 is there. I don't know. I think what they mean is that they're cloaking themselves from the other Renans, which is why they've been hidden for so long. The other Renans, they call Hevric 35 the Overseer, because that's what he is. He apparently doesn't have much time to live. And then there's this, they're talking about stuff, and they're talking about this one guy. And he basically, this is the big shocker moment. You ready? It turns out that the Renans that we've seen in the game so far are not actually Renans. They're all basically genetically enhanced Danans. And the Helganquil are more or less the real Renans. The human ones we see that were humans were Danans that were created by the Helganquil to get a bigger workforce to carry on the will of the Great Spirit. Oh no! So that kind of ties into the whole thing about Dohalim and Xion having never actually met anyone who lived from Ren. Of course, there's also a practical reason why they didn't, but we'll get to that later. So this is like the big, oh my gosh moment. The game kind of seemed to be going towards that direction anyway, which I found interesting. Dohalim actually takes it the worst. Xion, I don't think particularly... she's shocked by it, but I don't think she particularly cares from it. But, yeah, the flower on the Ren is basically a manifestation of all the astral energy they've taken. Why it's, tiny, I don't know, but of course it's not really that tiny. This is a lot to take in, but there's actually a good skit with Law where they talk about not getting so caught up in the bigger picture and just doing the best you can. I think that's actually really important, kind of like a living in the present kind of thing. I actually try to live by that as much as I can. There are some good lessons you can learn from this game series. This is another one of those moments where you kind of like split off and talk to everyone to kind of, like how like the party splits and then you go talk to everyone and then you go back to the main point after everyone, and you talk to everyone. Dohalim is considering moving all of the Renans that are in Lenegus to Dana, and he wants Alphen to be like their mediator, which, they agree to do that, but of course that's after. Alphen talks about Xion talks to Xion and makes a good point about learning to forgive. That's going to come into play later. And forgiveness, I think, is pretty important. That's a pretty heavy subject in of itself, though. I'd recommend watching James Arnold Taylor's JAT 365 video series on YouTube, or even getting the book if you want to, where he kind of talks about that and talking about forgiveness and, how you don't have to reconcile with someone to forgive them and stuff. And again, that's going to come into play a little bit later on, but it's interesting. And the game doesn't maintain a little bit of some wit, because there's a part where Alvin's like, "Whoa there, savior girl." I'm like, "Lol, that's funny. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny, game. That's funny." They agree to try and help Hevric 35 destroy the Great Spirit. And Hevric 35 tells his plan to the gang, but it's basically what Xion was thinking with basically killing herself. Apparently a part of the Great Spirit is inside Xion, so that makes things kind of difficult as well. Alphen, he, again, like, just being a really tough as nails guy, he's more or less says, "I'd rather just stay put if you won't help us do it our way." And of course, Havric's like, okay. They also know that destroying the Great Spirit will probably destroy Ren as well. Alphen kind of lost me a little bit when he's like, "We're doing this for us, not for you." And I'm all like, well, again, like I'm having this weird situation while I'm recording this, where some stuff I actually kind of understand now, other stuff I don't. Cause I'm like, okay, well, I think he's saying, well, we're only helping you with this because it coincides with what we're trying to do. I think that's what he meant by saying we're doing this for us, not you, kind of thing. And of course, there's that little, like, you know, after the moment where Alpin's all like, I want to do it my way. There's like that quiet moment, and then Havok speaks like, okay. And but yeah, basically, that's the plan. And we are heading to Rena. We get to Rena, and it looks majorly hollowed over. I'm talking like friggin' liquid metal as far as the eye can see. It's just gross. I mean, not actually gross. Like, I didn't actually find it disgusting or anything, but, you know, it looks sort of like symbolically and probably objectively gross. Kind of like that burp I just swallowed. But, yeah. And so we're going through Rena, and at this point I'm kind of wondering if the game ends up scaling the enemies to around your level, which that wouldn't surprise me just for the sake of difficulty and whatnot. Plus, this game is trying to be more Dark Souls-y anyway. And I also noticed that Shion would say resurrection when she's casting Revitalize, which I found kind of interesting because that's just going along with the Japanese art titles. Because, you know, instead of resurrection, they call it Raise Dead, and then Revitalize is called Resurrection. I found that kind of interesting because it makes me kind of wonder just how far in advance they maybe were recording the voiceovers, or maybe the script, or maybe how many last-minute changes the script had. I don't know. But and we have to do some elevator stuff as we go through it. We're literally kind of doing a thing to where we're just sort of traversing the area. It literally is like another kind of dungeon, as opposed to being sort of like an area that has a little town or something, and then you go into a dungeon. I do believe there's kind of like the Symphonia vending machine things. I don't remember. It's been a while at this point. This is actually the 5th recording. But when you go on the elevators to like go through, you're kind of going down Ren, I think. It's basically sort of like a survival mode thingy, like the arena. And I always kind of enjoy those. I actually really liked that change to the Tales series. I'm pretty sure I already mentioned that. But just in case you forgot, I like survival arena modes in the Tales games. Thank you, Destiny PS2. And in one of those fights, there was this moment where like Law laid down for like a little too long. I'm like, come on, dude, get up. You need to get the F up. He eventually got up and we won. There was also kind of another funny moment where I was in my overlimit and I'd just done my Mystic Art, and Dohulin was all like, is it too late to talk about our differences? And I'm all like, yeah, buddy, I think it is. Kind of going back to the graphical side of things too. Again, going off of my notes because they're scattered as fuck. But I was walking away from a mini boss, which, by the way, this particular section has a buttload of mini bosses. Like, holy crap! It kind of reminds me of a Zestiria in a way. Now that I think about it, because I remember the final dungeon had like it didn't have a ton, but it had like, you know, you'd go to like a corner and like you could fight like this giant like monster hog guy that was like way too hard, at least in my opinion, way too hard, because I found that game to be hard as fuck anyway. But this game had like a bunch, like a buttload, and several of them looked like just giant, big, fat monsters, and like little, now that I've played it, I guess I can say God Eater-like monsters. My first thought is Dark Souls, but they're, you know, Yusuke Tomizawa being, you know, the new general producer of the Tales series after coming from God Eater, you know, there's obviously some influences that are going to be coming from his experience with that game into this series, which we can kind of talk about sort of where that stands near the end, I suppose. Yeah, when I was going away from the mini boss to get some treasure, it like pixelated away, which was strange. Almost like they were trying to do like the fade away thing. I guess that's more of like a stylistic thing over a graphical thing. Lots and lots of fighting at this point. Dohalim apparently says all the funniest things because I gave him a life bottle after he died, and he was like, "These are the most peculiar tastes." And I'm like, "Is it? I've never had a life bottle before, Dohalim. Perhaps you will pass me one so I can drink it." I wonder what would happen if you drank a life bottle while you're alive. Like, I know, like, I think if I had to guess, because I don't think I ever tried this, but I'm guessing it's one of those things where you can't use a a life bottle on someone who's alive. But I imagine any other game would probably have it to where, like, if you use it, okay, well, you just heal, like, the amount of HP that you would have gotten, you know, if you were revived from it, you know. So in most situations, it would just add to your health, you know, whatever, that kind of thing. But yeah, this game has a bit of unintentional humor, in my opinion. At least that's kind of how I'm looking at it. But anyway, we eventually get to a place that has what looks like a bunch of preserved Danon bodies, and they look like they're kind of in wait to become Renans. And Dohalim speculates that perhaps the lords who are made into the Sovereign after winning the crown contest are turned into monsters because one of the bosses we fight is a gross-ass human-looking thing. Almost like, what do you call it? There was an actual term for it, and this is actually kind of topical, given what was announced recently. What happens when you take off the embedded X-spheres that don't have a key crest on it from the human slaves at the ranches when they turn to monsters? They don't really look like that to what I remember, but, you know, it's kind of interesting, sort of like, I guess, world building kind of thing at this point. There was one thing, though, that I did actually kind of miss. Part of this might have been because I was getting kind of sleepy, but there was a victory thing where Law starts singing the names of places, and I think Ren was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" He's like, "I'm singing names." But then, like, right at the end, I think it's like Dohalim like chimes in, like near the end. The TV was apparently muted, so I didn't actually hear what they said. I think this was during one of my auto mode grinds, because I remember I think I had to go back to my little farm spot on Lenegus to farm, and, you know, given my schedule, I would usually play the game kind of late, and because of that, I would get sleepy, and so I would literally kind of like just, I think also at this point too, because I was grinding, I actually listened to a podcast, and that's not meant to sort of talk smack on the game, but, you know, when you're grinding for something, you have to have something in the background to, you know, keep, you know, just to kind of pass the time extra, because grinding can be kind of tiring. I kind of get the impression that that's sort of like an RPG staple, and what I kind of mean by that is, like, people seem to actually really enjoy it, which I kind of enjoy it sometimes. It really depends on the game and what I'm actually there to get. Over here, I'm not a huge fan, if not just because what farming these dog tag things are actually for. I guess you could kind of say it's like Shenmue 3, how, like, with the gambling thing, I don't like that you had to, like, you got tokens, and then you had to turn in those tokens for prizes that you then had to sell. That was just kind of a pain. I mean, it worked out once I got to Niawu, but anyway, that's a separate game. But I did also notice, speaking of auto play, that Alpha, he kept spamming Hurricane Thrust like no one's business. I did like, though, how they pulled their entire art list on auto mode. I mean, obviously that they would. But yeah, just this section seemed to be a lot of kind of like, you know, last minute revelations and going through the dungeon. There's even a part where Rinwell, she brings up the possibility of everyone kind of coming together and focusing their will to become something like Dana's will to kind of combat Rena's will. Because again, just in case you forgot, the current antagonist right now is actually the planet's will, which, I don't know, I don't know. That's a thing. But thankfully there's also some humor sprinkled in on all this weird stuff, because I was using an apple gel on Law, and he was all like, "I hope this is medical," or I think he was using it, and I'm like, lol, you're funny, Law. This probably isn't the best time to throw in humor. You know, I'll have to remember that the next time I write notes on a game. But they're literally just trying to get to the core of where the will of Rena is actually at its peak. There's a part where Rinwell tries to contact Rena's will in an area where it's incredibly dense, and she gets kind of more information, and she's able to gather that the Great Spirit is trying to basically make Dana and Rena into one world, and it's like scared as fuck. You know, that's kind of strange. Thinking about it, you know, this might have been the first time I remember in a Tales game ever, to my recollection, I could be wrong, where instead of bringing the two worlds together, or the worlds end up becoming together, we're trying to keep them apart. Because with Eternia, technically the worlds kind of, they didn't really join together as far as I could tell, but like the access to both worlds became easier. And of course with Symphonia, the two worlds became one. So, one of those things. And apparently it's also scared, trying to humanize your villains. It's a little hard to humanize something that's not really a person. I was able to pull off Blazing Sword, which is Alphen's second mystic art, after looking it up and realizing that, they mean 5 different arts and not a 5-hit combo. They probably should have made that a little more clear, but I did use it on a Hilganquil, and I killed it with Lightning Tiger Blade, which is cool. Speaking of, Law says some kind of dumb stuff. Like, he keeps like, what's the point of all this? And it's like, it kind of came across like he was trying to be like a hypothetical voice of the audience. It's like one of those things to where it's like here's an example. Tiger and Bunny, first episode of the first season. I haven't seen the second one yet. I haven't even seen the movies yet, so no spoilers, please. But Blue Rose, she comes up and she's all like, "Blue, escape!" And then she runs away. And in the dub, I don't remember what he says in the Japanese version, but Kotetsu said, "She's just running away!" And it's like, it's supposed to be kind of, I guess, funny, but that's also the writer saying, yes, that is her move. She's just running away. Stories will sometimes do that, and I've noticed recently, after hearing some of my friends talk about some games they've been playing, and also watching Game Grumps play Danganronpa 2, I'm seeing more instances of sort of like my buddy Stan put it, best. He called it the, just so you know kind of thing, where like they give you like all this information, like. I almost kind of feel like some of these stories are trying to handhold a little too much and trying to overly explain things, which I'm pretty sure I said in the Dragon Ball Super Superhero review, which is up now. I feel like, again, at this point in the game, I feel like the story and dialogue definitely kind of took a little bit of a nosedive here. I'm not going to shit on it too much because, this is like the first new Tales game in a while. They're still trying to kind of learn things, and I feel like we're kind of in sort of like a trial and error. Yeah, trial and error. I don't know why my mouth was trying to say era or area. Trial and area. That's going to be the new video game that's coming out. I don't know if you know that. It's just some new. That's probably like a tactical game where like you pick your area and then you do your trial there. See, trial and error. No, but Law in particular has had a few moments to where he was almost. It seemed like he was kind of like the quote unquote voice of the audience, which I'm not a huge fan of most of the time. It really kind of depends on how it's done. And in that particular section, I don't think it was very good. But for a few of these fights, to be all smart and shit, because it wasn't getting any more difficult than it already was, but I did have my team kind of switch up their party members for like a divide and conquer kind of thing, which that made me feel smart. And so I'm using that to fight more of the monsters, which, by the way, holy bananas, the sword dancers in this game, and it has a second phase. That was definitely one of the tougher bosses. I'm pretty sure I was under level for that one. I think I beat him. I don't remember. I probably have a screenshot on my PS4 because I took a buttload of screenshots. If I didn't, I might have to go back and beat him because, by the time I do this review, I'm sure my party will be a little more leveled up because, I'll be doing some side quests and fighting monsters and stuff and all that fun jazz, which will also be pretty good for, farming souls. Oh, wait, no, sorry, this is Tales of Arise. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. This game really wants to be Dark Souls, like, really badly. I know the last game that team actually made, I'm pretty sure it was Code Vein. I might have to ask around about that, but I don't know, maybe they had that, in their brain, but, it's not, I don't think it's that bad. And I feel like they handled it okay for their first time. Obviously, for the next big Tales game, I think they should maybe try to tone it down a little bit. That's just my opinion. But yeah, eventually we get to the core area. And the Great Spirit manifests into a kaiju thingy and wants to fight us because Rinril says it's full of hatred now. And it also eats the Renaissama. And we fight it, but then it runs away. And it makes you fight some regular enemies for a little bit so you can catch up to it. Shows him kind of like running off on the planet. And then it shows you kind of, you being, Alphen in the party. The only way I can really think of to describe it right now, just vaguely off of my memory, is sort of like an upside down wine glass. It's broken at the bottom. Yeah, so that's more or less sort of the fight with the Great Spirit. They give you this cool finishing blow Cutscene with the pairings when you break the flower thingies on his arm. You could say, continuing with the Dark Souls theme, that's similar to the Bed of Chaos, except I think this boss was more fun. I felt like a bit more urgency with this fight, but yeah, you beat the thing. And so then Alphen and Xion, after they win, they attempt to do the ceremony thingy again that he tried to do with Naori like 400 fucking years ago, but Volrun crashes the party and he comes in and he fucks things up, and Xion starts to absorb the Great Spirit. So they've kind of started to do sort of like their plan B kind of thing. Alphen and Volrun have like one final like epic battle as sovereigns. It's both a scripted and not a scripted fight, at least in this first part, because there is a second phase. But Volrun, he reveals that he basically just wants to be a ruler just because. Which, this was kind of perplexing to me because I'm okay with Volrun being the actual main bad guy, but I do feel like they kind of used him up a little too quickly. You know, I almost feel like Volrun was kind of both teased as being sort of like the Duke, if you will, or the Richard, even, if you want to think of it that way, or Chazelle, or Mythos of Tales of Arise, but not only did they kept like teasing him and have him show up and have it to where you fight him and like make it seem like he knows more about Alphen than Alphen knows of himself and all that stuff, but also, you know, they have you fight him as part of the rotation to fight the lords to become the sovereign in this issue. So it kind of bent itself over a little bit that way because they try to set it up as being sort of like the secondary antagonist, the one who's sort of like the one he's a good guy, but he's also a bad guy, you know, kind of thing. It's like, you know, like, I'm trying to save my universe. I'm trying to go against the score by creating replicas of people that are all mindless and act like babies because they're basically infants, kind of, sort of, and all that stuff. Or, you know, I'm trying to... I kind of forget what Chazelle was kind of trying to do. I should play Eternia again. That was a fun game. You know, it's like Mythos, like, I'm trying to resurrect my sister and, you know, by taking over someone else's body and find a whole new world for myself because people were mean to me growing up because people don't like my race and blah, 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 blah. You know, all that kind of jazz. They tried to set it up. Honestly, I think it would have been maybe cool if maybe they expanded on the woman in red and like made her into an actual like character, you know, like, I don't know, color Bill, and says like, I am Bill, I'm actually working against everyone. Like maybe she kills Volrun right as he's like keeled over and he's like and the party's like and Alphen's all like, give up, we've beaten you, Volrun, and he's like, I'm not done yet. What? Volrun was killed by his attendant. And then she goes evil and shit, you know, and then it's like, what's going on? Whereas here it's like, no, we're gonna treat Volrun like he's just the next, like he's like the Cedric from Tales of Graces, you know what I mean? I think I've used that character before already. He's like that character that you want to get to in the first act, but we're also going to tease him as if he's the character that you're going to fight in the second act. You know, like we set him up as both Cedric and Duke at the same time. So I don't know if I am alone in that or not. Like, I don't remember if I've said this before earlier in the recordings, but if you do disagree, that's perfectly fine. The only thing I really ask is to try to keep it civil and try to understand my point of view, and don't be mean to me or else I might cry and I'll have to go get Burger King the next day. Maybe you should be mean to me because I can actually go. No, I'm just kidding. I already had Burger King. But yeah, please do be nice in the comments, especially if you guys are discussing it with each other, and especially if you're a friend watching this. Try to be nice. But anyway, like that's kind of how I took sort of like Volrun's development, I guess is maybe the right word, character development. And then here, where it's like, oh, I just want to be a sovereign just to control everybody. It's all like, that's not terrible, but it's just like, I think it'd be kind of better to kind of build on it. I think that's maybe kind of what I want from a villain that doesn't really have a strong motivation and is not even necessarily a villain that's just evil for the sake of being evil. I want someone who, I don't know. I just think it'd be kind of interesting to see something like that, and I feel like here they maybe tried it, but it didn't really work out that well. I do think that Volron is an interesting enough character to warrant being the main bad, and I think it's cool that he and Alphen got to have this, final fight, but here it's like, kind of. I wasn't really satisfied. It's ultimately what I'm trying to say in this situation. But the second phase comes around, it takes away your health bar, and it also changes your entire moveset to basically doing all the flaming art. So it's literally just like this, to keep comparing it to other Tales games, it's like the final section of the fight with Van in Tales of the Abyss where Tyr starts doing her, phonic song, and they do the full song, and you just keep fighting and fighting and fighting. They take away the health bar, and like your entire party's there, and you just cut. And then it goes into like a really cool version of Radiant Howl, where it also changes the dialogue. Instead of "now die," Luke says, "now you die." He's like, sweet. I should finish Abyss on 3DS as well. There are a few Tales games I'm trying to finish. Like, I need to finish Narikiri Dungeon 2. I need to finish Narikiri Dungeon Cross. I need to finish Symphonia Chronicles. Yeah, I'll get to it eventually. But anyway, this is, in my opinion, probably the coolest fight of the whole game, because like there's like this, they're arguing about shit. It's one of those things where like even as you're fighting, like there's dialogue going on that the Tales game started doing. And I'm pretty sure there's like a cool song that plays. It was epic and shit. They two basically argue about stuff, and it's revealed that Volron doesn't have any friends. So, again, they're trying to kind of make the enemy sympathetic by giving sort of like a seemingly one... I feel like that worked best in Zestiria with Heldoff, I think his name is. To where it's like, they did kind of play him off as being... It's from what I remember, because that game has been done for a long time, and I've had that review up for a very long time. You can actually watch it if you want to. But they do the whole thing about him being lonely, which I suspect might be what they're maybe trying to do here, but it doesn't... again, I don't know if I really buy into it too much. Again, I'm talking primarily in hindsight, off of my memory, going off of my notes. I'm sure if I maybe played the game again, especially if I play it like years later after I have a life of experiences and all that, because I would like to maybe go back and replay all the Tales games and kind of, both as, a writer myself and creative person, but also as, a even older adult than I am now, because I'm 30, with more experience, kind of come back and say like, well, actually, maybe it was more about this. Maybe I'm wrong about the game, which is possible. Again, if you do disagree with me, that's perfectly fine. The only thing I ask is to please kind of be nice about it and don't, like, attack me. I'll allow you to call me a poopy butthole if you desire, but other than that, don't call me anything else. That's going too far, man. No. But it was a really cool fight. The fight more or less ends with a cinematic version of Blazing Pillar and then an anime cutscene. And Alphen, he tries to spare Volron. He keeps talking about, like, I think it's important for people to learn about forgiveness and learn to forgive. So I forgive you, Volron. Which, that's cool. Kind of going along with Alphen sort of gaining more of a perspective. I'll say this about Alphen, that I do think Alphen is probably my favorite character just because I liked sort of like that righteousness that he had, and I liked how, his perspective, he gained kind of a more of a perspective, in my opinion. Like, he started off hating Renans, but then as time went on, he started to kind of like, well, maybe Renans aren't actually that bad, it's like, and he didn't really like Volron, and, now he's, trying to get along with him and forgive him, which, is pretty admirable, I think. It takes a lot of mental strength and, removal of hate to forgive someone. That's maybe a bit of a more loaded discussion for another time, but I'd recommend Jat 365 if you want to maybe learn more about that specific subject. But yeah, so Alphen tries to forgive Volron. I say try because he's basically all like, no, it's too late for me, and then like he kind of runs off and stuff, and he takes apparently the Renaissama. Like, he doesn't accept his forgiveness. I forgive you. Forgiveness not accepted. I don't really think that's how it works, Volron, but I don't know. That's actually kind of, I might have to maybe use that for a story or something, like, because it's one thing to not accept an apology, but not accepting forgiveness, that's, that actually kind of makes sense. It's never been put that way, but I'm sure. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure there've been stories where it's all like, "I can't accept your forgiveness from me," and whatever. But yeah, and so Shion now at this point is basically saying, "You have to kill me, Alpha." And he's like, "I don't wanna, but you have to. I don't wanna, but you have to. I don't wanna. I just want to yell." But he then suggests that maybe they should try to call out to Dana's will, since it's still kind of open and whatnot. And another cool moment where another theme song starts to play while the Danans they're holding up their hands trying to give their energy to Alphen's spirit bomb and stuff, and he's like, "It's not enough." And then Mr. Satan comes in and is like, "What are y'all doing? You need to help Alphen defeat Rena, the greater spirit of Rena." And then Goku comes up, "Let's do it, Alphen. Thanks, Goku. Kamehameha." That'd be cool if that happened. Any modders out there for the PC version, if you guys want to mod in a Goku fight into the arena, that'd be great. I will buy the PC version and just play that fight over and over and over again. Okay, Tales of the Rays got Gintama and Tiger and Bunny. There's no reason why Dragon Ball can't be in a Tales game at this point. Hell, this game has fucking Sword Art Online. I don't remember if I've mentioned that yet. There's a Kirito and Asuna fight from Sword Art Online. Yeah, so, they all put their energy up, and they give, and I say Spirit Bomb, but it's really like they're just giving it to Alphen, or like his blazing sword, and it turns into like a sort of rainbowy light, and he puts it, through friggin' Shion's flower hole on her chest. I'm just gonna let that sink in for a little bit. But yeah, like, I'm pretty, it shatters or whatever, and then the thorns, they're gone. Shion's thorns are gone, and then Alphen and Shion come together and they smooch. Yeah, I that's another thing too. I don't know if I really wanted to see like legit romance in my Tales game. Not now, I mean, because I feel like a lot of people maybe associate the Tales series also with some romance, because a lot of the games have like romantic themes, or there's always clearly that one couple that ends up hooking up, and there are pairings in this game too. Been talking about it kind of with a friend, and thinking about it, this game doesn't really stray too far from like the main pairings, Alpha and Shion, Law and Rinwell, Dohalim and Kisara. Every character I feel like kind of had like decent moments here and there, like obviously Alphen and Law had sort of like this brotherly kind of thing, to where like Law's maybe trying to learn from Alphen. You can friggin' Kisara is basically the mom of the group, so every interaction she has with everyone else is her being like, "Now so and so, you can't do that." And then of course I really liked Alphen and Dohalim's, because they felt like two sort of like well-read men sort of discussing stuff. I don't know, that I liked that. I thought it was cool. And it also ends up looking like the Astral Energy is given back to the Danans after they're all done, or like mixes in or something. It looks like everyone's kind of fine afterward. Man, game is more or less done. They do show a cast list. They only show the Japanese voice cast for some reason, as well as the mocap actors, which I found kind of interesting. That felt very sort of like MCU or like movie to me. Like this game was trying to make it into a bigger deal than it actually was. I think it would have been kind of cool to see the dub actors as well, or maybe see the dub actors in place of the Japanese, because like not everyone's gonna play the game in Japanese. That's just kind of my opinion. They show a lot of the characters, like Fumihiko Tachiki, who is Kratos in in Symphonia. He ended up voicing the first Lord, Balsef, and I thought that was actually really cool. Because I feel like you don't really see too many of the Japanese voice actors in Tales games kind of returning. Obviously, they do some. Like Toshiyuki Morikawa, who was Douse, he came back for Aizen. And then, of course, Ryotaro Okiayu, I probably butchered that pronunciation, who's a Dimlos in Tales of Destiny. He came back for Gaius. So, I imagine it's maybe only a matter of time before we get another returning voice actor, in the Japanese ones. I think we actually already have, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to maybe go back and listen. And I know the talent pool, if you will, is sort of like kind of spread out. Like, they get both new and old people, which I like. I actually really like that Rina Sato played Velvet in Berseria. I thought that was actually really cool because, like, okay, well, she's an older, more classic voice actress, and just kind of my opinion. But yeah, so they do sort of like a after credits kind of thing. Again, this is just like a brief cast list. It kind of looks like Dana and Rena become one world or something like that, or it's maybe implied. I'm not entirely sure, and I'm only putting in my notes. It's pretty definitive. I'm thinking like I don't know about that. Like I don't recall it being that cut and dry. But everyone meets up in like a flowery field, and Shinron. Yeah, Shinron comes and is like, make your wish. No, Xion and Rinwell, they hug. They're like, yeah, we love each other. And then Alpha's like, let's go, guys. And then they look out to the sea, and it kind of does like the whole panning up thing into the horizon. And then the game ends. There were a couple moments in this credits that we got to that kind of looked like modern age stuff, which I wasn't really too keen on, but they showed like epilogue stuff. Like they show Alpha and Xion apparently dating, and the final section shows them at like their wedding, and the final frame is them kind of smiling and stuff. I'm pretty sure Alpha is like holding up Xion with his arms, his big, muscular, manly arms, and that's cool. Happy for you both. Didn't really want to see that kind of stuff, in my Tales game right now, but it's okay. I do think that this is maybe them trying to sort of make sure they put in as much classic Tales stuff as they can and sort of evolve the franchise as best they can. Because I don't remember what the other hero and heroine kiss scene would be. My first thought comes to maybe Emil and Marta in Dawn of the New World, but that was shown kind of off camera. They just show like Marta kind of put her feet up. Put her like toesy woesies up to try to, match Emil's, height, considering he's taller than her. So it's like, oh, it looks like they kiss, but they don't show it. Whereas here, it's like, no, you get a full-on anime smoochy woochy scene, and you get to see them getting married. You don't get to see them bang, which I guess is good, because then this game would be rated a little higher, but, it was, something. Again, it's cool. I think it's fine to show romance of this level in a Tales game. I don't necessarily want to see it, mainly just because I kind of like more of the adventure story and whatnot more than I do my romance. I kind of get my romance from other stuff, but I feel like there's a lot of loose ends still with kind of this final section. Like, why was the astral energy on Rena so thin? How did it manifest to a great spirit in the first place, and like why? Like I feel like I kind of get how it happened. At the same time, I don't know why. Like, why did this happen? Why did the astral energy get like so thinned out, and why did it manifest into like this bigger thing in the first place? Like I don't really understand. But and like and I feel like part of that is also just because like at this particular section, it seemed like they were trying to do a lot of like I said before, to quote my buddy Stan again, sort of like a just so you know kind of dialogue. But then also like some of the stuff was kind of heavy-handed and a lot of like weird statements. Some of them even sounded maybe too wholesome. But I don't understand. I don't understand the second half of this game. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I don't really understand. Maybe someone in the comments or someone who's smarter than me can be like, well, actually it's this, or like, oh, you dummy, there's this one skit or this one like piece of dialogue that talks about it. Like, I almost would have maybe preferred it if like if it was like maybe the spirit manifests into like an actual like person or something, and was all like, or some sort of like evil entity, like the thing in Graces. I forget what it's called, but it's the thing that ends up possessing Richard and then going inside Asbel. During the second half, where he has the two different eye colors. Something like that, maybe. Where it's more like, it has, like, it's more than just a will. Because it was almost kind of like they were fighting the planet. Which is interesting, but at the same time, it's like, well, And I mean, and what I mean by that is like, you know, since it's the greater will of the planet, sort of like the planet's energy. Well, you're fighting the planet then. That'd be like saying, you know, oh, you're not fighting Goku, you're fighting Goku's energy. No, you're fighting Goku. You're just, you know, fighting him with his energy, like Ultra Instinct, Susanoo, Goku. Yeah, that'll come into play again later on. But yeah, at this point it kind of goes into like post-game stuff. Some stuff you've seen already at this point in the review. I specifically waited until I was doing the review to actually play more of the game. Just because one thing I like about the Tales reviews is that like I feel like I show a lot of like dialogue and story content, even though it's just side quests. And I think that, truthfully, I think that started with Zestiria, if I'm not mistaken. Because I remember there was like some like side quest stuff that felt like, you know, stuff that I maybe should have known or should have gotten in the beginning of in the earlier story. But yeah. So I still do have some notes that I wrote while I played for recording. There are a lot of monster hunting quests, which I think is cool and all, because, you know, not that I'm really complaining, because I like fighting stuff, and, you know, when you're trying to make a really long video that's maybe too long, you need a lot of content. And there was also this dungeon that's basically like a giant maze of a battlefield, which I actually think is kind of cool. Unfortunately, you can't leave without actually getting, like, pummeled. And then, of course, if you lose, you know, you lose the item. So, like, your only option is to, like, try and fight it and be like, I don't want to fight anymore. And then, like, go into the next battle and just get killed. But then I'm pretty sure your characters will use the items automatically anyway if you have it set up to do that. So it's like, well, you know, you're fucked then. But I like the idea of it. I think I got to, like, maybe halfway through or something. I don't remember. I actually don't remember kind of where I ended up. Or maybe I think there's a point where they do let you leave. It's in Eldimencia, which is already a really pretty place. So, but yeah, and I also ended up getting a skit where it was kind of funny. And honestly, like, no one, after seeing the post game, it's like, okay, game, I know what you're doing. I know what you. It's a skit where like Shion asks Alphen if he wants to make dinner together sometime, and he thought that they were going to do the nakeds or make the stinkies. As I wrote in my notes, I've been told that making the stinkies is not a very good phrase for describing sex, because then it sounds like you're pooping, which, depending on what you're into, that might actually be what you're doing. So I don't really see what the problem is. No, but yeah, it was kind of funny. He's like, no, I actually meant making dinner. It's like, oh, you wanted to make foodstuffs and then put them in our butts. No, Alphen, we put food in our mouth and then it comes out of our butts. Oh, okay. It's like the mask actually made him like that, like forgetful. But yeah, that's the game. Now, we're not necessarily done here, because I gotta sort of like summarize my thoughts. Thank you all for listening, by the way, if you've listened this far in, because yeah, this is a long one. I'll be very interested to see what the final sort of duration of this video is. I'm guessing maybe 4 or 5 hours, which for me is a lot. Like, I think the most I've ever done is like maybe 2 or 3 hours, which, I mean, I do podcasty kind of videos anyway, so the length isn't really a too much of an issue for me, just because I feel like that's kind of what my content is anyway. But even still, this is long. But of course, the Tales series is my favorite video game series, probably one of my favorite things of all time, if not second to Dragon Ball, as you've seen in my new channel trailer. But yeah, so as it's taken a very long time to record this, a lot of new things have kind of come out. For one thing, this game actually won an award. It won Best RPG at the Game Awards, I believe. I've heard some people say that like it was mainly chosen just because there wasn't anything else, because like Shin Megami Tensei 5 had just come out. But I feel like, well, that kind of hurts my feelings, because, you know, I'm a Tales fanboy, so obviously I wanted to win everything. But I'm actually really happy for this game and the success that it's given for the series, because, you know, not only did it win that award, I believe it won some sort of like Tokyo Game Show Minor Excellence Award, and I think it also won another sort of like award in a publication or some sort of like emblem of excellence or something. Not only that, but also the game, to my recollection, has sold around, if not a little over 2 million copies in its first year. Which for the Tales series is huge, I think. I remember, like, you know, they made that article of like, oh, the Tales series worldwide has broken 1 million sales, and I'm all like, interesting. I always felt like the series was a little more popular than that, but, you know, I'm constantly I've kind of sort of been made aware of the actual real success of the Tales series. I maybe have been a little blinded by the fact that how well the games have been doing lately, but from what I understand, overall the series has not really been that super successful, which is probably why they maybe decided to evolve the series, which I think is fair. I think you should, you know, always give the chance to evolve if you can, while also respecting where the series came from, especially if you're bringing in, you know, new directors and producers and stuff who come from different things. You know, like if they got Akira Toriyama to design a Tales game, I don't necessarily want it to look like, you know, Dragon Ball meets Tales or Dragon Quest meets Tale. Or Dragon Quest meets Tales. I want it to kind of look like, you know, he's actually, you know, designing Tales characters with his own sense of flavor. You know what I mean? You know, that's kind of my whole deal. And, you know, during this time, we've also had like a few disappointing things, like, you know, Tales of Crestoria shutting down and Tales of Luminaria shutting down, which I only played like 2 minutes of because I'm like, oh shit, I gotta play that game. And that one, you know, it's like that was the first Tales game post Arise, so it's kind of unfortunate to see that kind of die down. I've actually started playing the Japanese version of Tales of the Rays, still being kind of mad about the drop rates or the gacha rates in that game. But it's a little better. Not only that, but also I was actually hoping to try to have this video out before the next Tales game was announced. I have unfortunately failed because Tales of Symphonia Remaster. Is it remaster or remastered? I'm not sure. But anyway, another version of Symphonia has been announced for PS4, Nintendo Switch, and, you know, Xbox One, which I'm a little disappointed, but, you know, at the same time, you know, it's like, you know, I think given that Tomizawa is kind of brand new to the series, I think it's important for him to have as much experience with the series as he can, especially with some of the things that I've heard that he has said that I'm not too pleased with, but I also understand, given circumstance. And sort of when you look at the series, it's sort of like a global scale and not just in one location. I don't want to really go too much into it because I don't have the full details, but yeah. And not only that, also, they did the Tales character polls again, and the number one character this time was Dohalim. Like, that was... I think that's kind of cool, because I feel like, you know, since we've had a several amount of Tales games between the last one, the last character poll, I mean, I wasn't necessarily expecting an Arise character to actually make the polls in number one. Like, I figured they would maybe show up pretty high, but I wasn't expecting Dohalim to actually win. Because I feel like, you know, with Yuri, back when he was sort of like the top dog, you know, the previous most popular character was Leon Magnus. He was the one who would always hit, like, the top polls. Vesperia comes out, Yuri dethrones him straight up. Like, that, and that's the thing. It's like, you know, I feel like even keeping in the idea that, you know, yeah, the game is fresh on people's minds, it's like, well, he still dethroned a character, the most popular character. Like, it'd be one thing if, like, Dohalim's like, okay, he dethroned, like, the third spot or the second spot even. It's like, okay, well, obviously, but, like, the fact that he hit number one, I think, is pretty interesting and impressive. And, you know, he's a cool character. You know, since he has red hair, I feel like I'm compelled to like him, and I did enjoy him. Like, I don't know where I would put him on my personal ranking list of the characters. I'm kind of sort of in between on how much I actually like the characters. Like, you know, like I said, I liked Alphen. Xion was okay. She got a little annoying sometimes. I was hoping to like Rinwell. I kind of didn't because she was pretty annoying. Kisara I liked because of the whole, you know, big sis mom thing she had going on. I thought that was kind of an interesting dynamic. And Dohalim I liked for the most part. He was getting a little annoying with him being like, of course, that doesn't account for my sins of not knowing how many people I killed. You know, it's like, okay. But, and of course, like, this kind of came a little bit worse with the second half of the game. Where, like, I feel like the first half of the game, like, the dialogue was real sharp. It was funny. It was well written. I feel like the game overall is pretty well written, just in the grand scheme of things. I didn't really like hate it or anything, but I feel like the second half, they kept the dialogue felt very sort of like focused a little too much. Like they were trying to make sure you understood things, and be all like, the green dragon is going to attack the village. And don't forget that the purple dragon knows where the green dragon lives, and he's going to come hang out with them and eat Cheetos or something. Horribly example and paraphrasing, but you know what I mean. Like it just felt kind of a little annoying. Like I almost felt like I was being spoon-fed. I did like sort of the twist with the Renans, and I kind of liked how they sort of like set it up a little bit. How like they kept talking about how Shion and Dohalim, both of them were from Lenegis, but they established that it not only is it not like the actual like main place of the Renans, but also Shion and Dohalim had never actually been to Rena, because that already sort of raised a red flag. And then also just this other group, and just I felt like the game was already kind of setting things up. I won't necessarily say I didn't see the twist kind of coming, but I'm actually kind of like it when I can sort of put things together. I think that's sort of a mark of a good story, to when it kind of sets things up in a way. And maybe I'm too lenient on that, because like if I can predict something, I actually love it. And even if it's like just really cliche in the end, it's still really cool to me. Yeah, like overall, I would say, to kind of summarize my thoughts on the story, overall, I think it's decent. They definitely were maybe trying to kind of make sure to capture as much of the classic Tales spirit as they could. They didn't really hit it right near the end. Overall they did okay, and like the dialogue I thought was, in the first part at least, was real crisp, and like the character interactions I generally, was fine with. They didn't really go too far outside of, in my recollection at least. Didn't really seem to give too much to the other characters, but I got enough out of it. And I haven't seen every single skit, so I don't know, maybe there's something I'm missing. Yeah, overall story was okay. Not too bad, kind of tapered off near the end, but overall I wouldn't say it's terrible. Music I liked as well. I feel like generally music is something I don't really focus too much on. There were some nice tracks, but to me music is almost kind of like background noise. I felt like there were plenty of songs that had like the Tales flair and whatnot, and that was nice. And gameplay I thought was cool. I do kind of like sort of like the open zone thing they've got going on that they've been doing lately. It did feel a little more segmented. Like almost like they were kind of going back to Exilia a little bit, but throwing in sort of like the aesthetic of Zestiria or even Berseria, to where it looks fuller. Whereas I feel like, Berseria felt huge and Zestiria felt huge. Whereas here it looked huge, but it was small. Kind of sort of, because there's obviously some parts where it's like it kind of linked up. Like you go to this one section, like, oh, it's the pathway of Badooba Dabooba, and then that leads to the Fling-a-ding-ding-ding plains, which takes you to the city of Flapoopapoo or whatever. I'm just making up words at this point. That kind of thing. And combat, that's definitely been the thing that has been the most sort of like polarizing, especially to people like me who've been following this series for years. Like obviously I didn't start with Fantasia, I started with Symphonia, but so I'm part of that generation. But I'd like to think that I've experienced, or I'd like to think I know what the Tales series is about, at least to a certain degree. And at first I wasn't really too keen on the combat. I felt like that the series was getting kind of watered down. Part of that was because I didn't really understand the controls that well. Because then when I actually played the actual game in completion, because I'm talking the demo. I'm talking strictly the demo right now. But when I actually played the game, I kind of got more into it. I sort of like figured it out. And I imagine, I feel like this is going to be kind of one of those games where every time I come back to it, I'm going to have to kind of relearn things. I don't know if or maybe I'll surprise myself, because I still need to, record the rest of the footage. But I feel like, I guess to put it plainly, I was wrong. I feel like I was wrong about the game, combat-wise. Is it great? No. It does. It's definitely more tactical than I was giving it credit for. And it's very clear that this game does kind of have some Dark Souls-y experience, influence, or at least some more other games that have a dodge roll mechanic influence. They definitely want this to be a little more tactical and a little more engaging, which is fine. That's not necessarily what I come to the Tales series for. The whole reason why I fell in love with it when I first played Symphony is because I felt like I was playing a JRPG that was tailored for me, by making me feel like I'm playing Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest, but then when I get into battle, I'm playing something that I would actually prefer playing, because I made it very, very apparent that I don't really like turn-based combat. That's just my personal opinion. So that's one of the reasons why I fell in love with the Tales series and whatnot. Yeah, I feel like, combat, it grew on me for sure. And there were some parts where it was hard. It wasn't just super hard or anything. Like there were definitely some grinding moments that I had to do. So I maybe got a little spoiled with Berseria, because that game was actually fairly easier for me. And of course, Zestiria I found to be very hard. And Exilia 2 I found to be quite hard. But I felt like in this game, there wasn't really too many fights where I felt like I was either expected to lose or the game was just brutally, brutally hard. There were definitely some fights where I felt like I barely won, or I was maybe a little underprepared for, but I always felt like, for the most part, to my recollection, I could actually play the game kind of okay. But yeah, overall, like, if this is the direction the Tales series is going to go into going forward, I'm kind of okay with it. I do think they should maybe try to sort of bounce it out a little bit more. Try to kind of play with it a bit, make it a little fine-tune it, if you will. The CP system was a pain, for sure. I kind of miss TP and all that. I think it's interesting on some level. Maybe on paper it's a cool idea. But, this isn't Dark Souls. I know I've compared this game to Dark Souls and Code Vein and Elden Ring and all that shit like a million times, and Bloodborne even. But I don't necessarily want or need that in my Tales game. They're kind of, I've heard they're going to kind of do that with East 10, which that's a little concerning, but hopefully, that game was already kind of going in that direction anyway, so if they just tighten up the control there, it won't be too bad. And here, it's like, at least if Tales of whatever gets announced, like the next big Tales game, that's all like, hey, we're going to kind of make it a little more like Dark Souls, I can maybe see sort of the progression there, just on the grounds of this game being how it is. But I personally would, I would actually kind of like them to maybe go back to basics a little bit and make something that's maybe more like Exilia or even Vesperia, even like something like that. Maybe streamline it a little bit more. I'd like to see them maybe go back, and maybe in time they will. Again, I think this is sort of a very sort of trial and error, sort of like experimental phase for the Tales series, given how successful this game has been and the awards and stuff that it's won. I feel like, this may be the direction the Tales series is going to go in for a while, which, so be it. Again, I liked the game overall. I don't know if I necessarily want it to turn to like Dark Souls or whatever, because I feel like, we have Elden Ring now, so, Namco's probably going to do a lot of stuff with that. And there are already like a bunch of other games that are trying to do like the Dark Souls thing. Like, hell, like there's going to be a Dynasty Warriors one too with that Wo Long game. And then, of course, there's the Sun Wukong one. I think it's called like Black Myth. Like, a lot of people are looking forward to that one. That one looks really interesting. But yeah, like the Dark Souls, and of course Final Fantasy, they tried it with Stranger of Paradise. So it's like, it's kind of interesting to me how, Namco is trying to make the Tales series more Dark Souls-y when they're the one who published Dark Souls. So it's like, you don't need to... Of course, I get it at the same time, because From Software, they're probably trying to do other stuff besides Dark Souls games. Who knows if we'll get an Elden Ring 2. We're still waiting on DLC for that, which they might announce soon, but... yeah. Overall, combat, I feel like I've had a change of heart, and I actually like it more than I thought I did, and I don't really necessarily think that the series is being watered down anymore. So, I know some of you probably saw my Abyssal Chronicles article, or my contribution to the Weigh-In article, where I sort of made like this long post talking about how watered down the game felt and stuff, and how the series might be going into like a dark age. Yeah, I that's not true in my opinion anymore. I feel like the series while again, I'm not too crazy about it, I feel like I not only at least understand it, and also feel like it's not going to be that bad, especially if everyone's already doing it, you know. Because like I said, East 10 is probably going to be doing that. I will say this, though, speaking of East, the other big JRPG I played prior to this was East 9, Monstrum Nox, which again I've also reviewed as well. I feel like I kind of like that game a little bit more than Tales of Arise. I always go through this period to where it's like, you know, in between the big Tales game, I feel like I'm kind of falling out of interest in the series. I'm like, oh, I don't know. Like I remember with Exilia 2, I remember thinking like I was almost getting a little stressed that I wasn't gonna like the game, and also thinking like, oh, it's so overrated, or you know, something dumb like that. But then when the new game comes out, I'm all like, oh yeah, this is why I like the Tales series. And I felt this for the same way when after playing East 9, then going into Tales of Arise. I do feel like overall though, I enjoyed East 9 a little bit more, and I think the story's kind of a little better written, and but you know, I enjoyed both games, and I'm probably going to rate them the same as well. I don't remember what I rated Monstrum Nox, but yeah, honestly, you know, I do almost kind of feel like, given what Arise was for me as a person and as a gamer, I almost feel like I've kind of peaked in the fandom, if that's okay for me to say. Because, like, you know, I had the insider info. I got to play the demo early. I had the opportunity to play the full game early, though I turned it down because I felt like I couldn't handle it with my schedule. So I feel like, you know, at this point, you know, I almost kind of wish I could go back to being sort of like just like a regular fan that just gets to enjoy the game without knowing too much about it. Not that I'm I don't mean any disrespect. You know, I'm very happy to be where I'm at with this fandom. I'm very proud of what this game has accomplished, and I look forward to, you know, hearing people talk about, you know, this game for years and years and years. And I always love it when people are all like, "Hey, I played Tales of Arise and it got me to the Tales series. I'm playing Tales of Symphonia now for the first time," or "I'm playing, you know, the Destiny PS2 fan translation because that's also a thing now," or "I'm playing Tales of Rebirth for the first time because I got to import it off of eBay or PlayAsia or whatever," or "I'm playing Eternia for the first time because I snagged a copy because I'm now a big game collector and I paid the $300 for the game, or I was able to get a bargain off of it or whatever." Like, you know, that's cool. That's actually really cool. I'm very, very thankful and very happy that the series is getting even more popular with each Tales game. You know, it's almost kind of like how with the Dragon Ball movies, with each movie they come out and they put in theaters, it keeps going higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. Like I forgot to mention it in the review of that, but yeah, like that movie is actually now I think like the number five, one of the in the top 5 best selling anime movies globally. That's huge. That is huge. And this game, also huge. You know, like it won, you know, an award at the Game Awards, Best RPG. You know, Dragon Ball FighterZ won Best Fighting Game when it came out. It's like, you know, my 2 favorite franchises are growing, and it's beautiful. It is amazing. I love it. Thank you all very much for playing these games and going to see these movies and watching the animes and buying the merchandise and everything. I'm incredibly thankful that I get to enjoy this series with everyone else because all this new material is coming out. As far as Tales goes, though, that being said, I do feel like I'm kind of in a weird spot now to where it's like I almost feel kind of weird being where I'm at. But I didn't know anything about Symphonia Remaster, though. From what I heard, it was apparently leaked at one point. I was actually kind of wondering if we were going to maybe get something else. I won't say what, though, because I don't want to... Or I'll go ahead and say it, because I don't want to be proven wrong, but I was thinking we were maybe going to get like the Destiny remake officially and like a Destiny Chronicles kind of thing. But no, we're getting Symphonia. You know, it's not terrible. Some stuff has been revealed about that version, though, that makes it a little concerning. But that's not really the place for this. For here, like I'm here to talk about Tales of Arise. So let's conclude now, shall we? In conclusion, I liked the game. I liked it a lot. I liked it as much as I would most other Tales games. The beginning part, I felt like the dialogue was very, you know, second snap of the recording. It was funny. It was witty. It was well written. Found the characters interesting. I found their dynamic interesting. Rinwell got on my nerves with her flip-flopping on whether or not she wants to be racist or not. Dohalim got a little annoying with him being all like, my sins of not doing something that caused people to die. You know, Alphen yelling was both cool and kind of dramatic. Shion was kind of annoying. I liked Kisara. Everyone that I thought was annoying got less annoying as the game went on. I found the structure to be interesting with, you know, going from like area to area and progressing, and you seeing kind of like the different sort of situations, like, you know, with, you know, Calaglia. This is what it's like if the Dans are just straight up being put to slaves. Cislodia, this is like the same thing, but you can't really trust the Danans anymore. Elda Menencia, this is what it's like when they come in harmony and they actually like each other. The friggin' other place, this is what happens if the Danans rise up and defeat the Renans and take over. Like, they showed every side, and they managed to kind of make everything work, in my opinion. But then the second half came in, and then it kind of felt like the game was kind of tripping over itself a little bit, because one, the dialogue was getting kind of like, we're trying to let you know all the information that you need just in case you took like a 5-month break when you're playing this game. And also the big bad in the end didn't really make a lot of sense, because it was like the energy of the planet wants more energy because reasons. And then the final boss of the first act came back because he wants to just be evil for reasons. But it's, we forgive you because of the higher point of wanting to make you things. I think this is actually probably the first time I've ever, because a lot of my friends have said, I've been of the mindset that the first part of a Tales game is always really good, and then the second part kind of like goes down. This is the first time I've actually legitimately agreed with that, because quite frankly, I enjoyed most Tales game stories through and through. If I don't like this, most of the time, if I don't like the second half, it probably means I also didn't like the first. In this situation, it was I liked the first, kind of lukewarm on the second. But overall, besides the story stuff and just some minor character stuff that kind of fluctuated as it does, music was okay. Combat grew on me. Visually, it was okay. There were some, you know, graphical glitches and also some, like, you know, resolution stuff or polish or whatever. But that's just because I was playing on PS4. And obviously, you know, they wanted to, if I played on PS5 or even PC or PS4 Pro or whatever, it would have looked even nicer. Collector's Edition was cool. Yeah. I enjoyed it. At the end of the day, yeah, I mean, you probably expect that by now. Rating-wise, I'm going to maybe give this, I'm going to give it a 7.9 or an 8 out of 10. Because I feel like my issues with it bring it down, or my issues are significant enough to bring it down a bit. But again, like an 8 out of 10, that's not bad. Leaning a little more towards 7.9 just because I feel like, which isn't even that bad either. It's like, you know, most people, when you hear a 7 out of 10, that's not like, okay, well, the game's okay. You know, it's like, I feel like when you go into 6 out of 10, then it's like, okay, yeah, the game might be bad. Whereas for me, it's more 7.9 out of 10. Decent, good game. I had fun with it. There were some story issues and character issues that came in near the end, but again, I feel like I need to kind of remember that, like, you know, this is sort of like a new trial and error situation with the Tales series. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, we have a few misses, like some people think with Symphonia Remastered, in the future. But, you know, we'll have to see where things go. I'm along for the ride. I love the Tales series, and so I'm happy to see that the series is getting even more love, and, you know, I'm happy that this game turned out as good as it did. Because even if I didn't like the game straight up, I probably still would have wanted it to be successful. Because I feel like if it wasn't successful, Namco more than likely would have maybe considered either taking a long break from the series and then starting fresh with a more classic approach, or just canning the series entirely. Both of them would give us a pretty long time without a Tales game. The latter being forever, more than likely. But, yeah. Overall, fun times. Thank you all for listening if you listened this far, and apologies that it was so long and kind of scatterbrained. But yeah, I'll probably have an announcement video that I'll make later on, kind of talking about, you know, the future of this channel because I think there's some stuff that probably needs to be said, given my schedule and whatnot, because this took a lot longer than it needed to. I'm very happy to talk about this game at length, and I'll probably do it again when the podcast starts up. Hint, hint. But, yeah, I'll tackle that when it comes. So, yeah, overall, I like the game, and I would recommend it if you want to, play a Tales game. I have recommended it. Troy's played it. Pretty much all my friends have either played it or they're going to play it. So that's something. That's really cool to me. I'm always happy to talk about, this series with, friends, old and new, and also, hear what others are having to say about it. But, yeah, I guess that'll bring this to a conclusion. So, once again, thank you all for listening to this long-ass video. And I will see you guys for the next thing, which will probably be the Granola arc of Dragon Ball Super. Which will probably be a little better because with those notes, I actually wrote little mini synopses of the story. So maybe that'll be a little better. But, again, tackle that when it's time. This is about Tales of Arise, which I enjoyed it. And I definitely can't wait to see what the series arises to next. Alright, I'm going to go now. Thank you all for listening. This is Flamzeron, aka YouTube Tasuke, aka Ryan, aka whatever else you want to call me, signing out. Bye-bye. See you later.